hear me? Franklin? I don't know if you can hear me, but can you hear me? If you can hear me, oh, Franklin can't hear. I'm Day 2 of India Web Fest.
तस्वीर एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज का टीस रणवीर.
Recording in progress.
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक.
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट.
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
क्या कर रही है तू मेरा?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला.
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा.
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है.
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता. सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ.
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ.
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर. मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन.
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया.
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है.
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा.
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती. लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है.
Power is just an illusion. आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं.
फिर कर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
आई थिंक मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीडीज कर रहा हूं ब्रो।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, और दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पति मुंडू सुला देता, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाह वाह, अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन्स। ठीक है।
Your first word is squad goals.
ओके। स्क्वाड गोल्स। स्क्वाड
Squad.
स्क्वाड गोल्स।
Goals. Squad goals.
वेरी गुड, तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए। Here you go. Give it up for जन्नत।
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because you know, thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलत।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके shots, ये निके निके shots।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
तेरे मेरा कुछ चक्कर चलेगा क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all off this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
Now people.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
Hello and welcome to day 2 of Wood Presents India Web Fest Season 3. My name is Sonup, aka Bollywood Bala, your host and host for a power-packed day of debates, discussions, and some real enlightening insights. For detailed agenda, please log on to indiawebfest.com. To begin with, let's thank our sponsor partners. Wood Presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat Rooms, Platinum Partner QK Digital, Virtual Event Partner Mint Labs, Media Partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now, friends, let's move on to the first interaction of the day. And of course, it's introduction to Summit. Let me welcome Siddhartha Laik, the dynamic founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com. Siddharth-ji, so nice to see you again on day 2 as well.
Hi, Sonu. How are you? Very good morning.
Very, very good morning, sir. Sir, सबसे पहला सवाल, day 1 बहुत ही बेहतरीन रहा. How has the response been? What are the kind of reaction that you have received personally, and how overwhelming is this response, so to speak, of day 1?
Well, first of all, I'd like to begin by thanking all our sponsor partners, Woot, Applause, Pocket Aces, Share Chat Rooms, QK, Mint Labs, and Radio City. And I want to thank the IWMBuzz Live team for putting up a great show together. It's been a great team effort. I also want to thank all speakers who showed faith in India Web Fest, took time out from their busy schedules to share their insights, knowledge, experiences with the audience of India Web Fest. Yesterday was phenomenal. All speakers turned out, shared their great insights. My team tells me that we reached out to around 50K people on YouTube, around 1,000 plus came in the webinar as registered, consumers. So it's been a power-packed day. Yesterday, great sessions. Today promises to be equally insightful. We have over 10 sessions in the day, fireside chats, panel discussions. We begin with a conversation with the Netflix team. Then we have a very strong panel with Sameer Nair from Applause Entertainment. We talk premium content with premium players like Woot, Amazon Prime, Animal Shine, etc. We also have a session on the story of Bharat, how digital entertainment is impacting the tier 2, tier 3 cities with Sushant Yadam. We have a session with Vivek Oberoi. Then towards the end of the day, we have a session with Manish Kalra, who is the main boss at Z5. So we are looking forward to a power-packed day 2 at India Web Fest soon.
That's really great. The lineup sounds exciting and very, very engaging as well. Siddharth-ji, I were to ask you, what were the key takeaways from yesterday's sessions? What would you say were those?
The different industry leaders from different fields, when they come together, the insights and the viewpoints are very diverse and dynamic. You had brands, marketeers, OTT leaders, content creators, influencers coming in and sharing their real-time experiences. We spoke on the emerging revenue models. We spoke about the impact of creator economy. We spoke about how the power is being shifting to platforms, to creators. We saw how Nikhil Gandhi sir spoke about the dream of a super app. So, we kind of spoke at what is current and also what's going to be the viewpoint and the roadmap in the coming year. So we saw Shubhashi Sarkar speaking about how theatrical releases and OTT releases going to stay together, maybe evolve, etc. So it was diverse lineup of speakers, different kind of agenda viewpoints. So the takeaways were very, very holistic. You can always go to our YouTube channel and watch them, listen to them talking in case you missed 15th, 16th joining here at India Web Fest. There's always archival content for you to see as a reference point soon.
Right. Also talking about IWMBuzz has been buzzing ever since its inception. Talking about this year specifically, Siddharth-ji, what would you say? How would you say the year has been for you and your team?
Like I mentioned yesterday, it's been challenging, but we have stuck together. We have grown We are a team of 50-55 people now. So we look to engage more with the audience, do more IPs, increase our consumer engagement by putting out more content, more video content, more social media engagement, more IPs in the coming year. So it's been a good learning experience year for us. Next year, with more leaders joining, I believe it's gonna be a great year at IWMBuzz with the support of good people like you and partners and everyone. We're gonna surely take a leap and ensure that we do some real good work in 2022.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir. Before I take your leave and before I let you go, one final question. Something about digital awards. I believe you're planning the same after WebFest as well. कुछ बताइए उसके बारे में. Anything that you can reveal?
Digital awards planning is on full swing. We are talking to a lot of partners as to stream. We are talking to a lot of sponsor partners who have shown interest to put faith in the property. We are talking to all premium players like Netflix, Prime, Disney, Hotstar, taking ideas from them to figure out how we can curate it better. Digital Awards is one of our marquee properties, and we have lined it up for next quarter and do expect a great show next year.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Siddharth. Thank you very much. Looking forward to
looking forward to
your sessions as well.
Wish you a lot of energy and positivity.
Thank you.
And have a great day at India WebFest Solo. And yes, I'm looking forward to my sessions.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That was the dynamic Siddhartha Alike talking about day 2 and what we can expect on day 2 of India WebFest season 3 here. दोस्तों, अब वक्त है हमारे super panel discussion का. The topic is Netflix driving storytelling beyond genres and formats, and we are in conversation with Ram Kamal Mukherjee, filmmaker, author, and biographer, joined by Monica Shergill, Vice President Content, Netflix India, Tahir Raj Bhasin, actor, and Siddharth Sengupta, director. Over to you, Ram sir.
Hello, everybody, and thank you, IWMBuzz WebFest Season 3, for this warm welcome to all of us. And I'm extremely happy to have this really talented panel. And I am really looking forward to the content that they're going to come up with. And I'm sure that you're all going to be really excited with the new content that's coming up on Netflix called Ye Kali Kali Aankhein. And that is something which I would like to kind of talk about. And to begin with, we have Monica with us from Netflix. And I would like to start off with you because ladies first. And so what is it like 2022? I mean, 2021 has been a hell of a ride for everybody, all the content providers. I'm sure Netflix also had its own, plus and minuses, thanks to the coronavirus. So 2022, what's Netflix coming up with? What's in the kitty and how is it looking like?
First, I think thank you for having me here, Ram. I think IWMBuzz is a very big fan favorite destination. So we are so happy to, have our first conversation around Ye Kali Kali Aankhein with you guys. And I'm actually very delighted to be here with Siddharth, who's created this series. He's an old friend and a writer-director whose work I'm such a big fan of. And Tahir, a wonderful, sort of lead talent. And also someone who actually, I should say, we did a wonderful, sort of streaming series with in prior to Netflix. I think that was your debut, Tahir, if I'm not mistaken. So really happy. Yeah. So really happy to be here, Ram. And I think as the title of the series suggests, it packs in a lot of intrigue. It packs in familiarity. It's a popular song. So it evokes some emotions. The series evokes some familiar emotions and many novel twists and turns and emotions. And, that's what I think, if I can just say, that's what the slate of Netflix in 22 would look like. It will have a lot of things that people have been waiting for Netflix to do. It'll have a lot of new things that you didn't expect from us. So we are very excited about 2022. It'll have all the genres that you can think of, creators that we are very proud to partner with, on-screen talent that we are so excited to have on the service. So I'm very sure that people will be, extremely delighted with what we do next year.
Super. Taking a cue from Monica, I would like to address this question to Siddharth. That you being the creator of the show, you being the director of the series, as she mentioned that Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is definitely an iconic song for all of us in India, in Bollywood. And even when I heard this title for the first time, in my mind, the first thing that came to my mind was, oh, so this is a thriller, because without mentioning the name of the film, the iconic film that is in reference with the song, that film, I think, became one of the cult thriller movies of that time. And so people of, generation from that 90s or late 90s generation will definitely relate to it in one go. So was that your viewpoint also while you were keeping the title, or what was it playing in your mind as a maker?
Yeah, I think when I was thinking of the subject, and as you rightly said, the song straight away takes you to that era, takes you straight away to a thriller subject, takes you straight away to a man going, trying to goes towards the dark side because to avenge or to straighten his circumstances or whatever. The whole thing is that when I thought of this subject, this subject was called Ye Kali Kali Aankhein because of all that is, because of all that is related to this song. All the memories which come with this song, or all that this song represents, in the sense when you think of it, which is primarily there is a thriller and it's an out and out entertainer. That's one of the primary reasons why we chose this title. Why I chose this title, because it has to be entertaining. It should reflect entertainment rather than a very dark or a very serious kind of a title, because this is the series. The series has everything in it. So hence the title. That's why I thought about the title.
Superb. So when you actually thought of this film, as you said that you had this thing in your mind, Netflix comes up with their own kind of genre. Their thrillers are completely different from the thrillers that we get to see in other OTT platforms. So while writing as a director, as a filmmaker, do you kind of, customize it? Do you kind of, rethink about the platform when you are making it, or it's vice versa, that you actually kind of make it and then you don't want to change it and the platform accepts it the way it is?
See, I'll tell you, I've been very fortunate with Netflix and with Monica and the entire team, because they have been very forthcoming, and actually they have been pushing one to, explore all areas rather than just stick to a format. I think understanding entertainment in our country is a must, and that is where I've been very fortunate with Netflix, because the masses palette is very different here. I mean, they need everything. So all that, you need to cater to everything. And I think that was the directive from Monica and team, also from Netflix, that, you have the freedom to explore everything, make it entertaining. I think that kind of faith when a maker has, so you put in everything and then you present it to the platform. And if the platform is gung-ho about the same thing, your fingers are well crossed, then you come up with a good product. So I think one of the main thing which I would like to say is the faith the platform has in your creation and the support it gives. See, that is one of the most important. I think it's very liberating from any maker, for any creator, to have that push, to have that applause whenever needed. So I think that is very necessary. Yes, we have to keep in mind the platform in terms of, because Netflix is very wide in terms of its audience. We do, but the whole thing is I never wanted to make it anything else, you know. So it was it was as is, and Monica also wanted it as is.
Oh, superb.
If I can actually add to what Siddharth said, you know, he's such a consummate creator and he's so clear about what he wants to do and how he wants to tell the story. So I think that, and this is a subject which even we've sort of Siddharth has had in his head for a while now. And, you know, this was something when I'd heard his vision, it was the most, powerful thing for me was that there are so many themes in the story. It's a story of power play, power dynamics, you know, it's a story of gender dynamics. It's a story of revenge. It's a story of love. How all these themes really come together and they mix in a very propulsive thriller. You know, it's like Siddharth says, it's an out and out entertainer, but at the same time, it touches upon such deep themes of power inequality in our country. It really takes you to heartland crime. It takes you to how very simple middle class family, like a boy is not free to choose the person he loves and wants to marry. Usually we see it the other way around, right? So the whole gender dynamic is reversed. The power dynamic comes into play. And what sets off is a brilliant character arc of Tahir in the show, where he is one kind of person and he starts becoming another kind of person. And that's the story which Siddharth has managed to tell in such a propulsive thriller, and it's got amazing songs. I think the soundtrack, what Siddharth and his son and the whole team have done, it's phenomenal. It's one of the best you'll see on streaming here. I think equivalent to any film that you see.
Superb. So I think Monica has given me a cue to kind of ask Tahir. The first question of this session is that arc, something which I as a even as a maker always feel that an actor of your caliber will obviously deliver a bigger arc, because you're perform as a performer. I would say that you're a performer. And so when you got the script, when Siddharth approached you, and when you teamed up with Monica and Siddharth for this role, Tahir, what were the challenges that you saw in the script as an actor, that the arc that she's talking about as an actor, from an actor's point of view? What were the challenges, and why did you pick on saying that, okay, yes, let's do this film?
That's a great question. I think one of the things about doing a series is that you have the advantage of a longer timeline. So your story is spread over 8 episodes, which is something that I hadn't done in a very long time. In a film, you have 2 hours. And so the minute you have those 8 episodes, as an actor, you look at every episode as an independent film. It's got a beginning, middle, and end. And so you go from those mini arcs to an arc of the entire series. And for me, like, the great thing that sort of attracted one to it is that at the heart of it, it's a heartland love story. Like, it's a love story, and it's about an ordinary man in extraordinary circumstances. And sometimes the hardest thing to play is an ordinary person. It's very easy to, easy is the wrong word, but you're cushioned by writing if you're playing a larger than life character. But when you're playing a simple man in extraordinary circumstances as an actor, that's extremely challenging. And it's how the script transitions from being that heartland simple love story into all the difficulties that both Monica and Siddharth mentioned, that turns it into a sort of psychological thriller. And just the joy of getting on set and seeing the rundown for the day and seeing that, okay, so first we're shooting episode 7, then we're coming back to episode 1, then we're going to episode 3, and plotting all those graphs and delivering on them, hopefully delivering on them. I wouldn't want to overpraise the performance, is what the thrill of doing a series was.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's true, because when you are working for a content which is running over 8 episodes, as you mentioned, that you as an actor, I guess you get more opportunity to show your acting prowess in various scenes, which you don't get to see in a feature film purely because of the time restriction. And that's always a plus for an actor. But for a director also, I would like to go back to Siddharth with this question: that what are the hindrances, what are the pluses and minuses of telling a story in series, and when you tell a story in terms of a film? Maybe it could be a digital film also, but what are the main thing that plays into your mind as a director?
Yeah, so as a director and as a writer, I think what plays in my mind is how do I chapterize this whole story in such a way that those eight chapters are a complete film by themselves and have a graph which goes up, and constant. So that's the whole idea. There is a beginning, middle, end. So there are 8 films in that one film, and they are complete by itself because each chapter has its own graph, has its own arc, has its own trajectory that includes for the actor and the writing and the so that is one constant. Also OTT, because it's a very impatient media, it could be a very impatient media for the viewer. It can switch off anytime. Hence it has to be very riveting. Each chapter has to be very riveting. Each moment has to be very riveting. So that's the challenges which you keep as a director, as a storyteller, is that you have to keep that in mind while telling the story, while writing the story, that you have to give 8 films with a complete beginning, middle, and end. So I think that's the most challenging part about writing or directing or creating a web show, or these kind of series. So because it goes on, it does not end at 8 actually. So it goes.
I was coming to the challenges. You're talking about challenges, and I guess we were chatting with Monica before we started this session, and she mentioned something very interesting, that you guys, the biggest challenge was to kind of shoot the film in the time frame that we're all going through, or the time zone that we're all going through. It was not easy for a director or an actor like Tahir to kind of get into all these restrictions, and even as a production house, Netflix, it was so we want to know that since we are not in the regular normal situation of shooting a film or a series, what are the precautions, what are the hindrances, I'd say, that you guys had to face creatively to pull this off at the time of Corona?
Ladies first.
This is an open question.
Director,
anybody can answer.
I actually will just add to what Siddharth was earlier saying, and he knows best about the challenges. Actually, Siddharth and Tahir will be the best people to answer what they've experienced on ground and how they really managed to pull off this feat. I just wanted to add that where the series world is concerned, Ram, when a creator is thinking of it and when a character is playing it, it is such an immersive world that you are not just thinking of season 1. When a creator's, unless you're programming or you're writing a limited series, Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is a multi-season show with a long arc that will really surprise everyone, where it goes, where the characters evolve to. Every single character has a long arc written for them, which the creator has thought of. Siddharth, in this case, even when he spoke the first time, his vision for where the story can go is something that, is what a series world does. And that is what, the challenge of writing, directing, and performing such a thing is. And where shooting comes, I think Siddharth and Tahir should be able to tell what madness they've gone through.
Yes. So I guess over to Tahir first, and then maybe Siddharth.
Yeah,
for sure. Let me talk about the positives first, Ram. We were coming out of the first lockdown. Everyone had never experienced something like this before, and it was the most exhilarating yet anxious situation at the same time. We had never all been confined to our homes for such a long time, and just to be out and be creating something, it was a renewed sense of optimism of life just to be on set. I had never seen people so happy to be on set before, because I think the lockdown opened in about the end of September, early September, and we were shooting mid-October. So we were actually one of the first big projects to go out there and get on floor. So the positive was just this renewed appreciation for being with a crowd of people, with being human contact, be doing what you love. The downside of it was how anxious everyone was. It was riding on everyone's mind. It was constantly on social media. We were in situations where there were RT-PCR tests being done every day. We were operating in bio bubbles. It was definitely, I think we were creating a new way of working, of everyone on set wearing PPE kits. There were these black light sort of scanners that you had. It was like, it was very science fictionist when you would enter set. First, there would be a temperature check that would happen, and there would be some swab that would happen. But overall, I think hats off to the production for making us all feel safe and for pulling us through it. And I think more than anything else, keeping our creative minds occupied while there was absolute chaos going on around us.
That's superb. So, Siddharth, what is your take on this whole?
I don't know. As a producer, if it was as much fun for him, but yes, for the actors, it was mad ride.
Yeah. So it was an uphill task, both as a producer and the director. So it started with the workshops. The workshops were on Zoom calls, which is absolutely new, and this being a psychological thriller, or a psychological drama, you need to get into the heads of the characters. The problem was that, this is very virtually done. So it was getting a little, and we couldn't meet. It was not possible. I remember the first time we did the look test also, it was as if we are in a sci-fi movie. So, so the only person who you could see, so the only person you could see was the guy who was off the mask and off everything. The shooting was very tough because second phase had started in a few months. The second lockdown phase had started, and we were shifting locations constantly because sudden changes would be made, the lockdowns would be imposed. So all that was happening, and then finally the edit. When we realized that virtually we cannot edit, so Rajesh Pandey, the editor, and me were locked into a hotel for around 100 days, and we finished the edit, and hence this was made. So yeah, it was tough, but I think we were all too charged and focused, and that's what kept us going.
But I think
you can definitely make another show about the making of this show.
Correct.
If you
I
want
was
it.
just going to say that because when you look at some of the scenes, and we know from, behind the scenes that the same sequences have been shot across multiple cities and states, just to piece together a scene, because if they were shooting somewhere, there would be sudden overnight lockdowns. They are midway through action. They have to recreate that in another city or state. So it was quite, crazy.
So over the years,
quite a nightmare, I would say. Quite a nightmare.
Yeah, sort of.
Yeah.
But Ram, what was the alternate is that you're sitting at home. So I think given a choice, we much rather be in the nightmare where you're on set and being creative and doing what you love. So it was really between a rock and a hard place, and we're just fortunate that we had the opportunity.
So during the last phase was the toughest because everything was shutting, and we were sending our production teams everywhere, whichever place is functional, we could shoot there, but everything was shutting. So then we finally went to Manali, which was nowhere close to what we were cheating it with. But the whole thing is, I have shot with multiple locations with multiple scenes. In this show, there are multiple locations in the same scene because
that's the difference.
Yeah, in the same scene,
people will not be able to see the difference. That's your skill, I guess.
So he enters in Patiala. He enters in Patiala, goes through Bombay and reaches Manali. So it's in the same scene.
Yeah. But you're right. You cannot tell when you're watching the scene. Only the makers and the crew that was there will know that within the same phone call, entering a room and putting the phone down, you've gone across India.
So, but hats off to the actors that they were able to maintain that continuity, which is very tough, and which is why I was keeping my fingers crossed that they have done a fabulous job. All of
I was
them.
coming to that only. That is that the reason why you kind of thought of Tahir as an actor, because you need performers. As I started the conversation with, you don't need. Sorry, I mean I'm not defaming anybody. You don't need stars. You need actors to perform. So was that was that a criteria that you need an actor and not just a star who would just come and not become the character, and rather you have to work around his paraphernalia because he's a big star and you have to maintain the stardom first. So was that a concern when you were casting, and what was the other reason for casting Tahir for the particular role?
I absolutely, what you just said is the apt thing, that I don't think so. This is about the character. This is about the character and the trajectory of this character. And it's a very tough one because the entire show is played through his state of mind. So I'm following that character's state of mind, his point of view constantly. Now I needed somebody who does a lot of homework, who has the skill, who has the dedication. I think there is a thin line between hard work, dedication, and devotion. I think Tahir is devoted, because the way he put in the effort, his homework was apt. This could not have been possible without a guy's homework, because the way he's worked on it, because it's constantly in his mind. I'm playing the show, which we kept discussing, Tahir and me, but the effort has been put by him, because it's all about this character called Vikrant and his life. So and why I chose Tahir was because I've seen Tahir's work initially, and then we spoke, and he has really worked hard. I mean, after that, there was no looking back actually from day one. And this is the way we started, same place. This is how we were interacting, and this is how we were speaking. So I think we chatted far more than we did the workshop initially. I think initially it's very, very important to get into each other's mind, into each other's emotions, It's very important so that we know the character in and out. And there was a lot of input coming from Tahir there. So I think that is what I was looking for. I was looking for somebody who's putting as much or more as much than I am doing, into that character. And I think Tahir was more than 100% there. So, all the actors actually, actors have put in all there. Tahir was it's the most difficult character to play.
I'm sure. So I'm going back to Tahir, is that, as you said, that because it's a web series, it's not a chronological, and no, even for films also, you don't shoot chronologically. So for an actor, when the character is so complex, and you have to jump from scene 80 to scene 2, and then from scene 5 to scene 62, it's not easy. It's not it cannot be robotic. It's very human. So as an actor, how do you place yourself? How do you switch on, switch off from the journey? Like from page 60 to page 20, page 20 to 15, 15 to 35. How do you do that?
Sure. Just to add to what Siddharth sir was saying earlier and to your question, as an actor, I'm someone who's grown up. I would say it was just a conditioning of the audience and the way the entertainment world functions, is where, unfortunately, there's always been this distinction between actor and star. And I really think that what the new wave of entertainment is bringing in, and this is something that I really admire Netflix and most premium OTT platforms for, is that your fame doesn't decide your stardom. It's your work that decides it. And I think when I get on set or when I choose a script, it's really what I stand for, is that like there shouldn't be that distinction. Like if your work between action and cuts should speak for itself. And that's where that should be the definition of stardom. And that is always the endeavor. And yes, it was definitely like challenging because like you said, nothing is ever short linear. The challenge for playing Vikrant, the protagonist, is that there's multiple supporting actors who you're interacting with. There's an Akhiraj who's the antagonist. There's Golden, who is Vikrant's friend. There's Shikha, who's his love interest. his dynamic with each one of those is not only different, but it's different with each episode. So in a lot of ways, it's like peeling an onion. With every layer, the story sort of evolves and gets more and more into the headspace of the protagonist, and that was challenging. Is that you're meeting someone who's one person on set, and in that episode, there's someone completely different. 3 hours later, after lunch, your dynamic with them has completely changed, and I'm very excited for the audience to see it because it was riveting as an actor, and I hope that comes across in the episodes that we play.
Superb. That's absolutely nicely put and very easily explained for the viewers to understand what an actor goes through, because people might be thinking that it's a very easy job of an actor to be on the sets and get all the adulation and all the fan following and all the credit for being a part of the character. But I guess Siddharth and Monica will also understand that it's actually the actor who actually goes through the maximum pain, because he has to suffer the character, he has to live the character most. Coming back to Monica, I would like to ask that Netflix is known for producing content which are darker than the other dark contents that we get to see on OTT platforms. So is there a particular reason why the platform prefers to tell story on a darker milieu? Because even if it's a love story or a thriller or any of the content, it's got its dark shade in it. So is it a particular reason to kind of have the darker shade more prominent in all your content?
Ram, that is actually a sort of perception which is built up because of a lot of content which people have watched, liked and spoken about. There is a whole lot of content. In fact, if you look at Netflix, we are an ocean of content. All four of us, would be having our version of Netflix. So when people who watch more dark content will get recommended more such stories because they enjoy there are people who watch only light content, and there's so much of that on Netflix. There are people who just consume documentaries. So their feed is full of the most amazing documentaries from world over. The objective as programmers for us is to really provide the best entertainment for all moods and tastes. You should, on any given day, and people who like crime thrillers maybe feel like a romantic comedy the next day. Will Netflix have it? Absolutely yes. Will Netflix have one or many? Many. So that's how we program. And where crime and thrillers are concerned, I should actually share this with you. This is not just true for India. This is true for all over the world. There is a propensity of people to consume more thrillers and crime. There are certain genres. If you look at publishing, if you look at books and you just compare how many books are written in that format with that storytelling, right? So, somewhere, I think there is a natural propensity as audiences to consume those genres, but also, I would say that we program a lot of fun stuff also. Even recently, films like Meenakshi Sundareshwar, even films like Haseen Dilruba, or series like Masaba Masaba, which lean towards, lighter themes, or even if there's crime, deliver it like Ludo, deliver it in a different way. And where Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is concerned, it's a crime thriller which could have been done in a very dark way. The way Siddharth has written it, imagined it, and put it together, there is not a moment of darkness in it. The darkness is what Vikrant is going through, what's happening in his head, but the delivery of it is comical at so many times. It's highly dramatic. It's full of twists and turns. There's not a moment where you will feel that it's dark. In fact, I should say this. I argued a lot with Siddharth about the name of the show. I would tell him that, on Netflix, people don't expect a name like this. Like Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is so pulpy. And, it's actually a deep psychological drama delivered in a very pulpy and racy way. So it's like Siddharth keeps saying, it's cross genre. It mixes a lot of genres of romance, of thrill, of comedy, of, psychological drama. But he was fixed on the name. And when he made this song, I think that convinced me, the whole team. It did take me a little adjusting. So maybe the audience will also be wondering, what is a title like Ye Kali Kali Aankhein doing on Netflix? And I think it's a good point of curiosity. People should come and check it out and see what is it doing on Netflix and what is it really meant to say to the audience. And the song.
Can we see that Siddharth is launching a new genre in Netflix? Can we see that?
I really think it's a mixed genre, and because you'll even love the comedy in it. Sometimes what Vikrant's character goes through, and it's such a sort of upside down journey. How he changes, what all he has to go through, that it's comical sometimes to see someone going through that, and yet you feel his vulnerability. So I think even for Tahir, Tahir, I felt when I was watching it, when we were reading it and when we were watching it, the way it leaped from paper, how you actually performed it, and how you gave life to that character is something that I think you really go with Vikrant. I actually can't wait to see what Vikrant does in season 2.
Great. Coming on to the last leg of our conversation, I think I would like to kind of ask this question to all three of you, because this has been something I've been very intrigued about. That, for us, content earlier was film, feature film, big screen, cinema hall, all that stuff. But since the rise of OTT, the understanding of content has completely changed. And even the parameter of liking or disliking has also changed. So one by one, I would like to ask you all, for example, for a feature film, their lifeline has become a weekend lifeline. So whatever the weekend collection is, you take a call and you decide on the figure and you call it a hit or a super hit or a disaster, XYZ. There are certain section of critiques who would review your film and would say that good, bad, ugly, you're done with it. But when you are on OTT platform, I, being a maker myself, who've only worked for OTT platform, I have also realized, so it's my viewpoint too, that I keep getting feedback for my content throughout. I keep getting responses throughout. So it never dies out. So number one. Number two is, there are a set of people who would probably like your content, who would not like your content, or who would be kind of, ignorant about your content. But you can always refer them back to your content and they can always go back and watch it, people who have not watched it. So these are the pluses which I have realized in OTT. Now, from Monica to Siddharth to Tahir, I really want different viewpoints as a platform, as a maker, and as an actor. How do you kind of, take this change? Or because I'm sure you have also you've been a part of Bollywood, you all have been a part of Bollywood, and now we are all part of OTT. So how do you see the change? I mean, from the critique, from the collection, from everything overall?
I think Siddharth, you go first.
See, being creator and on the creative side, the maths of the two platforms is something which I don't get into. It's mainly in the creative side. I think these are two different. There are two different askings. These are two different mediums completely, because the asking is very different. The good part about OTT, I can speak for OTT right now, and why I like OTT is because it gives you a lot of freedom. It gives you a lot of freedom without being judged constantly, and putting you in a bracket. So while, like I was taking from where Monica was talking about the genre of this show, I call it a driller, drama, thrill, and humor.
That's the genre you're inventing on Netflix.
Yeah.
I like it. I'm going to use this driller genre. Very nice.
Yeah, DRILLOUR. So it's called drama, thrill, and humor. Now, also you can explore a lot. And with Netflix, something like Netflix, you are in 190 countries. Every day is a premiere day. You'll keep getting viewers on a daily basis. You can be, you can get into the layers of stories, layers of character, layers of this. So you have so much you can do in a series, I guess, plus the freedom to do what you can, and without being into that. Okay, today is Friday. by next day the judgment day has come. Of course, the judgment day comes here also, but here I think it's much more satisfying. It's much more liberating as a creator to to explore your story, to explore the various facets of the story, and be supported by the platform in doing that. That's very important. You know, ये नहीं कि हीरो के 2 गाने लगा दो. All that is not there. कि थोड़ा गाना भी item song भी होना चाहिए. No, all that is not there. You get into different dimensions to explore. So that's very important.
True.
So it's more satisfying. It's much more liberating than I think the format of film right now. Of course, film has its own plus points, but the business of film is something which, as a maker, I have no clue. So now I think Monica now.
The one thing I'll say is that the day a series, premieres on streaming is day 0. And that's how we need to look at it. When you look at, it's not appointment day. It is actually day 0 for people to experience that story and for people to experience that world and for it to assume a life of its own. So starting from the time it comes, it starts building. It's like, more people watch, more people talk. And then it sort of starts building and building from there. And maybe some people do not catch the first wave. Ram, like you were rightly saying, it's there. Somebody hears about it later also. Like you see on any given day, you'll see Friends on the top 10 row of Netflix. Money Heist, which has released today, the final season, last year it was on our top 10 service from top 10 row for more than 170 days. And Money Heist, people in India discovered after season 2. So, when a story comes, it starts as a good story, well told, will have a life of its own. And you will, people will experience it today and people will experience it tomorrow and maybe a year later. So I think, and the series format, I think, really allows you to actually create a world which people can, there are a lot of people who discover a show in season 2, and there are many who, discover in 1. So this is the freedom you get as a creator, as a maker. You're telling a large story which will have a big impact. It's a world you're inviting people into. And I think even for actors, it's like I mean, Tahir can speak best about it, but I think, it really gives, a large playing field for you to explore the talent, the storytelling, everything from a platform, creator, and I would throw to Tahir here, artist's perspective.
For sure, Monica, I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. I think often people just look at it as the same content. Would it work in a theater or would it work in the digital space? It's not that. They're two very different modes of delivering content and entertainment to the audience. And I feel like there are certain stories that can be told in 2 hours that might be made for the big screen, but then there are just certain stories that demand that chapter-wise episodic telling, and Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is one of those. Like, I don't think Ye Kali Kali Aankhein could have been told in 1 hour and 40 minutes. And it's the thrill of executing that in the long format as an actor, which is the kick for me. It also helps you diversify your audience. There is a particular kind of audience that will come for a big event film to a theater, and they're not mutually exclusive. It's not like people in India only watch theater or only watch OTT. Yes, definitely what I feel the pandemic has done is that it's acted as a catalyst for the OTT journey. More people have started subscribing to it. And as an entertainer, as an artist, it's fabulous because that means that you have been able to perform your craft. You have been able to be a part of great stories at times when people haven't had access to entertainment otherwise. So it's just allowed you to reach more people and do what you do. And for example, Ye Kali Kali Aankhein will be my debut on Netflix, 190 countries. For the first time ever, I'll be able to call up friends and relatives in Australia, in America, in UK at the same time and say, hey, this weekend, check it out and watch the show. And that's a great feeling. Another thing also to add to what everyone was saying about the flavor of what the genre of Ye Kali Kali Aankhein is. When I watch great shows on Netflix, be it a Borgen, which is Danish, or a Narcos, which is South American, or a Squid Games, which is Korean. One of the things that strikes me is that all of these shows are authentic. They're authentic to the place where they originated from. They're not made in one country trying to be like the other. And for me, that is the USP of Ye Kali Kali Aankhein. It is a heartland story, and it's something that is made for an Indian audience, but it's got a universal theme. And I'm really excited not only to see how friends and family and fans in India react to it, but all over the world.
Great. I think Tahir, you've put it so nicely that we Netflix particularly, all the content, they don't ape each other. So from whichever the continent is or whichever the country they are from, the content actually kind of speaks about the originality of their own land, own culture, own music, own style of storytelling. So which is a plus, definitely, which is a plus for all of us. So coming to my last question before I wrap up. Monica, so how is 2022 looking like, the slate of Netflix looking like? And because there's a huge fan base for Netflix and everybody's expecting a lot of content from Netflix in 2022. So what are the surprises that store? And if we can have some exclusive, some exclusive news in this Web Fest from your end. And to Siddharth also, my question is, what's your next after this, and why people should go and watch Ye Kali Kali Aankhein? And to Tahir, my last question would be that as an actor, since you have said a lot about this whole medium, so what is it that you're looking forward to in 2022 after Kali Kali Aankhein?
I think I'll first answer for Siddharth. We are not letting him go anywhere after this. So he'll do season 2 and he'll do many more shows. So
congratulations on that.
Yes, and
there you have it, exclusive news already.
Yes. And so we are already harassing him to finish his writing. And for 2022, I would say, Ram, what we have for people who love entertainment is every conceivable genre and scale of story, type of story, the best creators coming on the service. So we would have really sort of meaningful films, entertaining films. We have so many series, and each of them is distinctive and powerful in its own way. You will see a significant change in the series stories that we tell in India. So that is what is the big thing. There are some we have announced, so I can't announce what we haven't, but Ye Kali Kali Aankhein will be sort of taking us into the new year, starting us off, but they'll be Finding Anamika, which is Madhuri's debut. It's a mystery drama. Then there's Mai, which is a very powerful, gritty drama. We've announced Chuna. It's a really another crazy heartland, sort of thriller. And we've announced Rana Naidu. There are many stories that we've announced. And there's a series of documentaries which we are doing called Indian Predator, which has very powerful stories. We've announced reality show like Social Currency. In films, we have, we've announced Thar, we've announced Kala, we've announced many films also. So you'll see a lot of different types of engaging and entertaining content on Netflix next year. It'll be a packed year.
Superb. And I think Monica has replied for Siddharth. So you're not going anywhere. You're just doing Ye Kali Kali Aankhein 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 season. And I think you have to face more lockdown on Westin, lock yourself up, and probably meet the deadline and give the script to Monica. Is it like that, Siddharth?
Yeah, that's how she puts it each time. And that's that's how our conversation starts and ends. It's been a pleasure to work with Netflix. So it's who would mind doing that, So also, I think for the next part of your question is the first she's answered. So the next is, what do people expect out of Kali Kali Aankhein? Full-on entertainment, engaging entertainment, thriller. Like I said, it's a driller with the all kind of this thing, and music. And I think it's got some it's a thriller with music. So there are around 8-9 songs in it. So yeah, and some kick-ass background also. And of course it's a ride. It's a ride. It's a 5-hour ride, you know, and I just hope it's binge worthy. Fingers crossed. The idea is that it should be a 5 hours binge worthy ride, and I think that it's very rooted, like I think very rightly what Tahir said, that, you know, your content has to be rooted. It has to belong to a certain place, and one has to be true to that place. And I think that's what Netflix does. And we should not, it's not aping anybody else. It is as is. This is Heartland. You know? So have fun in Heartland. So that is it. So fingers crossed.
Yes.
I have to write this too.
Best wishes to you, and I'm sure people will like it, and it will be one of the most talked about show on Netflix, and I'm sure people are going to kind of revisit it over and over again and would anxiously wait for season 2 and season 3. So Tahir, you're also kind of engaged in that sense, like you will move on to season 2 and season 3, and so how is your calendar looking
this
like?
is great. We should do interviews like this more often. Looks like Siddharth sir and I have just signed 2 contracts while we're doing the interview. But looking at 2022, coming back to your question, I think it's very safe to say that people don't know what is going on right now, but it is very safe to say that the industry, by and large, is going through a transition of some sort. I think 10 years from now, when we look back at this time, it will be seen as a period of transition. And I think as an actor, the way it has impacted me is that it's the golden age for writing. I think content is king today. And that's what makes 2020 incredibly exciting, because it's a time when I would like to pick great stories, to pick lead parts, to be a part of those stories, to try and tell them better. Ye Kali Kali Aankhein for me would be my first venture into the romantic drama genre, at least for the first 2 or 3 episodes, without letting out too much. So that's incredibly exciting. And yeah, just fingers crossed that people watch and enjoy the show so that we can do the season 2 and season 3. And through that, coming back to a point that I made earlier, just to redefine what stardom in this country means.
Superb. And so since we are on the 15th of December already and 15 days more to go kind of to wrap up this year, I think good, bad, ugly, whatever happened, 2021 will always be very special to all of us because of its learning experience, if not anything else. And we are all looking forward to 2022. And it was a real pleasure having you all in this panel discussion. Thank you, Monica, for letting us know everything about Netflix and for being so frank and free about the content that you've been producing for many years now. And I'm wishing you all the best for 2022. I'm wishing Siddharth all the best for 2022. I'm sure you have booked yourself at Westin in your suite. So I guess we will meet at Westin for coffee so that you don't have to only see your editor. We'll have few guests also. And Tahir, you've been doing really great, and 2022 is going to be very special for you. My best wishes to you, and whatever you are doing, you're creating good content for your fans, for your audiences, and we need more performers like you. So it was a great pleasure talking to you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ram.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that absolutely lovely and very interactive session. Next up is an enlightening one-on-one fireside chat. The topic is OTT 2.0, the next big boom in India. And we are in conversation with Goldie Bale, filmmaker, Rose Audio Visuals, joined by Samir Nair, CEO, Applause Entertainment. Over to you, Goldie ji.
Hello, how are you?
Fine. Good morning.
Good morning.
So great to have you here, Samir. And it's always a pleasure chatting with you. Not that we need an excuse to get onto a online session, but yeah, always more chatting with you, more fun, and more enlightening always.
This is the first time we are doing this, so even I'm quite excited about this.
Yeah,
so.
Even I'm quite curious. This is the first time I'm ever doing this, so I'm looking forward to it. So I want to jump straight into it. Yeah, we've had a very long association. And the one thing that I've always noticed and believed in is that you've always called it. You've called it in advance. So I remember from GEC days, linear TV days of Kaun Banega Crorepati to Kyun Ki Kahani, and then with Star One, I remember your brief to me for Star One was make it cool. It was just a one-line brief. It was fantastic. It was so clear. For the next era of television, you called it then. Then with production, and then getting into the web space, the digital space, when you were starting out Applause, and not many people were moving towards it, especially the traditional television makers and the traditional filmmakers. Fortunately, I lied somewhere in the middle of both of them. So, it was great to align with you so early in your journey. And you called it then, and it was a great idea. It was it was a very ballsy idea to do it all by yourself, and produce all the content yourself, and put it out there with the idea of there is going to be a great demand for this. So that brings me to this chat now. So what next? What's the next big boom in India? Since you called it every time, right?
Actually, I don't know about a boom, but usually, a good way to sort of anticipate the future is to just look at what's going on around you and look at sort of immediate trends that have happened in the last couple of years, say, because, any kind of trend, any kind of thing that's happening gathers momentum. So usually what's going to happen in 22 will be an outcome of 21 and of 20, right? Because that's usually the way how life plays out. So I was reading this article somewhere that said that 400 plus originals, web originals, were made in 2021 across all platforms, all languages, all genres, whether series or direct-to-platform movies. That's an outrageous number, right? 400 pieces of original content were made and put out on the streamers. And if that is any indication, then this is two things are going to happen now as we go forward. Is obviously, there's always this thing in India about being a volume market. I think we do ourselves a disservice by, historically, India has always been volume over value. And so we always talk about the big market that's there, and therefore the price can be low so that we can sell a lot more. But I think both of these are going to happen. Going forward, there's obviously going to be more volume because that is the size of the audience. That is the growth potential. We are currently, I think, the biggest SWOT platform now has got to about 40 million paying subscribers. The potential is to get to where TV is, which is 200 million paying subscribers, or 200 million paying homes, if you will. So that's anyway a big gap between where TV has reached versus where OTT can get to. And I think what's also going to happen is that we're going to continually improve the quality, because I think audiences are seeing better stuff. They're seeing and consuming better stuff, not only from India, but from all over the world, because that's what the streamers do, that they sort of give you access to anything from anywhere. And the overall quality of the audience is improving. And if the audience improves, as you know, Goldie, we got to follow suit then. If the audience is smarter than you, then it's not going to work out for you. So, that's what we got to do. So I think that's what's going to happen. The next 4-5 years, if you will be more growth in the same sort of trajectory. More people coming onto this OTT universe, better quality production, better quality storytelling. We'll get brighter, cleverer, smarter at it. And, we'll sort of, get ourselves onto the world stage.
Well, it's fantastic, and if you're saying it, it must be true. But, you said something about, studying the trends. But what I've noticed is the kind of content that, you've been greenlighting and, producing. You're actually a trend, trend bender, So is it following the trend and enhancing it more, or is it about, seeing what the trend is and then going in the opposite direction? Because most often than not, you've always gone against the trend. Look at all your success.
I think again, but I don't think I can take too much credit for that. Usually, most of the times you do things, you're also doing it because of the circumstance you find yourself in, right? So like if you take our time at Star, and when we, did KBC and Kyunki and Kahani, Just before that, we were a distant third. We were half Hindi, half English. Z and Sony were the kings of the satellite business. They were doing the best stuff. No producers wanted to work with us. I mean, you were kind enough to work with us, but most other people didn't want to work with us. So at that time, doing something like KBC and then working with Ekta and to do Kyonki and Kahani was, in a sense, bucking the trend, but it was also about looking to position ourselves differently from the two existing leaders. So obviously at some times you need to be different, and you need to go against the grain of things to stand out. And at other times, and I do it all the time, is that if don't fix it if it ain't broke. So if something's working well, do more of it and get on with it. So actually, after that success, I mean, if you look at Indian TV today, 21 years on, it is still Saas Bahu shows and reality television that dominates it. Absolutely. But it's a genre and a format that worked really well. Everyone does it now, right? And everyone succeeds with it. So I don't think it's about trend bending or trend following or trend setting. It's time and place. It's time and place. Sometimes you get fortunate, you get a chance to do different things, but at other times, a lot of your success comes from doing the same thing and doing it well and doing it better.
So more premium genres. Do you see more premium genres evolving in this journey now?
I think so. I think now, because the quality of the audience is improving, and that puts obviously more pressure on creators to tell better stories, to tell them better, to make them better, to also be able to compare. Because now, see, originally with TV, what happened is that you can make your show, you can put it on that channel, and it'll be compared only with things on the same platform, right? It's in that little universe that you exist in. If somebody wants to watch something on something else, they got to switch. With the streamers, what's happened is that you're right next to Squid Game, for example, or you're right next to Game of Thrones or whatever. So I mean that there's no getting away from that, and you're never gone away. With TV, it used to be the show's over and tonight's episode is gone, it doesn't come back again. With movies, movie releases, you have a great weekend or a terrible weekend, but it's gone. Now the stuff you're making is for posterity. It's always going to be there. So if it's bad, you're always going to be reminded that you made something really bad. So I think it will, that quality will improve. There will be new things that we'll keep exploring. Now I think sort of no putting this genie back in the bottle. So I think now everyone wants to do different stuff. All the creators are very inspired, very motivated. They've seen all the great things that are happening all over the world. They want to do things like that in India. So I think we're in a good space, and I think we'll see a lot more of all this.
Do you feel that this upping the premium quality of the content? Do you think that working with adaptations has really helped, whether it is the source material from an already existing series overseas or even a book? Because this is what I feel, that it's really helping us think differently. And sometimes when you're uncoding or decoding an international series, when you have to format it again for India, you actually realize the thinking behind it, and that really helps. For example, myself, to re-evaluate some original content that I am looking at. So, what is your view on? I mean, these the adaptations that we work on. Do they work why do they work as wonders?
Well, whenever we do adaptations, we always look to get that the selection process right. Not everything can be adapted. So we are always looking for that universal story that can sort of get itself translated into a different country, into a different atmosphere, into a different milieu, where the sort of kernel of the story remains and everything else is then reimagined around it, right? Because usually when audiences are seeing adaptations, they don't necessarily know about the original. Right, and rightfully so, because you're not looking to do that. So that being said, I suppose when we set out, we had this three-pronged strategy. Obviously, to get some speed to market. So we said we do some adaptations, we do some book adaptations, and we'll continue creating original material. So, like for example, you did for us Hello Mini, so that's a book adaptation. We did Scam, that was a book adaptation. We did Criminal Justice, that's a format adaptation. We did Hasmukh. That's an original. We did Andekhi. That's another original. So I mean, we've done all kinds of things. Yeah, I agree with you. One good thing that the adaptation teaches you is it helps you to deconstruct and reconstruct an original story that's been done elsewhere. So you get a finer understanding of narrative, of
Absolutely.
rhythm, of screenplay, how they're doing it, why they're doing it. Many times you find in what they're doing obvious gaps or obvious, sort of things that are unanswered, which you can choose to fix or not fix. So it's a useful thing. And I think, listen, oftentimes the thing comes up about adaptation and original. I think not too much hullabaloo is made out of it. A lot of the greatest American shows are adaptations out of other shows. Homeland came from Israel. The Office came from Britain. The Night of is Criminal Justice.
Even House of Cards.
Martin's House of Cards.
No.
Martin Scorsese got his Oscar for Departed, which is Infernal Affairs, your favorite movie. Right? Amir Khan is now making Lal Singh Chadda, which is Forrest Gump. I don't think the issue is not whether it's an adaptation or a book or an original piece of writing, as much as how good a story you tell.
But a tried and tested formula you feel works most often than not.
Always. It's the sense, the thing is, everyone talks about uniqueness and originality and individuality, but I think that's a lot of bunkum. Eventually, when you go to a shop to buy something, you end up buying your favorite color, right? You don't go and say that, today I think I'll go and get myself purple shoes. You tend not to do that. You tend to go to do what's comfortable. So I think audience tastes, even for entertainment and for content, operate between the new and different and the familiar and comfortable. It's always in that zone, and you're always in a mood for different things. So you could try something different and you will enjoy it, and there will be a degree of variety. But then along with the variety, you require comfort and you require familiarity. So as creators, we try and create a wider sort of bouquet of things. And then of course we have personal tastes. So like I have very, very personal taste for some things. So I'm always trying to make things like that. I'm saying, okay, let's do one more thriller or let's do one more comedy, because I like that kind of thing. And at the end of the day, whatever we talk about individuality, there are 12 sun signs either way, whether a Hindu calendar or a Western calendar, and 6 billion people fall into that. So 500 million of each of us are the same here. So,
That's true. That's true. I wanted to bring your attention now to, what's happening in cinema, is a lot of regional cinema. So we used to call regional cinema, like, for example, the Telugu film industry, or even the Tamil, they are, I would say, bigger than the Hindi film industry today. It's just that the Hindi film industry has this whole snob thing attached to it, or it's more heartland. But the trends that are being seen in cinema, in theatrical releases, is that a lot of regional stuff is crossing over. They don't even remake it; they just dub it. And those stars from there are pan-Indian stars now. They're no longer regional stars. So I wanted to, following that kind of a trend, what do you feel that the regional content on streaming, on digital, on web, do you see that having more viewability, and do you think it will become as big as, say, the regional cinema? Do you feel it will follow that trajectory?
It should. See, regional cinema, first of all of this, the language business has always arisen out of size of market. What is the size of your domestic market? So in that sense, Hindi tends to be big because the size of the Hindi market is larger, right? It's got that much more population to deal with, whereas, the language states are smaller populations. So that's just simple economics. That being said, now what streaming is doing is that because it's creating national and international platforms, it's allowing all content to reach everywhere. So whether you're an obscure, small, say an Odia series versus a big ass Hindi series, technically from a distribution point of view, you can reach the same level of audience, right? Will you reach? Will everyone watch? Will it all break through? Difficult to, hard to predict that, because the biggest problem then from this global reach is discoverability, right? Because at the end of the day, audiences have to also find stuff. Remember, audiences are investing very, very precious, valuable time. They don't have the time. They've got like 2-3 hours in a day to do all this stuff. So they make choices on their own. And which is why this sort of pecking order exists, why smaller niche things, cult things don't really break through. The marketing that a platform puts behind a piece of product is so important, because, you might make a great piece of product, but if it's not marketed, people may not discover it. So, I think all of these things play a role in this.
For example, sorry to cut you in, but for example, if Scam was in Gujarati, predominantly in Gujarati, do you feel it would have had the same kind of impact internationally as well? Because the content was so great, and everybody's talking about this thing about language doesn't matter, and the subtitling, and we watch Korean stuff, we watch Spanish stuff, we watch South American stuff. I mean, for heaven's sake, we watch English stuff. They're all foreign languages for us. So it's just I'm just putting it out there. Is it time to take that kind of a big leap?
I think we're doing it. See, Scam for the last part was as much Gujarati as Hindi. I mean, if they weren't speaking Gujarati, then they were speaking Hindi with a Gujarati accent, right? So it is not exactly like we didn't sort of, what you call Punjabi-fy it to make Harshad Mehta speak like a Punjabi because, you got to appeal to a pan-Indian audience. He spoke the way he did. And in fact, everyone in the show, all the other people he meets speak in the way that they do, right? Before that, we had done a show called City of Dreams where everyone spoke with a Marathi accent or Marathi, right? And that did equally well. So in any case, this thing about, let's sort of Hindyize everything to make it appeal to a larger audience is a very last century idea, and we should now go past that. That being said, again, I mean, will people, which I think, this has been said, I'm forgetting who, that the only barrier to watching content that is not in your own language is that half-inch subtitle, right? If audiences can get past that, then you can watch that content with the subtitle and go on with it. We do it in any case. We watch Narcos and all in that manner. We watch many shows like that. So that is the big hurdle. Till that doesn't happen, till audiences don't happily, start watching things of another language or another region with the subtitle or the dub, as the case may be, there will always be that little bit of thing, that will Hindi be bigger than this and will that be bigger than that. But all of this is gradually changing. I'm telling you, we've got to have more faith in our audiences, right? As creators, we have to believe that they want to see better stories. They want to see better stories, better told, and that they are willing to experiment. That risk we have to take. If our default position is that everything needs song and dance and mass Hindi position because that's what the audience is like, that's what we're going to keep doing then, and then somebody will come and do something different and buck the trend and become trend vendor and trend setter, and you know how it happens, right?
Correct. Yeah. No, so I mean, failure teaches lessons, to people, but very few people can learn a lesson from success. Most people like to just revel in it and enjoy it, but somebody like yourself, has the acumen or has the belief of learning all the time, and so the ginormous success that Scam is, what has it taught you, and what makes that show so unique by itself? I would really like to, and everybody would really like to know, what is your inside the ring view on it?
See, anything that we can talk about Scam now is always going to be in hindsight, and as you know, in hindsight, everyone is a genius. So we are going to have to now retrofit history and give a lot of explanation as to why things turned out the amazingly magical way they did. But just as journeys go, this is a story that we always wanted to tell. Deepak and me have spoken about this as early as like 2011, right? But we could never get our act around it. We got hold of the book. We had signed up Hansal as director. When I mentioned to Hansal that I've got this book, he was most excited. He said that, in my younger days, whenever I told anyone, introduce myself, I said Hansal Mehta, and people used to say Harshad Mehta. Because in 91, he would have been a younger man. And Harshad Mehta was the guy, right? So, I mean, it came together that way. We moved through 3 producers. Producers changed 3 times on this. There was Sharik Patel, who really got things started. Then it went to Big Synergy. Then it went to Karma, which is a own company. And then back ended up with Studio Next. So Studio Next was producer number 4 technically on that show. Meanwhile, we were writing, we were casting. Mukesh Chabra did an amazing job with the casting. The writing took a long time. Then we had it all written, beautifully written screenplays, but quite not there. Then Hansal bought Karan Vyas. He arrived with his wild Salim Javed type of dialogue bazi that really, injected drama into everything. The performances were amazing. We went off to shoot. Hansel had a couple of health scares as we went along, all of that. The whole thing took us about 3 years from the time I told Deepak, let's make it, to the time when it finally released. And when Sony took it, then Sony really got its weight behind it, and put it out there. And I think later then when we all saw it, we knew that we had something special, that it was obviously a really well-made show, so much attention to detail, the music, the writing, the production design, all of that. So we knew we had something special. There was no doubt about that. We knew that, okay, we are probably onto something good. But the way it broke out and the way everyone took to it, and that whole that wild love for it is obviously we're very happy, and it's been an extremely wonderful outcome for all concerned.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes there's also a degree of planetary alignment. Sometimes things really fall into place. And in this case, I think everything fell into place, from simple things like, the entire ensemble cast. We took a chance. When Hansel suggested Prateek actually when we saw Prateek, is much thinner, younger looking guy, not the Harshad Mehta you see in the show. He spent 1 year drinking beer and eating food to put on weight, just to get ready for it. So there were all these little things that went into it, and the time, it took 3 years. So, I mean, the more time that you spend on writing and reflecting and tweaking and doing all of that, you of course run the risk of everyone just getting bored and losing interest in the project. But we stayed the course, and I think it all sort of came together really well in a unique way. And I hope we can do it again. I mean, with every project you want to do that, right? You want to do it really,
Absolutely.
and you want to give it your best shot, and we do. I mean, we try and do it, but sometimes things work out more magically than others.
So does it weigh on applause when they are green lighting? I mean, stuff now that, okay, we got to find the next scam. I mean, what is the source of green lighting in applause? Although I've gotten myself a couple of shows green lit from you, but
no. I never put
curiosity.
I never put myself under that kind of pressure of, oh, now we got to make the next scam, or that everything we do has got to be that. Every show and every piece of content has its own sort of, its own genre and its own destiny. So, everything, appeals to different audiences in different ways. And that's what we try and do. What we are looking to do really is, to try and tell some unique stories. So the more sort of different or weird or sort of off kilter it is, the better. We're getting better at this. So I mean, I think 3-4 years ago when we started out, we had a certain philosophy of how to approach the market, and I think it turned out really well. That how we approached it: 3-pronged strategy, international format adaptation, book adaptation, original writing, different genres, all of that. But now, as we are progressing, we are getting better at it. We've learned from our own mistakes, and we've made quite a few. So we know what to do or what not to do when things work, didn't work. And then we keep studying the market. I mean, we keep looking at what everyone else is doing. We see what things, what audiences are seeing to like more or less, and everything becomes a bit of it's all collaboration. We work very closely with our creative partners. We work very closely with the writers, the directors, the people who are helping us make all this stuff. We talk to platforms, they talk to us. So I think there's no secret sauce in that sense. Just that there are stories to be told, and we must try and tell as many stories as we can. The one big focus in our life now is that we have to keep doing these things better. I think quality is becoming an incredibly important thing in our life, and indeed in everyone else's life. So there's no such thing as Sasta Sundar Tikau.
So, I mean, do you feel that the era of what web was known for, web series were known for, for just grabbing the eyeballs with a lot of sleaze and sex and just sensationalism. You think that era of that kind of content is? I mean, are we done with it?
I think the audience exists for everything. It's just that as it expands, the only difference with the streaming business is that, it's a mass of niches as compared to TV, which is a mass audience. So in a mass of niches, there will always be, large enough niches of people who like sensationalism. I mean, if you look at the news channels, all are crazy news channels that operate. That's sensationalist nonsense, right? But there's an audience for it, and people like it. People like that kind of.
I watch that instead of Big Boss.
Exactly. So there's an audience.
It's more entertaining reality TV than actual reality.
So I don't think we can turn a nose on anything, turn up a nose to anything. Everything will coexist. I suppose as platforms expand and their scale becomes bigger, it tends to become a little bit of more family and more sort of acceptable to a larger audience kind of thing. But I think all kinds will exist. I mean, even if you look at the international streamers, there are shows and genres which are quite edgy. And I don't think we should.
I think they would need to be much more organic, to the, we did a show, Hello Mini, which had a certain amount of eroticism in especially in season 1. But what we tried to make sure is that it is organic from the character's perspective versus just putting it in for the sense of sensationalism. So it doesn't feel crude, or it doesn't feel outlandish, and certainly in a family drama for no rhyme or reason, just
and
because.
You did that 3 years ago, right? So
Yes,
technically, in the era of sex and sleaze, or however we are referring to it as. So I don't think that's a problem at all. And with regard to the regulation that surrounds us, the regulation is there. So I mean, there is always societal pressure, there's always regulatory pressure, and then there's always the own stories that you're wanting to tell. So I think it's that combination that sort of pushes this forward.
So I don't know how much time we have left, but I quickly want to get on to this. There are a couple of other questions that we had lined up, but I'm going to jump straight to there's a lot of exciting movies that you guys are doing, and people are really excited about it. So what is your take on movies on OTT, and what kind of genres, is it any different from cinema, watching in an enclosed space in a big screen versus there are some very obvious assumptions that we all go with, that there is a kind of genre that works. Big screen spectacles will work on big screen, event movies and all that stuff, But beyond that, what is the kind of stuff that you're, going forward with on cinema, on movies, and what are the kind of movies that will work on, say, an OTT platform?
So, the way the theaters work is that the entire theatrical experience is first of all linked to people lining up and buying tickets, right? Which is that you got to get people to part with their cash first, and then go inside and buy popcorn and watch a movie, and then it comes into the spectacle or the VP or the comedy or whatever. So originally what happened is that because there was only theaters and then the window and then pay TV and then finally free TV, theater was the place you went to see the movie first, right? If you wanted to see it. If you wanted to wait for 6 months, you could. Otherwise, you wanted to see it, you could see it right there. And you had to pay money for it. And you were happy to pay all kinds of money for all kinds of cinema. I think the way it's all playing out now is that because the streamers are available and because you can get to see so much content very quickly, there's a little bit of differentiation that what will people pay for to see in a theater, right? So that is becoming a distinction. I think that's the way to look at it, because everyone keeps getting caught up into a big spectacle movie is, you'll get a lot of money for it, but we've seen enough examples of even that not happening. So finally, people have to be drawn to theaters. That's why I think star power is so important, because finally, stars draw audiences.
On the inverted side, what do you think will work on OTT? On the streaming.
So what happens with streaming is that now, because the series are so strong and so well made, and they're introducing all kinds of new actors and everyone, it's not to say that therefore a big star thing won't work on OTT because that's for the theaters. I think we make a mistake in trying to bracket or box anything. There's always a time and place for things. Audiences want to do different things. It's not that if I'm in OTT, I'm only going to see this. I don't mind seeing Suryavanshi. If it's there on the platform, I'll see it. I missed it in the theater, I'll see it on the platform. If I have to complete it, if I have to enjoy it and complete it, it's still got to be a good movie, right? So I think But that being said, there will be content that's made, because finally we should not differentiate between series and movies either. Finally, it's a piece of content arriving on a platform that creates a tentpole or a stunt, right? So if we create a series of an X genre, it can also make a financial thriller movie, right? Which is cast in a particular way, and it's not no, it's not your your wild A-list superstar kind of thing, and that will be a movie standing in itself. I mean, HBO has done so many movies of this kind, right? In the last 20-25 years, half the movies we see on Hotstar are excellent HBO original movies, right?
Correct.
So there are stories to be told, and there are stories to be told which will end up on A platform or B platform, depending on, you got to get the economics right. I think that's the most important. And I think with theaters and the pandemic combined, you got to really ask yourself that are you put yourself in that place and ask that, will you pay money and stand in a line and buy a ticket? If you won't, then no one else will.
Finally, very little time left, but we're all really excited, and especially I am really excited about your collaboration with Amar Chitrakatha, and really looking forward to that content actually coming out, and animation, and my love for comic books as well and graphic novels. And so what's when do we get to start seeing some stuff, and what's your take on this animation? Well, are they biased for, are the viewers for? I know Hanuman did reasonably well on Hotstar, but knowing you will have something else up your sleeve,
See, with ACK, I'll tell you what we are doing specifically. I'm a big fan. I really love the brand. I've grown up reading those comics. And so it's something that I've been wanting to do for the last, I think, 15, 18 years. So, finally got lucky and were able to do this deal with ACK and Preeti. So here we are. So what we want to do is we want to animate all the comics. And the plan for that is to really do it, at a really, at the current, modern level of animation, the way it's being done globally. And for two parts. One is to, take it to, younger audiences of today, and to also take it to global audiences. Because I think this Indian culture, the Indian stories that ACK has captured so well, is something that we must export. We must export both to international audiences and to younger audiences. We must know.
Absolutely. I mean, there is no distinctive Indian animation take at the moment. There is Japanese, there is Korean, there is American. But the the Indian take on animation is something that one is really looking forward to, which is really unique as well.
And what we're excited about is that there are such wonderful animation companies who are already doing good work and working with the best international companies. So in that sense, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We can work with Cosmos Maya or Toons, or there are so many companies who are doing excellent work already. So we are talking to all of them and trying to figure out how best to do that. When we hope to release it to the world by in 23. It takes that much time. The animation is tough going and not easy to do, but we are really excited. And beyond that, then
I would love to. I would love to know which direction you're going. Are you going 2D retro? Are you going 3D, very Pixar? I'm really excited about it.
It'll be fun.
I'm going to come and steal a glance in your office.
It'll be fun and modern, and you can help advise me. Let's talk about that.
Absolutely. Let's do that. Right. So great having you here, Samir. And always, like I said in the start, we've run out of time. I don't know whether too many people know, but Samir and we can talk the whole night. So I think this much time wasn't enough for us. But looking forward to catching up once again. It's such a pleasure and always so insightful, talking with you and learning from you constantly.
Thank you so much. Thank you, IWM. Thank you, everyone.
Oh yeah, and thank you, IW. I forgot about that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Goldie ji and Samir sir, for that wonderful fireside chat. Let's move on to our next session, which will be a discussion on content and monetization, challenges and opportunities. In conversation with Pinakin Thakkar, CEO, Nirvana Digital, joined by Saket Jha Saurabh, Director, Entertainment and Music Partnerships, Facebook India, Prasoon Garg, General Manager and Business Controller, Applause Entertainment, Divya Dikshit, SVP, Revenue and Marketing, Alt Balaji, Sujata Dvedi, Group Trading Director, Amplify India, Dentsu, Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, PaisaBazaar.com. Over to you, Pinakin sir.
Hi everyone. Lots of familiar faces. Okay, awesome. So should we just do a quick round of intros? Since even though everyone's kind of familiar with each other.
Sure. So, hi, I'm Sujata, and I lead the media buying and trading for all the Dentsu agencies in the network.
Awesome.
Hi, Prasoon Garg here. I work with Applause Entertainment and handle business operations and commercials in the company.
Everyone, I'm Sai Narayan, and I head the marketing for Paisabazaar, which is part of the BB Fintech group.
Okay.
Hi, Pinakin. Good to see you. Hi, everyone. My name is Saket. I work at Facebook and Instagram in entertainment and music.
Awesome. Okay, so what we can do is we can just do like a round robin kind of situation where we can start off with questions and then everyone can go around answering that. Does that work for you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. OTT, in terms of viability, in my opinion, OTT is the future. There are about 400 OTT originals in India now. There are 100 million OTT subs in India right now. Should zoom to about 224 million by 2024. Massive growth potential. $1.6 billion in terms of revenue, growing to maybe 4.5 by 2026. No questions, OTT is here to stay. But Prasoon, how does the commissioning model work, and what points do you guys generally tick it before greenlighting something?
I think commissioning model per se is a sort of very simple model in a structure. So basically, if you have any great idea, you can be a writer, you can be director, you can be a production company who has worked with the group of writers and developed the idea. You can pitch the ideas to us. More developed the idea, the better it is for us, because we get more material to evaluate the idea on. The way we have structured it in our company, at least, is that we have a commissioning team who sort of acts as the first filter for us to evaluate any idea. We see, in terms of the idea, we see an idea in terms of how we are doing already, what kind of content we are doing already, what kind of content we are looking to do at that point. Would we want to be associated with that idea for next 2-3 years of our life, because that's what it takes. That's the time it takes for that idea to finally come to the screen. Once we have sort of done that, discussed all that, it moves to a content team and sort of we become part of active development of that idea. We generally like to get associated at an initial stage where you have probably a story, a Bible in place, and we then get on from there and work with you to develop, flesh out the idea, get into casting. So basically, from the initial writing stage to final execution and putting it out to a platform. In terms of model for the producer, so the key elements we look for is that in the beginning or at some stage we should have writers in place. We should have a showrunner, directors in place, and a strong production company who can sort of work with us and execute the idea.
Awesome. Okay. Sujata, what do you think in terms of viability?
So look, we work on the money bit, right? So when it comes to OTT, where is it that the monetization really happens from? In India or anywhere, it's the AVOD and the SVOD model. And if you were to see, unlike other countries, in India, 60% of the revenue still comes from AVOD. And the subscription rates have gone up in the last 2 years because of the pandemic and whatever happened. But we're still far from really making profit. Content consumption has surged, yes. Video consumption has really increased, yes. But is it same with the revenues? I think the content acquisition cost is too high, and to really break even is difficult. So there are many ways in which we could monetize. We are in a very nascent stage in India even now when it comes to content monetization. We're still in the nascent stage when it comes to using tech stack like technology, AI, and all usage. When it comes to even basic things like operations, technology, and things like that. So there are many things that we still are far away, and we're working towards it. So monetization can be excellent. We are talking about a 2.93 billion in 2025. That kind of revenue, but that can even go up if we make it right.
Awesome. Hi Divya, welcome to the panel. You'll have to unmute.
Hi.
Hi. So we were just talking about viability and, OTT as a market, how viable it is. Any inputs?
Okay. So let me begin by saying that, it's OTT as a market, how viable it is a question which will come in multi-layers because there are multiple revenue models that are emerging in OTT, right? So we started by being a SVOD platform. There are models available in the market which are a combination of AVOD, SVOD, and then there are layers of co-production, integration, and brand integration, platform integration that are emerging right now, right? So for me to say that OTT as a market, is it viable or not? I think it's too soon because everybody is experimenting right now. Is it going to be the future? For sure, because it's consumer convenience, right? Is it going to be the main platform for entertainment? Yes, for sure, as more and more people cut costs, right? How do you make it viable for the business? How you work for your particular platform in terms of a combination of AVOD, SVOD, various co-production models, various integration models, various ISP telco partnerships, that all remains to be seen whether your platform becomes viable or not, right? So there is no one size fits all approach here, which I can answer with, that whether OTT is viable or not. Is it the future? Yes, I can answer that for sure.
Awesome. Saket, any inputs?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I do agree with you to a great extent. I think the market is definitely viable. Which players will continue to be viable is the question, right? So look, if you look at consumption or consumer behavior, Pinakin, over the last 18 months, I think now it's a truism that direct consumer response online is now a reality, right? You look at D2C e-commerce brands or OTT, both are, to me, reflection of the same instinct, which is that a supplier of value is going directly to the consumer. So I think the OTT space is going to explode and continue to grow. Now, some players will find that magic potion where their cost structures and their revenue models are aligned and they can invest to a certain point and then they have profitability. Some players may not, because they may either overbet in certain areas. You can see within the OTT ecosystem, nuances have started to come in, right? There are players who are focusing on a certain kind of content, or there are players who are focusing on a certain business model. It's happening globally as well. We just heard some price changes in the market, which again will sort of infuse a whole new degree of competition. So I think the space is definitely going to go. And I think the lines are blurring. Let me put it, let me close by saying that I think for most large IP owners, and we meet and talk to them all the time, given what we do at Facebook and Instagram, they're not seeing themselves as OTT, broadcaster, radio, print. They're seeing themselves as IP owners and content creators. And then you serve wherever possible and you serve profitably. So I think that landscape of a blurred landscape is very much here.
Awesome. So that actually kind of brings me to my next question. What are the kind of evolving trends that we're seeing, whether it's in all forms of digital entertainment? Like you said, people think of themselves as creators and they'll just serve at the right platform when possible. So, the Deloitte Industry Insight report says that the next wave of disruption may lie with Gen Z, who prefer to play video games, stream music, engage on social media, rather than just watch TV or movies. I mean, in my opinion, since India is just entering the space, and like all you guys agree, it's quite nascent yet. There is enough room for growth even from the OTT angle, but even if Gen Z is not fully captured. So maybe for Sujata and Sai over here, are brands more willing to spend on digital initiatives on such platforms? What kind of innovations are brands looking at, or what kind of messaging are they looking at?
So hi everyone. So I think as a marketer, what I really feel is that the entire, as everyone has shared, the entire OTT space is exploding, and somehow we feel that there is an audience. There is a shift in audience. There's a shift in a consumer behavior in terms of viewing pattern, and also in terms of the content consumption pattern. And from usually from a marketer's point of view, we look at the traditional way of spending money on media, but that myth has broken over the past 2 years since pandemic. So what we feel is that there is a readily available audience who is consuming an alternate kind of content be it video games, be it new content on any of the platforms, and we are always we are ready to and as a marketer, I really want to tap onto that audience. So as you guys have a lot of you have shared here that there are still a lot of platforms where the ease of advertising is not available as yet. So what as a marketer we end up doing is that we end up going to Facebook or YouTube, where we kind of end up advertising most of our video content, wherever video content is available. We end up advertising there. I'll give you an example. Like for example, Swara spoke about cutting the cord. So that's where what we've seen is that while people are cutting the cord, but consumption on television has not reduced. When I say television, this is connected TV. The CTV consumption is increased. So where do we tap the CTV audience? Is largely consumers consuming content on YouTube, on TV, or live sports being watched on TV but on a OTT platform. So these are the players. These are places we are trying to catch this audience. But I still feel that platforms like Facebook and YouTube have still been able to capture this audience in terms of advertising. But as a marketer, I still feel that there are other platforms still need to pick up the game in terms of giving more options for advertisers.
Interesting. So I mean, Divya, what do you think? What are the trends that we can look forward to in 2022? I think Divya's frozen. Okay, till she comes back. So since we're talking about evolving digital trends, Saket, social content and social commerce, what kind of blend, what is the perfect audience? How do they connect? How do they talk to each other?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, look, just to give you context, I think in the last 18 months, we've been privileged to have witnessed one of the biggest content shifts in my mind, which is really this focus on short form video, right? There is a report, I think Bain just did a report, 200 million Indians have sort of gone and used short form video, and that number is likely to go up to 600 million. And we are very excited because we've sort of been a big, catalyst of that change. We are seeing that live. There are more than 6 million reels being done on Instagram every day. And those, so the adoption of short form video has been really in my mind, it heralds the shift, both in terms of demographics as well as consumption pattern, right? And what we've also seen is a huge amount of adoption by brands in terms of not just their paid marketing, which is what I think Sai was referring to. And of course, we've always focused as platforms, we've always focused on full funnel solutions, right? We always try and go to our brand partners with outcome-based solutions. It's not just about the views and the engagement. It's eventually about what marketing objective you want to solve for. And we are seeing, we are very glad that we are seeing brands adopt short form video as well. So the thing is, I think the savvier brands have understood that the consumer is moving to an environment where they do want a certain kind of consumption experience, which may be a minute or lower. And at the same time, you also see the growth of OTT. So it's interesting where, different content, you're seeing different courses for different horses. And I think for us, we've been very lucky that we've been at a sort of intersection of this consumption shift, as well as, the shift in terms of monetization. And commerce will be the next big thing. Look, Pinakin, in all fairness, the fact is with paid partnerships on Instagram and branded content handshakes, commerce has been on our platform for a while, right? Creators and influencers, including companies such as yours, have always led and created commerce opportunities. I think our goal is, how do we ease friction in that process? And how do we bring some products and features so that creators can monetize more seamlessly, whether it's affiliate marketing with brands, or it's doing paid partnerships, or it's frankly at some point having your own shop on Instagram and sort of retailing directly merchandise. So I think we are fully wedded to the commerce opportunity, but I think our overall philosophy is, how do we ease friction and make monetization more comprehensive? And we are seeing brands jump onto that and build really powerful organic brand presence on our platforms, which is far more than the advertiser relationship, which we of course value a lot and has been growing too.
So I mean, just to get this back, Russell and Divya, like for example, if someone is watching a show and they like a particular piece of clothing or they like an artifact from the show, do you think that maybe using YouTube and Facebook and other platforms, people might be able to actually purchase those articles? You think that that'll happen in the next coming year or so?
So we all know that video commerce is the biggest thing, or rather the social commerce is the biggest thing, which is going to hit us next, right? Globally, it's already happening. India is gearing up for it. Meeshos and Simpsons of the world did through, a reseller platform, Trell, and now we've recently heard about Moj and, Flipkart coming together to look at the video commerce piece, right? I have been internally vocalizing and talking about the fact that how we believe that, it's another revenue layer that we can add on by integrating video commerce within our platform on all our shows. I'm extremely excited about it. I also think the fact that it also contributes to influencer marketing coming together with commerce, it's going to be the next big thing. And if you look at the startup environment right now, you would see so many startups raising funds and seed funding and Series A and B funding at the back of it. So yes, I'm absolutely convinced that this is going to be the best thing, because if you look at the consumer insight, it gives people inspirational call to look at somebody they admire and to be able to buy or wear or utilize something, that someone that they admire or someone that they believe or someone that they trust is using. It is the next best thing.
Interesting.
I think I agree.
Yeah,
I think I agree with Divya. I mean, we all are talking about and sort of trying to figure out ways to integrate brands in the end content as well. The way we see it, I think we are very excited about this opportunity that, as we move or as more audiences move toward digital, there's an opportunity to create different type of content. So while we are creating, premium shows for OTT platforms, as Saket was saying, there's, incredible opportunity to create short form. YouTube has already been doing a lot of brand integration. So I think it also depends on the type of content. Would you want to integrate brand while watching Narcos and sort of go event shop? Probably not. But there are different type of content forms, right? And we should all focus on, and we should really, I mean, the audience is pretty large and there are large niches of audience available. So sometimes you're watching, and peacefully, and we want to just focus on the piece of content and watch that. And while, there you can create other different type of engaging content, which, you work with the brands and sort of create in that manner, where, audiences, so you're able to sort of get the content free to audience and able to monetize through the brand, like how the traditional medias have done in the past. So it's really the kind of content we sort of, so we need to see the content, the type of content we're developing, and also the technology. I think we all need to figure out the technology which will make it possible and make it seamless which makes the experience seamless for the viewers.
Sorry, but I would like to add on to this. Like, I've been speaking to a lot of founders of social commerce, and the kind of technology and the tech stacks and the front end experience that they're creating, it's going to be absolutely non-inclusive, right? Because till you really are immersed in a piece of content and you're really convinced about that, the content that surrounds that commerce, you're not going to really buy into it, right? So in a way, it's a much more evolved form of advertising, right? The reason why it exists is for commerce, right? So yes, there are actually a lot of non-intrusive ways which are being developed right now to sell the products. And I really, really think this is going to be the next big thing. Think about small towns. I keep saying India is not Bombay.
I agree.
Think about small towns, sitting at home, an actress who's wearing this, dress, sitting at home, a tier 3 girl can order it and get it done, wear it, try it, get it at home. It's a big high for them, right? I think really brands need to invest in this.
There's another angle to this, one is, of course, like Divya rightly said, the tier 2, tier 3 towns. There are these Gen Z people who are completely hooked on to social commerce. They prefer buying it, from these platforms because, things which are not available on the regular retail space are available here. Also from the, supplier side or the vendor side, they don't need a platform, right? They can come to the social space and they can sell. They don't need to have a full setup of e-commerce retail. They can just have link up with the social platform, and it gets very easy for them to kind of get these youngsters, hooked onto their platforms, right? And it's across age groups. Not only Gen Z, even older people, they find it pretty convenient coming to social platform. And more than a quarter of Indians are on social platforms, some platform or the other, constantly.
Interesting. So, I mean, now since, Sai was also mentioning earlier, the spends pattern has kind of changed, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. For me, the way that I see it, I mean, what I'm trying to bring about is what's the scenario now and next? What was the pandemic challenge and what would happen after this, right? So for existing content, the pandemic has been a boon. I'm sure most of you all agree. Looking at data from Nirvana itself, we saw 100% rise in views and watch time. On YouTube alone, we served around 10 billion monthly views and 28 billion monthly minutes to a subscriber base of north of 250 million. So, I mean, that's the highest we've seen in the history of the company. For new content, the pandemic has been a challenge in terms of production. Production has stalled a little bit. Delays have happened. This may lead to like an increased demand in productions, which could have like a high return for production companies. But what are the challenges that you guys faced during the pandemic, and let's just get both sides of the story during the pandemic. Rasoon, you want to start?
So I think from content creators' point of view, as you rightly said, I think the biggest challenge was that physical productions were stopped. Many of those productions were stopped midway. Many were planned sort of to start and we couldn't start at the time. And that sort of leads to many other complications, because in the current world where there's so much demand of content, there's so much content is being created. So all of your talent is also busy, right? So everyone has sort of their schedules and everything booked for the year or probably 2-3 years, right? So when you sort of are not able to produce and finish that piece of content, so it's a spiraling effect across your content calendar for the next 1-2 years, and you try and manage that. Apart from that, the pandemic, as in we were lucky enough at Applause that we had finished so many shows before the pandemic hit us in 2020. And with the help of technology and many sort of the solutions like Frame.io available with us, we were able to finish post-production for many of the shows and sort of had about 12 to 13 releases during the year. And also it sort of helps us evolve, become a little bit more evolved in terms of how we sort of function. So now through Zoom calls, through different softwares and technologies, we are able to operate remotely, work with engage with the writers and directors more. So maybe realize for many of the things they don't need to really come to office, and we can have more frequent meetings and more frequent discussions online and do all that. So it has helped us in sort of writing and development process and sort of, however, in terms of production, I mean, the physical productions have been the biggest challenge, and sort of we hope that we don't face this lockdown again and sort of continues to work smoothly from here onwards.
Awesome. Saket, did you see more creators coming on board during the lockdown? What's your take on this?
I think, Pinakin, we've seen just because of the sheer scale, I think we are fortunate to have in India. We have more than 400 million users on our platforms every month. So I think we are able to see a lot of these trends in various different ways. And I can perhaps talk to you about 3 or 4 of them. I think one is we just finished a major study with the Boston Consulting Group on shifts. Exactly your question, right? What has changed? And I think what we've seen is that digital adoption, specifically online shopping, has perhaps accelerated by 2 to 3 years because of the pandemic, right? You see a lot more. We've seen 30% growth in digitally influenced purchases, to the extent that 7 out of 10 mobile phone buyers today actually do it, start their journey on digital and close it on digital. So there is obviously a huge amount of shift in consumer preference for digital, both as a medium of consumption, but also as a medium of consumer influence, right? Purchase influence in commerce. The growth in video, you mentioned it, the growth in watch time, we are seeing it across all our platforms. I think 80% of all data now is video in India. So obviously there's been a huge shift since 2016 of, once the telcos got in, but then I think the pandemic led to a consumer response as well. So one was the infrastructure being ready, but the other was the consumer adopting it. Short form video I spoke to you about, we are seeing massive growth, 6 million reels a day. And we've seen like a 12 times growth in time spent on short form video. So again, on the consumption side, short form video has been another big shift. And on the creator monetization piece, which is again something that we take great heart from, we've seen a 35% year-on-year growth in terms of creators and publishers monetizing on Facebook, right? So I think structurally, if you look at the three parts of the pyramid, the consumption side, the supply side, and of course the commerce side, we've seen huge growth on all three fronts, both in terms of adoption as well as in terms of width, right? You see our partners, some of the best creators, influencers, media companies, all coming to our platforms with various objectives and sort of looking at the entire palette of what they can do, right? So, and increasingly, we are seeing ourselves being seen as an and to media companies that have OTT businesses. So we're a great partner. We're helping them grow their users and super fandom, and at the same time also create a long tail for their IPs. So I think there is a lot of value creation that has now started to begin. People have started to reimagine their business models because the consumption change is very, very fundamental. So yeah, I think these would be some of the big changes that we have witnessed after the pandemic.
Awesome. What about in terms of size, Sujata, you guys were saying spends there's been a change pre-pandemic, post-pandemic. Could you give us a little?
Sure, I can take that. The AdX numbers, of course, fell. So, if the consumer sentiments are low, the advertisers will not spend. So, the spends definitely went down. But the only media which still saw double-digit growth was digital in 2020 and 2021. So, digital has been growing phenomenally. And within digital, there are multiple things that happened. While, we can talk about voice, etc., e-commerce, etc. But then we also saw from the advertisers is that came back to us looking at integrations, IP creations, branded content, because they did not want to directly put some advertising in front of the face of the consumers. They wanted it to be, they wanted to be associated with things. So we saw a lot of content extensions which we had not seen earlier. Even content extensions happened, IPs happened, moment happened. So the new ways of advertising started happening around pandemic, which was not as much, and from the standard regular clients. So it was interesting. And last year we saw a huge comeback during the festivities. This year it has been phenomenal. I mean, we've already doing very well, and we've seen most of the advertisers coming back, other than travel and tourism, who are kind of coming. So the Indian sentiments is such that while they will lie low during something which is negative, but during the festives, they come back with the bang. So advertising is almost back in track. We are almost close to 19 levels now, which had gone behind a lot.
Interesting. Automobile sector, are they back?
Almost, they're coming back. Yes. Right now, there's an issue with the chip, etc. And but they are coming back. The thing is, the lapse that is happening in certain categories has been kind of taken care of by the e-commerce categories, the edutechs and the fintechs and the pharmacy techs, pharma techs, as we would call it. Those guys have kind of made up very well. So the numbers have still grown.
Are you in the market to sell or buy a car, Spinathi? Very specifically, auto only.
Yeah, auto. Yeah.
I just because I keep observing what kind of ads are playing across platforms, and generally I would expect at least a couple of automotive brands to go ahead and advertise, and I've not been seeing too many of them. Maybe it was just maybe they are playing and maybe they weren't targeted to me at that point, which is why I was very specific. It's not for me personally.
The luxury cars are not advertising as much. It is the mid-level cars are advertising. You should see the print ads. They're still happening because people want to now travel with their own personal cars. So the smaller cars and the mid-level cars are selling pretty much.
Sai, any inputs?
I think, to be honest, I'm very, very happy with the growth of OTT and the audience moving to digital only and moving towards connected TV. The reason is that traditionally the challenges that we faced, I faced as a marketer in traditional TV and traditional media is while you spend and you move brand metrics and mind metrics, you have very less control on targeting. While there is a very broad level of targeting that one can do, but there is very less control on targeting. And also the amount of the kind of monies that you commit to a certain campaign duration, which are huge. And once you commit that money, and then it's gone. You have to wait and just pray. But whereas the advent of digital video, the rise of OTTs and rise of digital video content, what does is it gives the power in the hands of the marketeers. For example, that because the consumer is also so dynamic these days. Someone is the segmentation of consumers is becoming way varied than and too much than what it was earlier. So I can target only a CTV audience. I can target do a separate campaign for a non-CTV audience. I can just pick up say a small 10 city market or 4 city market and just do a different communication there. So there is, and also I can plug and play whenever I want. I feel that some piece of communication is not working. I might want to pause it. I want to play it. So the power rests with us. And also we are going where the consumer is and giving the consumer what he wants. So this is a very, very exciting space. It still needs to mature. Is what I feel. Like for example, my request, there are a lot of content creators and big production houses here that my only request is that like we work very closely with the Facebook team and with the Google team, wherein there is a end-to-end solution provided to a brand. Like for example, if you want a reach-led campaign or if you want a performance-led campaign, whatever you want, there's a complete package given to us. So if other platforms also start thinking in that direction, how do we work closely with the brands? That might really help their cause and our cause.
I have a point here to make. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sure.
Facebook and Google. So you have to remember that OTT platforms are very targeted in their audience, right? So when we launch, especially the SVOD space, when we launch a particular show, we're asking the consumer firsthand to pay the money to be able to log in and watch the show, right? And then there is the AVOD side of the platform, which behaves a little more like probably the open web, which is the Google and Facebooks of the world, right? Where you can probably only advertise or do your pre-rolls or mid-rolls or inserts. Whereas when you work with your OTT platform, there are multiple other opportunities also available, which I actually suggest and recommend to brands to explore, right? And this I'm saying only from another option point of view. There are beautiful things called brand integrations. When you do in shows, you're going to be available on the shelf for years and years and years, right? It's not an ad which is seen for 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds and gone, right? And it's there. Whoever sees, and all the products have a huge shelf life in digital space. It's not a television show, 1+2, right? So I actually tell the brands that if you're going to do a campaign, please do consider brand integration as an integral piece of the same. Because as India grows, India today is what? 45% digitized, 55% digitized. There's a huge scope out there as India is growing in population and digitization. And for all of them, all the libraries are going to be new libraries, the new people who keep coming on the platform, right? So there's a huge scope for your brand to be available for years and years and years, provided you guys look at a good media mix on an OTT platform and not just advertising, 5, 10, 15. That's my recommendation.
Fair point. Fair point. But while everyone wants to explore this, but every time when you launch a campaign, there is not necessary that there will be a content which will sync with what the brand also wants to say. So it might happen, but obviously, one needs to keep thinking of how do we integrate.
It is a touch and go, right? However, there are multiple platforms now launching multiple originals. I would say, I've worked in broadcast and then I've come to OTT. Today, the OTT war that I see, I'm reminiscent of my days in the GEC wars, right? Today, it's the OTT platforms, especially the originals, that have taken center stage. So even if you can't integrate your brand in it, even if you do surround marketing with them, and that surround marketing also stays on their platform and on their social media handles for long, right? So there are multiple opportunities. I just want the brand advertisers to be a little more, open to the idea of exploring, rather than just saying pre-roll chala do, ad chala do, iska package bana do. I'm saying open your minds a little. OTT platforms will really open their arms in doing what we can for you. We're all here to work together.
Amazing to see so much passion where, we can try and create some kind of blends. Like she said, it's touch and go. It's not always possible to create these kind of campaigns, but if brands are open, I'm sure something can work out. Moving on these lines itself, let's talk about content innovations in the space. From me personally, I've seen like the 5G rollout will lead to a lot of sports streaming. I'm sure everyone will agree to that. 5G will also lead to VR streaming. Saket can elaborate on that later. And how innovations in terms of VR is used for interactive content, commerce, all of that. Subscription figures will lead to new and innovative models as users might get a little shaky on having to subscribe to multiple apps. So let's see where that goes. Maybe shorter theatrical windows for films and how soon they appear on OTT. What are the innovations that you guys see in this space? Because for me, I've also seen that localization and regionalization creates, it's just the numbers explode with that. Like some of our Haryanvi content did extremely well for us. So what do you guys think in terms of innovation? What are the next steps?
Should I go first?
Please, sir.
Okay. So I think I just want to sort of actually build on what Sai and I think Divya was saying. So I think there are 2 or 3 things that are happening, and I'll get to the innovation bit, Pinakin. One is that the buying ecosystem is getting more and more sophisticated, right? So you have the whole rise of programmatic buying. And at the same time, you also have with connected TV, and Sai has referred to it a couple of times. What you now have is a blend of where you can get reach and impact top of funnel in the marketing funnel, but you also start to get outcomes and objectives as you go down, right? So as the buying ecosystem becomes more digitized and sort of programmatic, we will see a shift in mindsets of marketers to outcomes, right? So this hope and pray strategy will obviously go away. That's really the big fundamental shift that's occurring. Obviously, we've been very fortunate that we've been able to deliver such outcomes, and we do see business from, and Sai, thank you for your business, and we hope you continue to work with us. I think the other thing which I didn't refer to, and I think has been equally important, right, has been the rise of brands on an always-on basis, right? So brands have started to understand that they can't get in and get out, campaign aaya, bada ad nikala ya, TVC nikala, and then we're done, all right? Or a digital campaign. You have to build a persona which exists with consumers, right? And it's in that shift in their thinking that I think what Divya was saying is also relevant, which is that, hey, you don't always buy horses for courses. There could be great opportunities where you have a brand story which fits with a great script or a story, right? To Prasun's original point, that not all shows lend themselves to it. I think he spoke of Narcos not being the best fit, but perhaps a new show is. So I think what I would say, Pinakin, if I were to summarize, is that at one level, you're seeing huge outcome orientation in marketers, right? They want results. They want to know who they target, what they did for it, right? At the same time, you also see opportunity which is non-conventional, where it's aligning with a sort of a product integration to Divya and Prasun's point. I think both are occurring at the same time. I think what is at the next step, we are seeing it with Spark AR, right? So we have a AR building platform. We've already, India is one of the fastest growing markets in terms of adoption on AR, both on the consumer side in terms of filters and things, but also by brands. We're increasingly finding brands asking us that question, adding that layer in their campaigns. Now, today it's an innovation and it seems like a nice thing to do, perhaps in some marketing rooms, but I think it's only a matter of time before it becomes mainstream, right? Most things that today are mainstream began as innovations. So that's a life cycle to that. So I would say AR is definitely a big frontier. We're already seeing that action. I would say VR also is, and we are famously Meta now, but I think there is a consumer response required as devices proliferate, as the Meta experience becomes more easy. We will see a change in software, content, and buying as well. But I think that's perhaps a little further away. To my mind, AR and always on brands behaving as influencers themselves and engaging influencers across the board, not just the biggest movie star, I think those are big shifts in addition to fundamentally a performance-driven and outcome-driven mindset, which Sai I think was alluding to. I think these are the fundamental shifts from my point of view.
I'd like to add a couple of things to what Saket just said. While we know that programmatic is the thing happening, but in the OTT space, there are multiple challenges, at a ground level, which is not really getting addressed because, the technology stack is not matured yet. So this year and the years in future are going to be a time when measurability will become very critical. Why is it that people are going to Facebook and Google? Because ROI is predictable, scalable, and we can talk about a lot of things in a measured manner with our clients. What's happening in the OTT space is, the inventory is vast, but a lot of things are not really getting tracked. What are we buying? We're buying just RODP. Look at basic things that happens on a video viewing in television. When our clients ask us that, they shouldn't be in one break, you shouldn't be playing 5 spots, right? Go to AVOD, you will see certainly that, some of the ads are running back to back. A very difficult experience for the audiences and for the agencies to really, monitor it and then tell the details and give the numbers to the clients. So there are these challenges which need to get fixed, and that will happen only with artificial intelligence and, automation and things like that. Only once all these come together, it will become as scalable as a Facebook and Google. It's very critical.
I'll add to you what you're saying, Sujata. So I think artificial intelligence is way away. I mean, first you need to have machine learning, you need to have width and depth of data for the machine learning. Then comes the contextual learning on top of it. And then comes the artificial intelligence, right? Artificial intelligence in forms of chatbots is much bastardized and, should not be assumed as artificial intelligence. That's a very, very basic way of functioning. What I personally feel is that the award part that you're talking about, that probably you had a bad experience. What I have seen, and I must name a platform that I really admire for doing award advertising well, which is Hotstar. I really, really admire the way they have set up their ad ops, the way that they run it. I think the key lies in automation. The key lies in ensuring that your ad ops are so perfect that you don't go through this bad user experience that you went through, that you're mentioning, right? I really don't know which OTT platform gave you that experience.
It is the same platform you're mentioning about. Actually, and here might come back,
See, it depends on what is and while I'm not employed with them and neither am I looking for a job over there, I think they have done a spectacular work in setting it up right. I personally
definitely.
That's how I have seen it happen. But I think that's a point I'm sure you must have mentioned to them. So like I said, the key lies in automation, but OTT platforms for future in terms of innovations, I think, first of all, unique narratives content that is going to continue, because without that and without the creation of the buzz around the unique narratives and content, neither agencies like you are going to be interested in us, nor clients like Saya are going to be interested in us. So that is critical. That has to keep happening, right? Over and above that, I think OTT, since tech and digital ecosystem has become big now. There's a war happening out there over peoples and processes. That's the next step that OTT platforms are going to take and going to absolutely try and earn a Sigma belt on it. The third thing, which I think, which is really, really going to happen is, like Saket rightly said, Facebook is now called Meta. People are going all gung-ho about metaverse and virtual reality and what is it that we can do over there. I mean, I can't disclose, but we are working on various things right now, which is going to be a huge show, and how we can, do virtual reality around it, and how we can create an immersive experience, and how then brands can co-function and work with us on the same. That is definitely the future. But I still strongly feel that OTT platforms will continue investing and innovating heavily on unique narrative, because without that, you are not going to come to us. Without that, there's no advertising happening.
Yeah. Now, if I can add, sorry, Prasan, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
No, so as a content creator, I just want to sort of add, while we are all figuring as platform, as advertisers and as agencies, trying to figure out ways to sort of stabilize new mediums and innovations where audience can watch. I think the heart of it lies the content, right? So we need to create good content for all these mediums for audience to come and watch that content, where you can advertise and sort of do all those things. As we as a content creators, we are we are a studio who are not just don't make game drama series. We want to get into all form of content. So what struggle we see a clear business model for us as content creators with SWOT platforms or with TV or in movies, right? What currently we're struggling with, if you want to create content for brands, which is of the quality which audience expect, because audience is watching it for the content, not for the brands. And if you want to create content for say AR and VR, we are currently struggling to see a viable business model for us to do it. So I think it is also really important for all of us to think, how we as content creators are able to stabilize and companies, not individuals. So of course, the individuals like on YouTube are sort of flourishing and succeeding. But as we keep thinking and keep talking about how we as a company are able to create a viable model for branded content, for AR, VR, and new technologies coming in, and we're very open to make content for those as well.
Awesome. Okay, keeping in mind innovations, what are the let's talk about what might ail this sector. What could be the negatives? What are things that we could change? I think this is more for Sujata and Sai, and I think she kind of covered how she wants better interface and better reporting. What else could there be? Like, I mean, for Prasoon, is there enough awareness among platforms to back a project which can make something really, maybe the next Narcos comes out of India, or maybe the next brand case study comes out of here? How does this work?
Well, I think there's a lot of awareness on platform. In fact, I believe that the platforms are the ones who are pushing for global stories to come out from different parts. Like if you see, when you see a big hoarding of Game of Thrones or Money Heist across the country, you know that platforms are putting out a sort of a foreign language content and promoting in that manner. And also when we talk to these platforms, everyone is sort of looking for ideas where they can monetize. Everyone in their head are thinking, of course, the large part of subscription will come from the base territory, which is India, for the content we create in India. But everyone is looking and hoping that this content will travel across territories. So yeah, I mean, there's a great awareness among the platforms. Now, as the sort of monies are going up in the market, we see that the quality of content is going up. We see Scam 1992 becoming one of the global top 10 shows and being watched and sort of acclaimed across the world. So that is happening, and I think it will continue growing. And we are winning Emmys. We are getting nominated for Emmys. I think this trend will continue, and we'll keep building on it.
Yeah, if I can just
always pulls.
Go ahead, Sujata.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just adding to him. Like good content always pulls a lot of audiences. Look at India. What has happened? People are not only watching English, Hindi, Vernax, but they've also started watching Korean, Japanese, and those languages. And amongst the Gen Z, Korean and Japanese are like so popular. We can't even imagine, to an extent that we have television channels like The Q and Shamaru getting Korean content so that the stats are viewed by people. So good content definitely pulls a lot of audiences, and advertising will follow.
Yeah. No, if I can just add, Pinakin, to your question on challenges, and I think what Prasoon and Sujata are saying is spot on. Again, we see a lot of this kind of content on our platforms, and we see audiences globally consuming it, right? Some of the, famously, I mean, India's CPM levels are perhaps much lower than the Western markets. You would see that. And we see a lot of creators making hundreds and thousands of dollars, and also broadcast companies, studios, who are putting some of this content out because you have an audience on Facebook and Instagram globally, right? And it's getting monetized, and monetized very well. So I think the point on stories traveling globally can't be better made. I think Scam, to my mind, is our Squid Game. And you've seen the response Squid Game got in India. So I think it's happening both ways, perhaps lesser so from India to the world, but I think it's early stages, but that's going to happen too, right? But Korean dramas have famously traveled very well in any case. I think if I were to focus on challenges, Pinakin, I think there are two things which, one is what I think Divya was referring to in some manner. Differentiation is going to be a challenge, right? I see the OTT universe today almost like where broadcasting was, when in the late 90s, early 2000s, everybody was doing the same thing. Everyone's trying to scream out or almost outshout the other platform. But over time, you have nuances. So you don't have a GC channel, you have English comedy entertainment and youth Hindi. And, you start seeing channels develop on certain specific sub-genres or sub-audiences. I think that's going to happen with OTTs. I was reading somewhere that there is one of the best performing AVOD OTTs globally is one that focuses only on horror, right? And they have a huge loyal base. So I think from being everything to everyone, the mega OTT platforms, you might start seeing niche OTT platforms which are able to charge, build a SWOT model which is profitable, and it's against going to a core user, right? And you deliver the same service again and again, but do so well, and then add an ad layer or an ad stack on top. So I think that's one thing that's going to be a challenge. How do you differentiate? And that's why you see super aggregators, right? We've also seen that structure in the market where you have mega OTTs coming in offering other OTTs. So it's almost like, so I think that will be the number one challenge. The other thing that's going to happen is micropayments, right? So if you look at the idea, it's much harder to own a user for a 6-month or a 1-year subscription as it is to, like, to your question, can you sell an article? Can I sell a show? Can I sell an episode? And I think what's happening with the payment stack changing with the rise of fintech is, and UPI, of course, that the consumer threshold or the barrier to say, okay, let me pay 10 rupees for this and see how I feel, as opposed to committing to 250 bucks for a month. I think that shift is also going to occur. So I think the point about being different and having content as your core value prop can't be better made. But I think the challenge will be, how do you maintain that consistently, and how are you available at different price points and different devices? I think if the right IP owners will crack that magic sort of portion, if you like. And we see that, right? Again, a lot of conventional logic would suggest, why should you have your video on Instagram and Facebook? Because it may conflict, but actually the best OTT platforms have a huge video strategy on Facebook, because they realize that it's a funnel creator, right? So I think you have to be savvy about thinking about the new environment. We are seeing it with some players.
Awesome. So, keeping this in mind, I don't think we have too much time left, but what kind of content or what kind of genres would we expect the most growth from? Like Saket mentioned, there's horror. Divya, any insights on what kind of genres might actually start performing better in the coming year?
So I think from an industry perspective, what we've seen is that thrillers and dramas have worked really, really well across, right? And that data is available in the open industry for everybody to see and feel. Comedy and other genres still have their audience, but it's still more niche. I think what's going to really, really explode is the youth genre, because youth of this country are unfortunately extremely underserved, right? There's nothing happening other than probably a MTV, and couple of English channels on TV that are serving them. So I think youth catering platforms, entertainment in terms of could be a mix of music, could be a mix of audio, those are the ones that are really, really going to explode as a genre. For us at Alt, we are going to continue doing inclusive and individual tracks both parallelly, for the simple reason that during pandemic we've seen the CTV sales going up year on year by 25%, which means families are coming together and watching shows together. So it makes huge amount of sense for us to launch a lot of family-oriented shows, thrillers that families can watch together. But then again, let's not forget that the reason why OTT happened was because consumers were looking to watch shows when they want, wherever they want, whatever they want. Right? So that individualist viewing, especially in the country of India, which is largely a mobile economy, is not going anywhere. That is going to continue, and we at Alt will continue working on parallel tracks.
Interesting. So, I mean, I've just received a share chat room question of the day, which is, how can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement? Since we were talking about youth, I think a lot of younger people have started engaging with this medium. What do you guys think?
So I can take that. Sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, the simple ways on the live sessions, normally what we've seen is, brand integrations within the show works extremely well. I have seen Gen Z, asking for products, which they've seen some YouTuber chatting and using while they are, kind of talking. So it has to be a subtle brand integration and content extension. If the same influencer who's there live chatting goes and, uses a certain product and talks about it later, things like that. So it's more to do with integrations within the chat and not, the L bands and, all those pushbacks and all, not like that, but very subtle integrations. That works very well.
So the issue is, I don't know how we could do subtle integrations in an audio chat room. So are there any pointers that you can come up with?
Yeah, I mean, you could always have like how we do it in the radio, the jockey talks about it, right? So while chatting, they could just use the brand name. We have RJs talking about every day. So in an audio chat room, also a subtle mention could happen, right? And in a conversation, which is like a normal statement.
Interesting. So not in your face, but just by
not in your face. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So, but again, I think the person who asked the question, it's a deep, specific question. But if the idea is, do brands monetize well on live environments? The answer is a big yes. I mean, we, for example, we have a product called Facebook Stars, where in a live stream, you can gift, a star to the creator or the influencer.
Right.
And that sort of creates engagement. We have a product called Facebook Online Events, where you can literally do a virtual concert, right? We've seen a huge amount of donations on Facebook Live during COVID. We did this I for India concert, where $500,000 was raised. So live works. Consumers are loving it. We see great evidence of that. And live commerce will also be a big opportunity, to Sujata's point. And I think audio is nothing but a format change, right? When consumers like video or audio, it's just a format change. But the idea is to be in the moment and interact. So I think that opportunity is, we are seeing a lot of growth, at least on our platforms. And I think there are ways of subtly weaving it in. I think Sujata was spot on.
Yeah. I think we'll figure it out as the year progresses. Guys, I think we're running out of time. Thank you so much, Sai. Thank you, Sujata. Thank you, Saket. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Prasoon. Thank you, IWM, for doing this. That's about it, I guess.
Thank you to everyone.
Thank you,
Pinaki.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that absolutely wonderful and lovely and very interactive conversation. Guys, we'll break for lunch now, but लौटिए अच्छा खाना खाने के बाद in exactly 30 minutes from now. See you in 30.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कट पीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है
अरे क्या कर रही है तू मेरा? साइको यार।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Wear your love this Valentine.
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है, उनको मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिरकर, इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, Let's start the show.
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड और दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं, ओह माय गॉड, व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है।
Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Right, incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ.
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers.
Wow, beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता।
मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके shots, ये निके निके shots. तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
टाइगर इज बैक।
द बिग पिक्चर, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited.
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all love this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ ब्रो।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड और जिसका मैक्सिमम ड्रेस लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know the brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं, ओह माय गॉड, व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन्स। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ.
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Wow, beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलत।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या? क्या कर रही है तू मेरा?
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all are this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show! Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरीज कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड। दिस इज द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पति मुंडू सुला देता, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी ले आया।
सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन्स। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Write incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Wow, beautiful.
दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलत।
मेरे यार मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके शॉट्स, ये निके निके शॉट्स।
तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या?
प्यार नहीं है तो मेरा
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोला।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Where y'all up this Valentine?
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल इज डेड। सुना तुमने? साहिल इज डेड।
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
Welcome back after lunch. You're watching Wood Presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat chat rooms. Platinum partner QQ Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Time for our next session, which is Go Premium, the era of great stories. And we are in conversation with Namit Sharma, partner producer Reliance Big Synergy, joined by Farzad Palia, head SVOD and international business Wycom 18 Digital Ventures, Abhishek Rege, chief executive officer CEO Endemol Shine India, Adit Mehta, marketing head Think and Learn Private Limited Byju's, Manish Menghani, head of acquisition Amazon Prime India. Namit sir, over to you.
Thank you, Swaroop. And hi guys, welcome to this chat. Really happy to be in such good company. And can everyone hear me? Is it all audible and good? Okay, all right. So obviously, topic at hand: Go Premium, the era of great storytelling. We're living in a fairly unprecedented sort of time where great stories, great narratives are making their way to millions and millions of consumers on OTT. The delivery platform has changed everything. Also the kind of narrative that people are loving. It's really an absolute first universally as well as in India. And as this scenario moves at a breakneck speed, we're all all of us in our respective jobs are kind of catching up on a daily basis, evolving, thinking. What according to all of you, we'll just do this very quickly. Are the evolving content trends, as things change, as the years go by? Manish, we can start with you.
Hey, hi everyone.
So yeah, I'm sorry. I got the intro, but I couldn't hear your question. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, so I'm saying that as things evolve and as things change, as consumer behavior, producing patterns, as things evolve on a annual basis or a monthly basis, what are the current content trends that you're looking at?
I think the situation remains to be ever evolving. We are at the very nascent but very fast growing pace for adoption and engagement on SWOT in India. I think this is a multi-year journey, which is, and as we call it in Amazon, it's just till day one, and it remains to be super exciting. Some of the trends, and again, we've seen, we're always working consumer backwards. We've seen the space evolve both from a consumer and a consumption point of view, where the early adopters have now gone into mainstream. Large number of consumers coming in and imagining SWOT to be daily entertainment and mainstay. Something that they can't stay without. If you're gonna think about how the space is evolving, at least for us, we're imagining this not just one service, but imagine trying to serve multiple kind of consumers in many different languages, and think about this like as many networks within one service, and each of those networks come with their own consumer preferences, likes and dislikes, and what really keeps them here. And now if we talk about the languages that we have, we are currently serving content in 9 Indian languages, and of course there's English. We're also seeing the growth of international foreign content coming into India, whether it's from Korea, whether it's from South America, whether it's from Spain. We're seeing how that's translating into very high intent and very high interest. And in addition to that, we're also seeing like a hockey stick kind of growth in genres which were underserved at a point of time. Let me talk about a few of those. Comedy has seen a very, very big lift, and between shows, movies, stand-up comedy, and again, like we're seeing that across like scripted and unscripted both. It's super interesting that before you've ended the first season, people are now asking us like, when are the second season coming up, or when is the next season coming? So that remains to be one big area that we're seeing continuous interest. The other one is, I think horror remains to be a significantly underserved genre, and again, maybe some of the economic models haven't worked for storytellers to take these stories not just to India but the rest of the world. And we're now seeing that with opportunities that services like us, that we provide to creators, not only telling deep-rooted stories, in India that become, the more rooted a story, the more global the story becomes. We're not only telling these stories in India, but we're also telling them, across the world. And that is, kind of opening the canvas up in terms of consumers, and doesn't really, restrict them from, who they talk to, but, real lovers of like, the genre. So horror is something we're seeing a big interest in. We've been expanding horror in a big way. We've had films like Debuk, Chori, Tumbad, and internationally, we've had Conjuring release yesterday. And we're going to continue to invest in many other areas that serve this very high demand for horror. The next one, I think and again, I'd love to save the best for last. We're seeing a tremendous demand for women-centric stories. We've seen everything from Sherni. Chori is another one, which is kind of a crossover. We've had 4 more shots. We've had Pushpavali, and the demand continues to be there. We are seeing that we are getting very, very increased interest from not just women, whose stories these are, but also other consumers who want to know a lot more about them. So I think that's broadly in a nutshell what I can talk about.
Very, very interesting. Thank you so much. Quickly got a good snapshot of how you guys are thinking. Moving to Farzad, very different audience base, if I may say that, from a platform perspective, and yet as varied a demand from many different types of consumers. So what are you guys at Viacom, what is Viacom Digital thinking about right now from a trends? What are the content trends that you're looking at?
So I think the first the first big sort of trend that all of us are really happy about is that the Indian consumer is finally willing to pay for content, which is a hypothesis that really need to be tested. I think everyone was really worried about, is SVOD a real thing, and is it actually going to come to the fore, and is the Indian consumer actually going to be willing to pay? Because I don't need to give you the spiel on how inexpensive it is to have 500 channels at your command on a daily basis. So I think that's been the big change in the last 2 years, and that trend seems firmly in place with with growth almost at a hockey stick kind of a snapshot. What's surprised us, to be honest, is that, and like you said, Namit, where unlike let's say an Amazon, where Manish is from, or Netflix, we didn't start at the top end of the consumer pyramid, given the large AVOD base that we have, and that's a great strategic advantage. The kind of customer is very, very different over the last couple of years for us. What surprised us is the appetite for even the smaller markets to now be willing to pay for content, and what content choices they're really making. I remember when we gave unscripted and reality a big push a couple of years back, to put it behind the paywall and curate some experiences behind the paywall. There was a lot of skepticism for that. But I think what we've seen is has surprised all of us, pleasantly surprised all of us. And it's really telling that a consumer is willing to pay for various kinds of content. There are, you'll bring in a consumer for a particular show or a particular movie, or whether it's a sport or essentially one event. But at the heart of it, the consumer needs to be served with a variety of content options, because it really is how entertainment is consumed by any of us, right? None of us consume only one kind of entertainment, and that's really what mirrors out on an OTT platform as well. So we've seen great success with reality. We've seen phenomenal success with our originals as well, especially with a show like Asur, hitting it out of the park, and then several of our other shows which have done very, very well for us. That's a great acquisition driver, but you then need to continuously keep serving the audiences. So to be honest, we see a consumption of a cross section of content. The same consumer is essentially consuming reality, scripted, originals, suddenly getting into TV content which they may not have earlier come in for or sampled. We've got a wide variety of premium sports now. People are beginning to sample that. So I think the trend for me really is that consumers are willing to experiment with different kinds of content on a platform, and various platforms will have their strong suits and their sort of white spaces. But it's a very, very healthy mix for the Indian consumer consuming a wide variety of content.
That's a very interesting insight. I mean, if I juxtapose what Manish said and what you're saying as well, is that whether the consumer enters from the top end of the pyramid or from another end of the spectrum, eventually they land somewhere in the middle and sample as many different genres, types, varieties as they can. Pretty much what we would do on television or books or cinema or whatever, right? I mean, sort of come for one thing and then stay for other things, which is great. So good news, Abhishek, for producers like yourself, right? That Farzad here has confirmed that SWOD is here to stay, and the audiences love watching premium content, which means that you must make more premium content, as the months go by. What are your thoughts on this?
Absolutely. Thanks, Naman. So basically, yes, I mean, I agree with Manish and Farzad when they're saying that consumers are now watching multiple genres and multiple stuff. So you can't really categorize a consumer into just one little bucket and say this is what they're watching. And therein lies opportunity for all of us as platforms, as producers, obviously, to kind of cross that. From the type of content and the kind of variation that would come in content, we're looking at, I think a step back is obviously you've gone direct to consumer right now with all the streaming. So now comes the chance of what's more of a control in that consumer's hands. You're getting the choice between premium content, between short formats, between small movies. This is pretty much still the audio, and the audio pure content is coming on into play. Your radio stations on YouTube. Soon you should have audio content on your streamers, which are meant for video as well. So there's a lot of those crossovers that will happen. Another big thing that's going to drive this and all of this in addition is technology. Can you look at a Bandersnatch kind of scenario, which is you're offering the consumers to move along with the story and decide the next step of the plot? Can you work on virtual reality driven content at the next level? And gaming is something where not just active gaming, but just passive watching people play is becoming the new thing. Netflix moving into that side of gaming is another testament to all of that, right? So I think there's also this technology play that's going to be big time driver down the line, in addition to just slotting it by genre. So I think over the next, and you can't even say what the cycle is going to be. It could be very fast. It could be over 2 to 5 years. But we're going to see a lot of technology coming in and newer content being delivered basis that technology. So absolutely, that's good for all the arms dealers that we call ourselves. So we're looking forward to that.
Atit, as one of India's largest brands and one of India's biggest the biggest spenders in the media space, communicating constantly to a wide range of audiences, especially families. Where do you see brands parking themselves in the space of premium narratives, or even just narratives which are available on SWOD or AWOD services? How do you see that playing out?
Yeah, so I think AWOD's pretty clear on how brands would get their opportunity, but in my mind, I think you're also looking at potentially how mature markets like the US had already started. I think just simple integrations, which could be a miss for the larger audience, but it's at a very opportune time. It's like a lot of sitcoms have toyed with this idea. You get to see them at the end of the credit list, but it's a very natural integration for a brand that has more value than just putting the spots out. And I think we're also waiting for a large part of the SWOT to iron out what is the value that the brand gets back. It's very established as a plan on the linear side. You get those 13 weeks plus 2-3 weeks of exposure everywhere. How does that plan out? Because you can't have all the expressions hitting you right in the beginning and it's over, right? So what's that plan? I think once we have that, we will see more and more of these brand integrations happening even on the premium side of content.
So moving to Atit, what's your sense of brands moving into the narrative storytelling space?
No, I think as a marketer, I think it's a fantastic space to be in. Yeah, we have always grappled what are the more choices one can have to deliver your messaging, your brand advertising messaging. Now with another ecosystem getting created, and the good part is linear TV is not dropped as much as online has grown. So what is happening now is, from a marketer perspective, that you are having multiple options. If I am doing a video strategy, I can go to a theater, I can go to an OTT, I can go to an AVOD, and I also have television. So from a single unit point, now one is talking about 4 or 5 points, and with crossover content happening, radio becoming much more integrated, audio pieces becoming better integrated into this entire consumer piece, the options are many. It becomes very difficult to ensure that you are not over planning it or under planning it. But from a brand perspective, the growth which we have seen and the growth which we expected to see as we go forward. Now, for example, 2 days back, prices of Netflix came down significantly. That give us X amount of growth, and all the tactical innovations is adding new consumer bases. And if there is an opportunity for the brand to get integrated, whether through advertising or inside the narrative of a show, then you are talking about a great opportunity which probably was not there as of like last year. So great situation to be from a brand perspective too.
Yes, I think it's an idea that this time will come. We'll see one big thing where we see this playing out. It's just a matter of does it and when. And I guess yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Farzad, question for you. We're in a very cluttered making environment, and by making I mean writing, producing environment where there are multiple stories across genres coming to you as a platform on a regular basis. The amount of production that we're in currently right now is sort of unheard of. Before it's unprecedented. The scale at which shows, series, films are being made. When a project comes to you, what's your motivation to greenlight it? What's the point at which you see? What are you looking for? How do you move through the clutter and find something that you really like?
Yeah, that's a great question, but it's a tough one to answer. There's that's really what every platform in the world is looking to sort of put their finger on and find a winner from among everything that you receive, and obviously with the amount of content creators that have now sort of expanded, the kind of stories that you get are all at a very, very good scale. And there's a great seed in every story. I think we follow a very rigorous development process, as I'm sure most of the platforms do. But I think we like to pride ourselves on that, where we develop a story very, very deep, and only once we're absolutely completely sure that this is something that could cut through clutter is when we green light. What's happened over the last couple of years, I think there's also been a bit of a shift. Literally in the last 12 odd months, I think when we were in the peak of the lockdown, you had, and especially the first lockdown, and maybe even to an extent the second one, people were at home. The amount of entertainment consumption had just skyrocketed, and anyone who released any kind of series or movie was pretty sure that it would get consumed. I think as life moves back to normal now, and with people going about their daily lives, you're now competing with a variety, you're competing for essentially a share of people's time. It's going to be that much harder to make your story get sampled by an audience, and which is why I think the defining sort of one of the defining selection criteria for most of content really to get greenlit is it clutter breaking, and is it differentiated enough, which is going to make somebody want to either dip their hand into their wallet and pay you for a subscription, or if they're already a subscriber, is it going to get them to even sample it despite having paid for the particular platform, given the amount of content that's being dropped, and very, very good content that's being dropped across every platform. So it's a really, really hard process. I think it's only going to get harder. You'll see strategies varying from let's drop 5 shows a month to let's only drop 1 show every month and make it large kind of scenario. So you'll see, depending on the life cycle of each platform. But no easy answers there, Namit, to be honest. So we've seen some of the best storytellers send in really, really good Bibles, but for one reason or the other has not really made the cut. And on the other hand, we've seen a complete, unknown first timer send in a concept, develop it, and it's actually made the cut. So it's a very level playing field out there as well. And I think the advantages of I'm able to get this big talent and I'm able to get that big talent as, the defining carrot will slowly wane out, and it will move more in favor of quality storytelling and development.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. That a great idea and a great show can literally come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be big names or people who have achieved in something in the genre or whatever. Manish, as somebody who has visibility to literally everything that is ready and in the market, and and at your doorstep to pick and choose. What's your motivation to select or propel certain narratives and certain stories and certain projects?
So our thinking evolves as we learn more about consumers, and at Amazon, we really do everything consumer backwards. We're doing a ton of work, diving into data internally and externally to understand what's working. And I think the few things, that we've arrived at, and, this continues to evolve over a period of time. But one of the most important things for us is, who is the story really made for? I think that needs to come out very sharply. We believe that a story written, it could be for a small cohort of people, but getting more love from a small cohort versus just being liked by many is a lot more important to us than anything else. That's the first thing. The second one is, how rooted is the story? And we're learning that rooted stories, they don't just travel across the country, but they travel globally for us. And that is another critical aspect of our story selection. Whether we're doing shows or movies, those things remain important to us. How relatable is it? How realistic, is the story? And I think what we're seeing with consumers is that, beyond the stories that are written to be fantasy, like how much of it can I relate to? How much of it seems realistic? And that's becoming, very important versus having, leaps of faith, which, I think consumers are probably not very, close to today. We've seen stories travel a lot. So we are also looking at stories that have the ability to travel. And we're learning that the more rooted the story, the more global the reach. And when I say global, I'm not just talking about like outside of India. Yeah, we're seeing stories travel within India. We've seen stories like Sher travel to over 4,000, towns and cities in the country. It reaches more than 99% pin codes in the country. We've seen some of our regional stories coming from the Tamil market. Let me take the example of Jai Bhim. A film like that has had more than 50% consumers watching the film outside of the home state. We've had more than 15 to 20% consumers watching the film outside the country. And in these, and what we're really learning is that the story and the characters are the real hero. It's not about having big heroes and big stars coming to say a story. We've had everything from Sher Shah to Panchayat, but it's really, what connects with our consumers. Why does somebody need to watch Sherni? Why is that character relatable? Is really what makes our stories stick. And I think we're learning. We're of course evolving with what we see from consumption on our service, and consumers talking to us about what they like and what they don't like. But we're continuing to do a lot more in that space. We've launched, I think it's a half century now. We've launched 50 films direct to service in the last 18 months. And these stories have been told globally. We're giving storytellers, and I think the other aspect here is also like, what is the opportunity that we provide storytellers? We're giving them the opportunity to go day and date globally, without the restriction of reach and limitations of reach because of theatrical, maybe in international territories. So I think in a nutshell, those are the few things that we look at, but there's a lot more for us to learn. It's still day one.
The fun part about what you just said is that it will evolve next month and the month after and the month after. So we're in a very nascent stage, and there are no rules, right? I mean, sort of there are rules, but then they change. Abhishek, how do you plan to keep up? Because obviously the investment of time and money needed as a production company in developing narratives, stories, concepts, formats is very, very long. Like every show has a very long tail, and then by the time you take it to a platform, maybe audience tastes have changed. How do you juggle this? With this, how do you work around this dilemma of spending enough time in cooking something and yet keeping it relevant around the time you take it to a platform or around till the release? How does one do that?
I agree with you. I think, see, what happens is development needs to become a huge focus now. I mean, one of the times that we could select 2 or 3 ideas, then take them ahead and see which one clicks, and does that is that relatable to a platform's present requirement or not? Those were very, I think those are largely working for the linear way of things. Because you are also talking to a mass audience and there's an objective to there. What happens on OTT is we've kind of over the last 3 or 4 years invested very heavily in book rights, stories, because like Farzad also said, you don't know where the next big one is coming from. Big one, decent one, whatever it is, the next good story can come from anywhere. So you need to be really also combing through whatever's there in the market, people with stories, writers, directors, and you need to kind of constantly try to see what's good. But herein is the part where it's not that you try to also focus on a genre that works or not. With OTT and the streaming services, what's happened is you're also catering to all genres eventually. So even if you look at crime today, it pays to hold a drama story, try to develop it, put in something into it, put your money, good writing time and everything into it. And that might easily convert once you have it ready. So we can't today focus on saying, I've got the story idea and a plot. Can we make it? That's not how the platform has the time or the bandwidth to look at.
That time has passed, I think.
Yes, absolutely. So even when you're taking, I'm sure pretty much between Farzad and Manish and others, you'll be getting hundreds of plots, ideas, stories, or options every day. How does R1 stand out? So it's a pitch process before that, right? We have to basically make that marketing thought count and take it across to say why does it matter and why will it stand out. And the other thing we found out is whatever genre you pick today and you take across. I mean, you say crime works, so you're talking crime to a platform, and you try and show them all the other genres you have. They could be comedy, they could be drama, they could be slice of life, they could be horror. Eventually someone will say, hey, that idea, can you bring it back? So I think we're at a time where ideas are not going to die out, where concepts would go back and say, yes, similar tha, wo similar tha. I think you're at a zone where if people like something, you will have more of that. And similarly, if that genre isn't acceptable today, I think it's a matter of time where platforms will get data about consumers to say they also like this thing. So who's got this idea or in this genre? So I think it's about, from a production house perspective, it's about as much of a broad genre-based things can you collect, the ideas that can, and we will have to put time and effort and money into really developing it to an extent to make it ready for what could get into the next point of greenlit. We can't always wait for development funds or contracts from platforms. I think we'll have to focus on that ourselves. That is where the market will move.
Absolutely. I think it's very critical for producers to keep investing constantly in development and keep the development going, irrespective of when the platform comes in, because you don't know when they're going to, when that genre will get picked up. Atit, as how do you work in the world or in the universe of stories? And I don't necessarily, I'm not asking about S-word or A-word, not talking about only premium narratives, but just how does a brand work with narratives, outside of, the regular 30-second commercial route? that everyone follows? What do you guys do? What's your approach?
Oh, I want to believe that my organization is India's largest content producer. Yeah, because what we have done is we are also telling stories. We are also putting a very, very strong narrative in a 3-minute, 3.5-minute, a boring, complicated, complex chemistry problem or a physics equation or something on biology is now coming alive with a very, very tight script, a very, very strong narrative, and it's going to the consumers, and hundreds of millions of people are participating, and the good part is they're learning and they're paying for it. Yeah, so that's what we are also doing. While we are not producers, but yeah, we have the best minds, academicians who are also people who understand production, who understand media, who understand graphics. So that's what is happening, and that's on the business side. But from a brand side, I think beyond the 30-second communication, there is enough and more opportunity. The only thing which one needs to be careful about is that if you have to go beyond a 30-second, one needs to be patient. It cannot be that you issue a brief or commission something and in 1 month time it's going to be on air. It's a 6-month, 7-month process. You'll have to trust the production behind it. You need to trust the vision behind that. And if one is able to go through that journey, there is like a huge opportunity which is still underserved. So one needs to plan it, time it, and go with the conviction that this is going to work. And if it's seeing the release after 6 months, 8 months from the time you have started conceptualizing, or probably one should be standing with it and not becoming too knee-jerk and too tactical. Okay, I want it in 20 days and 30 days, so on and so forth. So that's what I feel underutilized section in terms of going beyond 30 seconds.
Very interesting actually to hear that, and the way you put it in perspective was, the perspective of the fact that the product itself is one large storyteller, and via the power of narrative, you're educating millions and millions of Indians. We're just about 10 minutes away from wrapping the session, and there's one last question. But before I move to that, we need very quick responses from all of you on opportunities in regional content, in language content, let's just in non-Hindi content. Where do you guys, how important, how significant is that going to become? Quickly, Farzad.
I think there's no two ways about it. I mean, we've seen it on linear, we've seen it in all forms of communication, whether it's the movies, whether it's a proliferation of languages into sport, and so on and so forth. It is, we deal with many Indias within one India. That's a cliche, but it is also, it is the absolute truth. So I think my sense is that about 35 to 40% of SWOT consumers in the next 2 to 3 years are likely to be from regional markets. There's a separate set of things that you need to do to cater to a Tamil family versus a Bengali family, and so on and so forth. There's enough entertainment being made for every language. And I think there's, just like everyone's been focusing on the Hindi market mostly for the large part of it, I think the same amount of rigor and focus will go on to at least 4 or 5 of the regional markets, and it's already begun. I think there's many platforms which have already begun. I think it's only gonna grow at a very, very rapid pace.
Manish, I think Prime Video was one of the early movers in the language non-Hindi content space. Acquisitions, and then of course commissioning originals as well. Is that propelling audience connect, consumption, all of that for you?
I believe the next 100 million consumers are going to come from lingual markets, and there's a ton of work that needs to be done to be able to provide the right kind of content and the right kind of reach. There's a different phenomena that we're also seeing. Like, this content is not just created and appealing to consumers, who it's been created for. To give you an example, does a film like Jai Bhim appeal only to Tamil consumers, or does Drishyam appeal only to Telugu? I think not, and we're already seeing that happening even with international content. So consumers have become a lot more open, to good stories. And I think you're right about the fact that it's not just movies and it's also series. We all have to get better at telling high quality finite fiction. The film market has been there and it's fairly evolved, not just now but for the last 30 years. I think we're just there to provide reach. We launched Prime Video in India with Hindi, English, and 4 regional languages, and we've expanded to 4 more. We've had the belief that this is not a consumer cohort that is sitting on the fringes of the service, but I think is at the heart and center to everything that we do, and which is why we don't look at this service as one service programming to many. It is many services within one. And I think unless we get better, sharper, and more focused towards each consumer cohort, and it's not just about like languages, but also within those languages, how are we appealing to different consumer segments? What content are we providing that's speaking and narratives for women, young adults, families, and unless that's been addressed in a deeper manner, I don't think we're even scratching the tip of the iceberg. So there is enough of the focus and the work we've already started doing. We're seeing tremendous response. I can't even talk about how happy we are with what we've seen so far in terms of traction, and we're continuing to invest in these markets. And yeah, I think this is the next big space everybody is waiting to get into.
I just have time for one more quick response on the same from Atit. If you can talk about how important is language / non-Hindi content creation, communication for a brand.
No, as everybody said, that it's a known fact that it's equally important, and the next set of new consumers are going to come from this cohort. But I'll just give you one data point, and that should answer this question. There are about 6.5 lakh schools in the country which are registered, listed, so on and so forth, out of which only 3.5 lakhs are English-speaking schools. Across about 45% of schools even today are in their respective regional language. English as a language of communication starts as a subject in standard 9th. So this set of consumers, now whether these are young kids and the parents, they will not understand anything else apart from their regional languages or their respective languages. So if there is content, whether it's educational, entertainment, fiction, non-fiction, live sports, scripted, non-scripted, everything, that there is always going to be a market.
I think that data point is very, very interesting. Thanks a lot, Atit, for that. Abhishek, as someone who works across markets, especially with your flagship show, Big Boss, you have superstars from all types of cinema leading the show. Are you also looking at bringing that kind of talent, not just necessarily on camera talent, but writing, directing talent, and letting them crossbreed across languages? Just like how it's playing out in the Hindi film industry, we're seeing so much movement of writing, great writing and directorial talent across regions and ideas.
Absolutely. I think it's a given that we're also kind of focusing on how we can grow the regional side, especially for content producers. Our next line of growth is regional, and it's been there for some time already, courtesy the linear channels. I think the key point, while I agree with everyone who said this, is given those points itself, it's very important for us to learn from how the linear regional play actually grew. we were caught with this chicken and egg scenario where linear channels wouldn't invest, wanted a low price point, and therefore bad programming, therefore subscription was limited. But with the meters opening up after Nielsen to Bark, etc., obviously the universe really came by and kept on growing. But the key is that the younger audiences are going to be your larger consumers. When you say you want the next set of subscribers, you're also talking about the extra income that the younger audiences will have to spend on those things, and therefore the quality will have to go up. And I think that's the focus from a content perspective. How do you bring in stuff that's made for the market, can be consumed by other markets in a subtitling or a dubbed version, but how can it become core to you? One of the testaments to it is, I mean, Hoi Choi, Planet Marathi, etc., growing, or AHA in Telugu, how they are growing and really getting across to those subscribers and consumers in the vernacular. So I think the quality of programming is going to be key for us to really push. Once you do that, your next set of subscribers for the next couple of decades is that language.
Absolutely.
And right now, the viewers you're getting is very easily the audience that is used to watching linear has moved to catch up, and a mix of all of that while it's got new subscribers. But there's a huge opportunity there again.
Thank you. One last question on this session to Atit. We can start with him. So one of our sponsors, ShareChat, runs successful chat rooms, and this is something that they want us to talk about. How can brands or content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement, and how does that play out? What's your view on that?
I wouldn't know right now offhand in terms of how it can get played out, but yeah, one needs to understand deeply, and if there is value. So see, there are two parts to anything, whether it is a chat platform like this or entertainment. If there are consumers, monies will follow. Consumers will follow. So if there is value getting created and there's some opportunity, I'm sure this type of platform also will have some revenue coming in.
Yeah, I think the key, like all of you are saying, is delivering stories and allowing people to connect with different types of stories, making them well, delivering them well. One of the big takeaways has been just the vast universe of untapped non-Hindi audiences that is that needs or that is waiting to watch premium content, and how the next few 10 million or then maybe 100 million that can come from that side of the country, which is currently not our core consumer. Thank you, gentlemen. Really interesting conversation. Really look forward to doing this another time soon with all of you. Thank you, India Web Fest. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Namit. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, everyone, for that absolutely enlightening conversation. Friends, it is now time to move on to our next panel discussion, which is regional content and OTT, the Bharat story. It promises to be a very engaging one. And we are in conversation with Sushant Yatham, VP Video Network Kyuki, joined by Madhura Bakchal, influencer, Akash Jadhav, influencer, Santosh Jadhav, influencer, Runa Sinha, VP Nukkad by Stage. Over to you, Sushant, sir.
Thank you, Sanam. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. I think पहली बात तो ये भारत पैनल है, तो I'm gonna speak in Hindi, trying my level best as much as I can. तो why this panel is important and what are the things? मैं कहीं ना कहीं मुझे दो तीन चीजें मुझे ऐड करनी है. कल मैं एक आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था. इंडिया आज के तारीख में नंबर 2 है इंटरनेट पॉपुलेशन के हिसाब से. कहीं 400 मिलियन, कहीं 600 मिलियन, 600 मिलियन, यहाँ कहीं कहाँ ऐसे नंबर्स हैं, बट हम सेकंड है. वी हैव ओवरटेकन यूएस. सेकंड चीज ये है कि अगर आप पिछले 1-1.5 साल से अगर आप कॉर्पोरेट स्टोरी फॉलो कर रहे हैं, तो आपको कहीं ना कहीं पता होगा कि सारी जो यूनिकॉर्न जिसे कहते हैं या $1 बिलियन कंपनीज जिसे कहते हैं, उन्होंने अपने फंड रेज कहीं ना कहीं भारत स्टोरी के ऊपर रेस किया है. ठीक है, कोई शॉर्ट फॉर्मेट प्लेटफॉर्म्स हो जाए, हमारे क्लोज पार्टनर है जो उनके साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं, शेयर चैट हो जाए, मौज हो जाए या MX टाकाडा, उनकी सबकी स्टोरी ये है कि हम ये भारत ऑडियंस को कैसे रीच करे। रिसेंटली यूट्यूब और इंस्टाग्राम जो प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं क्रिएटर को प्रमोट करते हैं। उनके सारे क्रिएटर्स अगर आप देखे जाए तो सारे के सारे भारत है। तो कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि देन व्हाई डोंट वी टेक पीपल हु आर बिहाइंड इट एंड कहीं ना कहीं क्या क्यों नहीं उनसे बात करें। इनफैक्ट इस पैनल में काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग मिक्स है। मेरे साथ संतोष और आकाश हैं जो इंडियन फार्मर्स एक यूट्यूब चैनल एंड एक पूरा प्लेटफॉर्म चलाते हैं। एंड मेरे साथ मधुरा जी है जो ये तीनों क्रिएटर्स इनफैक्ट यूट्यूब के स्पॉटलाइट में फीचर कर चुके हैं, जो पैन इंडिया कैंपेन होता है जहाँ पे लिली सिंह, सुपर वुमन, ये सब काफ़ी लोग आ चुके हैं। इनफैक्ट मेरे पास और एक इंटरेस्टिंग पैनलिस्ट है जिनको मैं बहुत अच्छे से जानता हूँ। आई हैव अ लॉन्ग रिलेशन विद हर, इज रूना सिन्हा। उन्होंने सेवरल हैट्स पहने हैं। उन्होंने भारत स्टोरी बहुत क्लोज से फॉलो किया है और वो एक बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म चलाते हैं, नुक्कड़ बाय स्टेज, और वो वहाँ की वीपी हैं। तो उनसे भी हम बात करेंगे और शायद मैं उनसे थोड़ा चीज़ें निकालूंगा कि ब्रांड क्या है, कहाँ पे क्या होता है, शायद वो चीज़ें हम कहीं ना कहीं बात करेंगे। तो फर्स्टली थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच, आपने अपना टाइम लेके ये पैनल सेट ज्वाइन किया है। क्विकली कमिंग टू द मेन पॉइंट, और मैं चाहता हूँ मैं रूना जी से पहले स्टार्ट करूँ थोड़ा एक कंटेक्स्ट सेट करने के लिए कि जब हम भारत ऑडियंस कहते हैं, मुझे पता है कि बहुत लोग आजकल काफ़ी क्विकली यूज करते हैं कि यार स्टॉप थिंकिंग अबाउट टियर 1, लेट्स गो भारत, लेट्स गो पैन इंडिया। और ये आई एम श्योर आपने भी अपने टीम को कहा होगा और सोचा होगा, और आपका प्लेटफॉर्म काफी कुछ कर रहा है। अगर ऑडियंस अगर है, प्लीज ये कॉन्वर्सेशन के बाद उनके यूट्यूब चैनल देखिए, काफी इंटरेस्टिंग प्रॉपर्टीज वो लोग कर रहे हैं। तो रुना जी, मुझे चाहिए कि आप जब भारत ऑडियंस कहते हो क्या है एग्जैक्टली, अगर आप एक कंटेक्स्ट सेट करेंगे ये पैनल के लिए पूरा।
Sure, Shashank. Thank you. And welcome all the panelists and everybody. Very good afternoon. See, हमारे लिए भारत all internet users minus the top 10% है by the socio-economic classification, which means that we are not guarded by the geographical boundary. हम लोग एक बार भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं कि tier 2, tier 3 में ही भारत बसता है। भारत दिल्ली एनसीआर में भी बसता है, मुंबई में भी बसता है, बैंगलोर में भी बसता है। Wherever this audience, who is not belonging to the top 10% in the socio-economic classification, और वो मतलब हिंदी कंटेंट कंज्यूमर फर्स्ट है। आपको दिखता होगा काफी बॉम्बे में या बैंगलोर में या दिल्ली में बहुत ऑडियंस है जो हिंदी में बहुत कंफर्टेबल है। सो दैट इज भारत फॉर अस। सो वी नेवर से दैट झांसी या झारखंड या एनी अदर प्लेस इज भारत एंड tier 2, tier 3 cities are भारत। नो, वी से दिस ऑडियंस इज ट्रैवलिंग एवरीवेयर। And this particular definition, ever since this internet penetration has happened, most of the brands also feel the same way. उनके लिए भी भारत इस geographical boundary से सीमित बिल्कुल भी नहीं है। भारत हर जगह है जहाँ पे ये consumer है। So this is what we truly believe, and this is what we are working on, and that's what our platform is all about. We are focusing on this particular भारत, and India में बसता है। इंडिया आपका tier 2, tier 3 cities में ही बसता है। जो वहाँ पे इंग्लिश कंटेंट कंज्यूमर्स है वो इंग्लिश कंटेंट कंज्यूमर्स फर्स्ट है, लेकिन हमारी भारत जो है वो हर जगह है। एवरीवेयर इट इज स्प्रेड आउट। दे आर बेसिकली कंज्यूमर्स ऑफ हिंदी कंटेंट फर्स्ट। दे आर कंफर्टेबल इन दैट।
एग्जैक्टली, आई थिंक इट इज कहीं ना कहीं ये वो लैंग्वेज ड्रिवन है रादर देन ज्योग्राफी ड्रिवन, एंड उनके कंजम्पशन, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मेरे पास जैसे संतोष जी और आकाश जी हैं, वो महाराष्ट्र के सांगली से आते हैं, एंड दे आर वेरी टेकी एंड दे आर वेरी इंफॉर्मेशन। एंड आप कहीं ना कहीं सही बात कह रहे हैं कि ये मुंबई में भी बसते हैं, ये पुणे में भी बसते हैं, ये दिल्ली में भी बसते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरा एक ऑडियंस मिक्स है। सो मुझे भी आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू आकाश एंड संतोष, आप में से कोई भी एक सवाल उठा सकता है। जैसे रुना जी ने कहा है कि हिंदी या ऑडियंस जहाँ पे है, आपके लिए, क्योंकि आपने ही, आपका चैनल ही पूरा भारत फर्स्ट है, तो ये कहाँ से आपको आइडिया आया और आपने पहले क्या सोचा? अगर आप एक क्विकली हमें बता सकते हैं हमारे ऑडियंस को। और ये इंडियन फार्मर आज के तारीख में एक नंबर 1 यूट्यूब प्लेटफॉर्म है, वन ऑफ द नंबर 1 यूट्यूब प्लेटफॉर्म्स एंड क्रिएटर नेटवर्क आपका जो कहते हैं वो है। तो कहाँ से ये आइडिया है और आपके लिए ये भारत ऑडियंस कैसे है और क्या है आपका फैन बेस? अगर आप दोनों में से कोई एक बात करेंगे तो बहुत अच्छा होगा।
ओके, मैं बात करता हूँ। आवाज ठीक है मेरी?
परफेक्ट आ रही है।
ग्रेट। फर्स्टली तो जो रुना जी ने कहा,
उससे मैं टोटली अग्री करता हूँ कि ये डेमोग्राफिक्स के रिलेटेड है नहीं है, इट्स मोर अबाउट द रूट्स एंड इंटरेस्ट्स। अगर हम एग्रीकल्चर में काम करते ना, तो हमारी ऑडियंस जो है रूरल में है बेसिकली, वो हमारी प्राइम जो है मेन ऑडियंस है। लेकिन कई सारे आईटी इंजीनियर्स भी है जो हमारा कंटेंट देखते हैं, वो जाके कहीं जाके खेती करना चाहते हैं, तो वो भी है। सो इट्स डाइवर्स मिक्स है। लेकिन आइडिया का अगर बात करेंगे हम ना, तो हम जिस एरिया से आते हैं, जिस रीजन से आते हैं, देखिए कोई भी कंटेंट क्रिएटर जो है वो अपने दिल की बात कहता है, या जो अपने इर्द गिर्द जो है आपकी अपने इंटरेस्ट जो है, हॉबीज जो है, उस पर काम करता है। तो हम जहाँ से आते हैं, तो हमारे यहाँ ना प्लेस होते हैं, ना थिएटर्स इतने हैं, ना बाकी कोई मतलब ना ऑर्केस्ट्रा हो रहा है, ना कुछ ओपरा हो रहा है, कुछ हो रहा है। हमारे यहाँ बस खेती हो रही है, वही हम खेल रहे हैं, वही सब सोच रहा हो रहा है। तो हमारी जो बात है, जो हम कर रहे हैं, वही हम दिखाएंगे, जो हमने देखा है, जो हमारे घर में सब जो जो है, या हमारे कॉमन इंटरेस्ट जो है। अगर मैं मेरे दोस्त निकालूंगा, तो सबके में सब मतलब कोई ना कोई किसान ही है, या उनके रूट्स वहीं पे है। हालांकि कुछ गए हैं सिटीज में वगैरह, लेकिन वो जो दिल के करीब की बात है, वो फार्मिंग की थी हमारी। तो इवेंचुअली वही है कि जो, और जो कंटेंट का गेम ये है कि जो सच है वो आप कहोगे तो ही आपका कुछ होगा। अगर आप वहां पे फेक करना चाहोगे, लाइक आप अगर मास्क पहन के कुछ करोगे ना, वहां पे वर्क नहीं करेगा। तो हमारे जो पास में था वही हमने किया, और वही से आइडिया भी आया, और वो इतना इजी भी जा रहा है, इसलिए हम एक्चुअली ग्रो भी कर रहे हैं बेसिकली।
ऑथेंटिक, नेचुरल और प्रैक्टिकल।
करेक्ट, ऑथेंटिक, नेचुरल। आई थिंक मधुरा जी, मैं आपको इसमें भी थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आपने एक जर्नी आपने एक्चुअली लिटरली विटनेस की है, भारत कमिंग टू इंटरनेट। एंड कहीं ना कहीं हम भी आपके चैनल और आपके थ्रू ग्रो हुए हैं। मे बी स्पेसिफिकली लॉकडाउन में काफ़ी हेल्प हुआ है हमें, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हमने आपके वीडियोस देख के देखे हैं। अगर ऑडियंस चाहती तो इसके बाद मधुरा रेसिपी सर्च कीजिए और आपको मिल जाएगा क्या है उनका कंटेंट। सो आई वाज लकी दैट कि मैं आपका काम कर रहा हूँ, तो मुझे काफ़ी कुछ चीज़ सीखने को मिली। बट आपके हिसाब से आपने जो ट्रांजिशन देखा है, मुझे पता आपने इंग्लिश, हिंदी, मराठी कंटेंट क्रिएशन जर्नी देखी, तो आपके लिए कैसे वो भारत और कैसे वो ट्रांजिशन हुआ, और आपके हिसाब से क्या है, इफ यू कुड थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दैट।
सो अभी तो आई कैन से कि ड्रास्टिक शिफ्ट हुआ है, लेकिन फॉर मी ऑब्जेक्टिव हम जिसे कहते हैं कि हम कोई चीज स्टार्ट करते हैं, अभी तो ठीक है कि एवरीबडी वांट्स टू बी कंटेंट क्रिएटर। तो बैक इन 2009 ये कुछ कंसेप्ट नहीं था, लेकिन जो ऑब्जेक्टिव चाहिए या विजन चाहिए कि यू हैव टू सेट फोर्थ, तो मेरा हमेशा यही था कि भारत, या फिर रूना जी ने कहा इंडियन फार्मर में कि बाउंड्रीज नहीं है when we talk about India, or mainly when we talk about food has no boundaries। मतलब जो खाना साउथ इंडिया में बनता है वो पूरे देश में खाया जाता है, एवरीबडी अडोर्स दैट फूड। या फिर मुंबई में जो बनता है बड़ा पाव, वो सिर्फ इंडिया में नहीं, फॉरेनर को भी उसका बहुत सारा अट्रैक्शन है। सो फॉर मी डेफिनेटली फ्रॉम एज अ क्रिएटर पर्सपेक्टिव, एज एन इन्फ्लुएंसर पर्सपेक्टिव, और जो जॉनर में मैं काम करती हूँ, तो डेफिनेटली आई सी इट हैज नो बाउंड्रीज, इट हैज नो लिमिट्स।
Super, super. So now that we've set a context कि भारत है क्या, भारत ऑडियंस क्या है, और कहीं ना कहीं मैं इस चीज को ज्यादा स्पेसिफाई करने वाला हूँ, क्योंकि ब्रांड्स जैसे मैंने अपने जर्नी देखा है, क्योंकि मैं थ्रू आउट द क्रिएटर जर्नी मैंने ये देखा कि पहले जो ट्रेंड्स आते हैं वो क्रिएटर्स या इन्फ्लुएंसर्स पिकअप करते हैं, फिर उसके बाद ब्रांड्स उसको फॉलो करते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं मैंने ये चीज देखा है कि सडनली आफ्टर द जियो इफेक्ट काफी सारे रीजनल क्रिएटर्स बाहर आए हैं, और उनके कंटेंट काफी मजेदार थे। और आई थिंक आई हैव सीन रेगुलर क्रिएटर्स कन्वर्टेड देमसेल्व्स इनटू रीजनल क्रिएटर्स, कंटेंट क्रिएटर, म्यूजिक, इनफैक्ट म्यूजिक भी काफी कुछ रीजनल हो चुका है। हरियाणवी म्यूजिक हो जाए, या मराठी म्यूजिक हो जाए, या साउथ का हो जाए, या बंगाल मार्केट हो जाए, काफी कुछ उसमें ज्यादा ब्लेंड आए हैं। तो मुझे ये कहना है, मे बी आई आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन टू रूना, कि जब आप अपना प्लेटफॉर्म चलाते हैं, तो ऑडियंस वाइज या कंटेंट क्रिएशन वाइज आपके माइंड में क्या चीजें रन होती हैं टू प्रॉब्ली प्रोग्राम, अगर आपको प्रोग्राम करना है कि हाँ ये एक स्पेसिफिक सेट ऑफ ऑडियंस है और इनको मुझे रीच आउट कर दो, तो आपके माइंड में, आपकी टीम में, आपकी कंपनी में क्या काइंड ऑफ थॉट प्रोसेस जाता है?
So I'm really glad that you asked this question, Sushant. Basically, भारत को मतलब काफी सारे ब्रांड्स या मार्केट्स को मार्केटियर्स को ये इंप्रेशन हो सकता है लुकिंग एट द कंटेंट दैट भारत इज प्रोबब्ली ओनली लुकिंग एट शॉर्ट फॉर्म कंटेंट, जबकि ऐसा है नहीं। बहुत सारा पूरा जो हमारा जो मार्केट है जिसको हम फोकस करते हैं, भारत मार्केट को जो फोकस करते हैं, दे आर बेसिकली लुकिंग एट trustworthy content. They basically want to be informed, make better choices for their living, live a enriched life. क्योंकि उनके पास ना तो they have any dearth of पैसा, yeah, there is no dearth of education also. They're properly educated. But when it comes to information, they lack the proper information. If we compare India and Bharat, that is probably the biggest drawback, that they are probably not having enough information. So they end up making secondary or tertiary choices. So as a platform, our vision is that we will make informative content, in an entertaining manner so that people can take an informed choice. So हमारे लिए information, relatability, reliability, trust, they're very important, very, very important. So whatever we do, our anchors, they're positioned as subject experts. So when they talk about finance or when they talk about, say, women, it comes across that your friend is talking to you. आपके दोस्त आपसे बात कर रहे हैं, आपके लैंग्वेज में बात कर रहे हैं, देवनागरी हिंदी में बात कर रहे हैं, एंड वही सब स्लैंग यूज कर रहे हैं जिससे आप फेमिलियर हो। आपके एंकर आपके जैसे दिखते हैं, ओके, जो कपड़े पहनते हैं, दैट आल्सो दे आर वेयरिंग व्हाट यू आर वेयरिंग, so you know that
I tried, I'm sorry, I made an effort to dress like this. मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, और मैं हिंदी भी काफी कुछ, क्योंकि मैं बॉम्बे से बिलोंग करता हूं, तो मेरी हिंदी आपको पता है कैसी होती है, और मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि वैसे रहे। But thank you for picking that point. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no, so that's what it is. That when you is discussing a problem, I mean that is a thought-provoking problem for Bharat audience. और जब उनको लगता है कि आपके जो एंकर है वो एक सोल्यूशन दे रहे हैं, आपके नीड को फुलफिल कर रहे हैं, so they listen to you because they want to make an informed choice. उनको चाहिए इस तरीके का. So finance literacy is a very important topic for us. When we talk about finance, crypto, PF, कैसे एजुकेशन लोन ले, वो सब टॉपिक बहुत ज्यादा रेजोनेट करता है बिकॉज पीपल आर वांटिंग टू नो, दे आर वांटिंग टू अंडरस्टैंड द इंफॉर्मेशन. विमेन सेंट्रिक टॉपिक अगर बोला जाए, गुड टच बैड टच हमने किया था, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है बिकॉज मदर्स को एक बहुत एजुकेटिव सीरीज लगा, बहुत अच्छा उनका फील हुआ. So we do a Made in Bharat series where we talk to the entrepreneurs and their challenges in the journey. जब भी हम करते हैं तो लोगों को बहुत रेजोनेट करता है. People feel very good, they feel proud of India. So this is what it is, that whatever information you are wanting, जैसे यूथ को मैरिज को लेके बहुत क्वेश्चन मार्क है, अपस्किलिंग को लेके बहुत क्वेश्चन मार्क है. So we are wanting to address those kind of concerns, that what are the issues that you are facing. Your parents are thinking about marriage in a very different way, but how you are thinking is probably the challenges are very different. So we connect the dots and we fill the need gap. That is what we stand for as far as our Bharat is concerned. Informative content presented in a satirical manner.
Absolutely. कहीं ना कहीं मैं इसके पहले वाले पैनल में I just picked up one point जहाँ पे कहा है कि 6 लाख स्कूल है इंडिया में बॉल पार्क रजिस्टर्ड, और 3 लाख के लगभग, इफ आई गॉट द नंबर्स राइट, इंग्लिश है, और बाकी के 3 लाख नॉन इंग्लिश है. सो इसका मतलब ये है कि जस्ट द लैंग्वेज बैरियर ही है. एंड आई थिंक आकाश और संतोष ज्यादा इस पे कहेंगे कि मैं बहुत कुछ इनसे बात करते रहता हूँ ऑफ लेट. तो एक लैंग्वेज बैरियर, एंड आई डोंट थिंक सो इट्स दैट अ ह्यूज लैंग्वेज बैरियर. इट्स जस्ट दैट कि हिंदी इंग्लिश मिक्स भी हो जाए तो ऑडियंस को समझता है एंड कहीं ना कहीं रीच होता है. और आपने एक बहुत सही वैलिड पॉइंट कहा है कि जो रियल टेक है ऑन सब्जेक्ट्स लाइक दिस, इट इज वेयर द रियल ऑडियंस इज, एंड दैट इज वेयर द होल कॉन्वर्सेशन आता है. तो थैंक्स रुना फॉर टेकिंग दैट पॉइंट. बट आकाश और संतोष, मैं आपके पास आना चाहता हूँ. फार्मिंग एक क्लोज टॉपिक है. कहीं ना कहीं इंडिया कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी फार्मिंग के रिलेटेड काफी इकोनॉमी एंड जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन XYZ जनरेट होता है. तो उसमें आपने कैसे वो स्लाइस डाउन रखा कि मैं ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेटिव नहीं रहूं और ज्यादा एंटरटेन ना रहूं, वो बैलेंस वो आपने कैसे मेंटेन किया, और आप अभी क्या कर रहे हो अपने ऑडियंस को रीच आउट करने के लिए, क्योंकि आप ऑलरेडी वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट चैनल्स हो, तो आप क्या कर रहे हो. सो दीज आर 2 क्वेश्चंस एक्चुअली इंटरलिंक टू जो मैंने रुना जी को पूछा. रुना जी ने काफी सरल तरीके से समझाया कि उनके लिए ऑडियंस कैसे है. तो मैं एक स्टेप डाउन नीचे जा रहा हूँ, डाउन द फनल, और आपको पूछ रहा हूँ कि पहले ये कि आपने ऑडियंस को कैसे डाइसेक्ट किया और रीच कैसे कर रहे. सो आकाश या संतोष, आप संतोष, यू वांट टू पिक दैट अप? Absolutely.
पहली बात तो मैं ये बोलना चाहूंगा कि हमारी जो ऑडियंस है वो पूरे भारत में है, सिटी में हो गांव में हो, ज्यादातर रूरल में ज्यादा है, फार्मिंग वहां पे हो रही है। तो हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा कोशिश ये करते हैं कि जो हम कंटेंट बना रहे हैं वो एकदम सिंपल हो, जो कि उनको सीधा सरल समझ में आए। अगर हम कोई भी लैंग्वेज में बात करें, अगर अगले बंदे को सीखना है तो वो देख के भी सीख जाएगा। जो प्रैक्टिकल हम ट्रिक दिखाते हैं फार्म पे, ना कि कोई स्टूडियो में बैठ के, ना कहीं पे, प्रैक्टिकल अगर हम दिखा रहे हैं फार्म से तो उनको समझ में आता है। तो हमारे ऑडियंस ऐसे है कि उनको नेचुरल सिंपल जो काम चल रहा है वो दिखा दिया सिंपल भाषा में, तो वो ज्यादा उनको अच्छा लगता है। बल्कि हमने कई सारे ट्राई भी किए थे अलग अलग तरीके के शूट करके कंटेंट, मतलब शूट करके अलग अलग तरीके से फील्ड छोड़ के, लेकिन उनको वो अच्छा नहीं लगा। क्योंकि
एक एग्जांपल बताइए जो किया और अच्छा नहीं लगा, क्योंकि आई एम श्योर बहुत सारे क्रिएटर्स, बहुत सारे ब्रांड्स और बहुत सारे मेरे से एस्पायरिंग कंटेंट क्यूरेशन टाइप देख रहे हैं, तो ऐसा क्या किया और वर्क नहीं किया? कोई
ऐसे एक दो वीडियो थे
example
मैंने स्टूडियो में शूट किए थे। मैंने सोचा कि बारिश हो रही है, हमारा कंटेंट क्रिएशन ऐसा है कि हमें वेदर से दिक्कत आती है, बारिश आ गई, लाइट्स कम ज्यादा है, सुबह शाम हमें शूट करना पड़ता है, फील्ड पे शूट रहता है। तो हमने सोचा इसका कुछ सोल्यूशन निकालते, तो हमने स्टूडियो में शूट किया। लेकिन वो लोगों को उतना अच्छा नहीं लगा। मतलब जो ऑडियंस है, जो फार्मर्स हैं, बोले कि हमें ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा, ना आप उसमें डिसीज दिखा रहे हो, ना कुछ दिखा रहे हो, बस इमेजेस डाल रहे हो, ना आप आपके फार्म पे हो। तो वो उनको थोड़ा समझ में नहीं आया। तो इसीलिए हम ज्यादा से ज्यादा फील्ड से, खेत से नेचुरल करते हैं, और उसके वजह से हमारी जो ऑडियंस है, वो जो फार्मर्स है, वो ग्रोथ हो गई हमारी ज्यादा से ज्यादा। ये हमें ज्यादा फायदा हुआ वहां से।
करेक्ट। सो ऑथेंटिसिटी, जैसे आकाश कह रहा था इसके पहले कि ऑथेंटिसिटी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट है, एंड स्टूडियो वीडियो नहीं चलेगा। सो अगर आप फार्मिंग कंटेंट क्रिएटर तो आप फार्म में जाइए, अगर आप कुकिंग क्रिएटर हो तो चांसेस हाई है कि आप किचन में खड़े रहिए, जस्ट टू क्रिएट दैट अंडरस्टैंडिंग। एंड आई थिंक ये थ्रू आउट, इट्स नॉट लैंग्वेज बैरियर एट ऑल।
हाँ, मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है, मतलब लैंग्वेज का कोई इशू नहीं है। बल्कि मैं कभी कभी मराठी भी मिक्स कर देता हूँ, हिंदी भी हो जाती है, इंग्लिश भी हो जाती है, तो उतना कोई इशू नहीं है।
करेक्ट, जैसे आप प्रेजेंट करते हैं वो इम्पोर्टेंट है। सो थैंक्स। मधुरा जी, मैं आपको यहाँ पे एक क्वेश्चन पूछना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि आपने काफी क्रिएटर ग्रुप में काफी जर्नी की है, जहाँ पे आपने खुद का एक बुक लॉन्च किया है और आप और बुक लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, प्लस आपने खुद का एक मसाला ब्रांड लॉन्च किया। और एज अ क्रिएटर, फ्रॉम कंटेंट क्रिएशन टू हैविंग अ हार्ड कोर प्रोडक्ट, एंड एक प्रूफ ऑफ पुडिंग होता है ना कि क्रिएटर जर्नी में, कि हम सिर्फ वीडियोस नहीं बनाते, बट हम एंड ऑफ द डे एक प्रोडक्ट बनाते हैं जो हम खुद कंज्यूम करते हैं। और मैंने देखा है कि पर्सनली आपने मसाला एंड टू एंड, मतलब फैक्ट्री में नहीं, कहाँ कहाँ क्या पूरा करके फिर पैकेजिंग तक। आई एम श्योर क्यूकी के टीम मेंबर्स भी सुन रहे हैं यहाँ पे, मेरे कॉलीग्स की कैसे वो जर्नी किया। तो आप पहले वो मसाला कहाँ से आइडिया आया, और ये भारत ऑडियंस को क्या रीच आउट हुआ, क्या आप थोड़ा सा हमें बता सकते हैं कि कैसे क्या है, क्योंकि काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है ये पर्सपेक्टिव।
Yes. So, Sushant sir, you know the journey.
Yes, of course, of course.
Yes. तो it's quite interesting, मतलब क्योंकि ये किसी ने किया नहीं था भारत में अभी तक कि खुद का ब्रांड लॉन्च करना। तो it was like 3 or 4 years back हम एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में थे। तो उसमें ना कॉन्फ्रेंस में मिक्स था, कुछ डिजिटल इन्फ्लुएंसर्स और कुछ टेलीविजन के सेलिब्रिटी स्टार्स की जो ऑलरेडी एस्टेब्लिश थे। तो ड्यूरिंग द कॉन्वर्सेशन दे वर शेयरिंग देयर एक्सपीरियंस कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम द टेलीविजन शोज हाउ दे आर लेवरेजिंग देयर स्टारडम टू हैव देयर ओन ब्रांड, कि कैसे उनका खुद का ब्रांड है, फिर वो चाहिए स्पाइस का हो या फिर यूटेंसिल्स हो। सो दैट वाज द टाइम कि जैसे आनंद सर को वो आइडिया स्ट्राइक हुआ था कि टेलीविजन सेलिब्रिटीज अगर ये फॉर्मेट अडॉप्ट कर सकते तो व्हाई नॉट डिजिटल। तो उसके बाद क्योंकि टीम के साथ काफी सारा डिस्कशन हुआ था। तो जैसे अभी संतोष ने कहा या फिर आकाश ने कहा या फिर रूना जी ने कि यू गॉट टू बी ट्रू टू योरसेल्फ, कि अगर ब्रांड लॉन्च करना है द कंसेप्ट इज वेरी लाइक एक्साइटिंग है, लेकिन जो मैं काम कर रही हूँ पिछले 8-9 साल से, सो उसमें ओवर द पीरियड ऑफ टाइम एक चीज मैंने नोटिस की कि अवेयरनेस, मेरा फोकस है रीजनल थिंग। जैसे हम अब भारत की बात कर रहे हैं तो रीजनल क्यूजिन, तो when we talk about regional cuisine ना, तो उसके बारे में अवेयरनेस काफी कम है। मसाला के बारे में हम बात करते हैं तो काफी कम मसाला लोगों को पता है, कि जैसे कि गरम मसाला, पाव भाजी मसाला या फिर बिरयानी मसाला, उसके आगे ज्यादा अवेयरनेस नहीं है। सो वी केम अप विद द कंसेप्ट कि नहीं, जो करना है, जो हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव है, इन लाइन विद दैट। फिर हमने मसाला के बारे में रिसर्च किया एंड वी केम टू द पॉइंट कि जो ट्रेडिशनल है, ट्रेडिशनली जो हमारी दादी नानी जो मसाला पूरे साल के लिए स्टोर करती थी, उसमें ढेर सारा वेरिएशन है विद इन महाराष्ट्र इटसेल्फ। तो आई एम श्योर कि इंडिया के हर एक पार्ट में ये वेरिएशन होगा, महाराष्ट्र में भी इसमें ढेर सारा वेरिएशन है। तो फिर हमने सोचा कि लेट्स नॉट गेट इनटू द कंपटीशन, हम हमारा खुद का है जो कोर है महाराष्ट्र हाउस होल्ड। फिर वी ट्राई टू डिवाइड महाराष्ट्र इन 5 पार्ट्स ज्योग्राफिकली, जैसे कोकण है या फिर विदर्भ, खानदेश, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र, और उस एरिया में कौन सा मसाला कंज्यूम होता है। सो फ्रॉम टेकिंग फ्रॉम लाइक पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र और साउथ पार्ट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र टू नॉर्थ पार्ट ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, वहां पर उस टाइप का मसाला ट्रेडिशनली यूज होता है। फिर वी थॉट अबाउट दैट, फिर उस पर थोड़ा बहुत काम किया, और फिर दैट्स हाउ वी कंसीडर दिस ब्रांड।
सुपर। आई थिंक एक और एक सेशन होगा इसके ऊपर पूरा डिटेल डिस्कस करने के लिए। आई नो इन द लीव ऑफ टाइम यू जस्ट काइंड ऑफ ट्राई टू, आपने कंसाइज करके बताया, बट क्यों मुझे लगता है ये इंटरेस्टिंग है कि ये एक, जैसे कहा ना, जर्नी क्रिएट, 3 चीजें शायद चेकबॉक्स ही उसमें, तो क्रिएटर जर्नी, सेकेंडली भारत ऑडियंस को रीच आउट होना, और एक हार्डकोर प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करना, तो एंड काफी यूनिक स्पेस में लॉन्च होना। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये पूरा एक स्टोरी नॉट ओनली फॉर कहीं कंटेंट क्रिएटर के लिए, बट ब्रांड्स जो देख रहे हैं, जो बिलीव नहीं करते हैं कि कैसे रीच आउट करना है, उनके लिए एक ये है। सो अब मैंने जैसे ब्रांड्स का टॉपिक लिया, ये मेरे मतलब काफी दिल के नजदीक है। अरुणा जी, मैं आपको एकदम सीधा स्पॉट पे डाल रहा हूँ। आई एम श्योर आपने दोनों साइड पे काम किए हैं, अपने ब्रांड साइड पे भी काम किए हैं, अपने अभी आप यहाँ पे प्लेटफॉर्म चला रहे हैं। तो जब आपके पास ब्रांड्स आते हैं, और मैं देख रहा हूँ संतोष और आकाश हंस रहे हैं, क्योंकि काफी कुछ चीज हम ब्रांड से बात करते तो होता है कि ब्रांड जब आता है, एंड नॉट टेकिंग एनी दिस थिंग, बट कि क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस होती है, क्या उनकी अंडरस्टैंडिंग इन लाइन होती है जब उनको चाहिए रहता है, या जनरली कैसे होता है कि हमने एक बड़ा सुपरस्टार ले लिया पैन इंडिया में, फिर बस हम आए आपके पास छोटे छोटे कंटेंट करके निकल जाए। तो ब्रांड, एक तो फर्स्ट थिंग, ब्रांड कैसे परसीव करता है इस चीज को, और आपने क्या सोल्यूशनिंग किया, क्योंकि आपने काफी कुछ काम किया है ब्रांड्स के रिलेटेड। कहीं ना कहीं आप हमें थोड़ा सा बताएंगे क्या है, कैसा हुआ है ये चीज।
श्योर। तो संतोष, इससे बहुत क्लियर कट ऑब्जेक्टिव होता है ब्रांड का। देयर आर ब्रांड्स जो जिनको बेसिक है होता है कि हमें अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना है। ओके, हमें अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना है बिकॉज सो दैट सोशल लिसनिंग स्टार्ट हो जाए। बिकॉज द मोमेंट सोशल लिसनिंग स्टार्ट हो जाएगा, कॉन्वर्सेशन स्टार्ट हो जाएगा। तो बिकॉज वी आर ए कंटेंट प्लेटफॉर्म, हमारा प्राइमरी सर्विस भी वही है कि वी आर देयर फॉर यू, वी विल बी काइंड ऑफ एबल टू इन्फॉर्म भारत and position you as a solution, because we are not a media house who believes in over the top branding. This program is sponsored by you, that is not the format that we believe in. हमारा बहुत सिंपल है कि जो भी ब्रांड का नैरेटिव है उसके साथ हम एक कॉन्टेक्चुअल इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट कर देते हैं, बिकॉज वी रन एडिट सीरीज। तो वो एडिट सीरीज में वी पुट ए कॉन्टेक्चुअल इन्वायरमेंट एंड एड्रेस द प्रॉब्लम एंड देन द सोल्यूशन एंड देन पोजिशन द ब्रांड एज अ सोल्यूशन। बिकॉज ब्रांड को आपका थॉट लीडरशिप और एम्पावरमेंट के लिए ही ब्रांड आता है।
सॉरी, मैं आपको इंटरजेक्ट कर रहा हूँ रुना जी, कोई एग्जांपल आप दे सकते हैं, अगर कोई कुछ शेयर कर सकते हैं, रिसेंट आपने कोई प्रोजेक्ट्स किया है कि ऐसे विजन किया और ऐसे हुआ है। मैं क्यों ये क्वेश्चन आपको पूछ रहा हूँ, क्योंकि बहुत सारे ब्रांड भी हैं जो लोग सुन रहे हैं, और कहीं ना कहीं उनके लिए भी एक पॉइंट होता है कि हाउ डू वी कम बैक, रादर देन जस्ट थिंकिंग एक पैन इंडिया कैंपेन और फिर इंडिया और आपके से प्लेटफॉर्म में आके बस आप इसको शेयर ऑफ वॉइस कीजिए। आई एम श्योर यू हैव डन लॉट ऑफ स्टफ व्हिच आई हैव सीन ऑन यूट्यूब। इफ यू कुड शेयर एनी एग्जांपल दैट वुड बी हेल्पफुल।
Sure, that's fine. So recently, we have done some work for Insurance Samadhan, okay, and they are basically addressing the Bharat audience. और उनका biggest problem जो भारत audience feel कर सकता है that they are wanting to get back their insurance claims, okay, but they can't recover the money because they go through fraud, mis-selling insurance agents. जिनका सोल्यूशन तो आप छोड़ दीजिए, वो उनको और कंफ्यूज कर देता है, तो उनको तो पूरा जो होप होता है वो होप ही खत्म हो जाता है दैट आई विल एवर बी एबल टू रिकवर दिस मनी. So what we did, we create a series of videos, okay, through one of our anchor who's positioned as Raja Beta, and he is doing this show called P Bole To Paisa. Okay, so in that we created a series of 4 videos where he was basically talking to the audience, Bharat audience, and telling them that mis-selling agent कैसे बात करते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं, what are the normal conversation, कि क्या करना चाहिए जब आपको इंश्योरेंस का क्लेम लेना है, what exactly are the steps to follow, किसे आप बात करना चाहेंगे. एंड देन ही बेसिकली आफ्टर पोजिशनिंग द प्रॉब्लम, आफ्टर एड्रेसिंग द प्रॉब्लम, ही टॉक्ड अबाउट सॉल्यूशंस एंड देन पोजिशन दैट इंश्योरेंस समाधान का अगर आपने ऐप डाउनलोड किया, व्हाट आर द फीचर्स, हाउ इंश्योरेंस समाधान कैन हेल्प यू. तो इन कुछ हमारा जो डिलीवरेबल्स होता है, ऑब्वियसली इट हैज टू बी मेजर्ड विद केपीआई, एंड हम लोग केपीआई को फॉलो करते हैं, जैसे व्यूज को, एंगेजमेंट को, क्लिक्स ऑन द लैंडिंग पेज, हम लोग उनको फॉलो करते हैं. तो इनके भी मतलब उन सब चीजों को हमने फॉलो किया. हमने पोल डाला हर एक वीडियो में एज ए एंगेजमेंट टूल कि भाई कैसा लोग एंगेज कर रहे हैं, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ रिस्पॉन्सेस पीपल आर गिविंग, एंड देन फाइनली द क्लाइंट हैज गिवन अस दैट okay, what kind of leads they got and what kind of insurance claim they got after this series of these 4 videos. So this is like one of the very successful case study for which we got a gold also in one of the functions. So it's in the branded content category. So we work across all the sectors. Like e-commerce is a very, very prominent sector. Recently we did some very good work for one of the e-commerce players, जिनको भी awareness create करना था, क्योंकि वो लोग सेलर्स से अब कंज्यूमर्स को फोकस कर रहे थे. So we created lot of beautiful content, long format and short format, and उनका जो था प्रोवोकेटिव स्टेटमेंट था, that सही लगाया कि नहीं, उसको we just kind of created a I mean like whole kind of holistic campaign around it. So that's what we do.
Super. Maybe आकाश एंड संतोष, मुझे आपको पूछना है कि क्योंकि अभी मैंने देखा है कि काफी ट्रेडिशनल ब्रांड्स जो है, जो हैवी स्पेंडर्स जिसे कहते हैं, वो रेडियो, पेपर, होर्डिंग में काफी कुछ, जब रीजनल मार्केट आता है काफी कुछ स्पेंड करते हैं, हैवी स्पेंडर्स उनसे रहता है. तो क्या वो ट्रांजिशन आपने देखा है डिजिटल में आया है आपके लिए, और आया है तो क्या चैलेंजेस आए हैं आपके एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर? अगर आकाश, अगर आप अगर इस पे थोड़ा सा बात कर सकते हैं, मे बी संतोष यू कैन ऐड ऑन दैट.
यस, ब्रांड्स को लेके हमारा थोड़ा अलग एक्सपीरियंस है. मतलब जब हमने स्टार्ट किया था बहुत कम ब्रांड्स थे, लेकिन फॉर्चुनेटली अनफॉर्चुनेटली ये हुआ, कोविड एंड लॉकडाउन हुआ, और जिस स्पेस में हम काम करते हैं, अगर हम भारत की बात करते ना, यहाँ पे ट्रेडिशनल मार्केटिंग जो है वो बड़े लेवल पे होती है. लाइक जो स्कूटर्स जो घूमते हैं, या पैम्पलेट्स बंटते हैं, या जो आप बोलोगे मतलब रिक्शा से जो है बहुत
डोर टू डोर या बिलो द लाइन मार्केटिंग जिसे कहते हैं.
वो बड़ा एक था हिस्सा, और वो एक उनका सिस्टम भी था कि लाइक उनको आदत हो गई थी, वो नहीं चाहते थे कि मतलब डिजिटल को एक्सप्लोर करे वैसा वैसा. लेकिन कोविड की वजह से, वो लॉकडाउन की वजह से उनको इवेंचुअली वो करना पड़ा, क्योंकि बाकी तो सब एक्टिविटी बंद हो गई. तो वहाँ जो है हमने बहुत बड़ा एक जो है फ्लक्चुएशन जो देखा, या मतलब रश देखा कि बहुत सारे ब्रांड्स फिर आने लगे. हालांकि वो रेडियो का भी उनका चल रहा है, या बाकी भी सब चल रहा है, लेकिन उनको भी समझ आ रहा है कि जो देखिए, अगर हमारी बात करेंगे एग्रीकल्चर में जो किसान है, तो वो सब अब स्मार्टफोन यूज कर रहे हैं, रेडियो तो वो नहीं सुन रहे. तो इवेंचुअली जो उनकी कस्टमर है उनको सुनना पड़ेगा, भले हमारी ना सुने हो, लेकिन जो उनका कंज्यूमर है उनका तो उनको सुनना पड़ेगा. तो जहाँ पे वो है तो वहां उनको जाना पड़ेगा. इवन टीवी की अगर बात करें हम, या टीवी पे जो ट्रेडिशनल मॉडल्स है, जो कि मतलब एनिमेशन पे आप दिखाओ, अभी मतलब एनिमेशन से वो बहुत सारी एडवर्टाइजिंग होती है, मतलब फार्मिंग सेक्टर में, या कोई एक बिग स्टार आके होता है ना, तो वो बहुत कम मतलब रिलेटेबल जो है कंटेंट वो कम होता है वहां पे. तो वहां पे वो नहीं वर्क करता, जो कन्वर्जन रेट है या जो है ना, वो ब्रांड्स को नहीं मिलते. तो ये सब जो है बहुत अच्छे जो है डिजिटल मार्केटिंग में है, वो उनको भी अभी समझ आ गया है. इवन एक्सपोज वगैरह जो है वो भी अभी कम हुए, प्रदर्शन जो होते थे, एक्सपो, एग्री एक्सपो, या बाकी कई सारे सेक्टर में होते थे, वो भी बहुत बहुत कम होने लगे, और लोग भी वहां जाना पसंद नहीं करते. इवन अगर मतलब पॉलिटिकल लीडर से उनके भाषण तक सुनने नहीं रहते लोग आजकल. तो इवेंचुअली एक्सपो वगैरह तो बहुत दूर की चीज है. तो वो है कि बाकी सब बंद है, तो उनको यहाँ पे आना पड़ेगा, और आ भी रहे कई सारे ब्रांड्स, और काफी अच्छे से आ रहे हैं.
तो कहीं ना कहीं ऑफ कोर्स वी ऑल नो लॉकडाउन हैज एक्चुअली जो रियल वैल्यू है एक क्रिएटर का, एक प्लेटफॉर्म का, वो काफी कुछ मेमोराइज, मतलब काफी कुछ ग्रोथ हुआ है. एंड एंड लोगों को भी पता चला है, कनेक्शन काफी इजी हो चुका है, कम्युनिकेशन काफी स्ट्रांग हो चुका है। तो क्या आपने आपने सडन शिफ्ट देखा कि ट्रेडिशनल ब्रांड्स हैव नाउ स्टार्टेड कि यार चलो अब हम इंडियन फार्मर के साथ काम करना चालू करते हैं, हमारे पास ये है ये है ये चीजें, क्या आपने वो एक डेल्टा शिफ्ट देखा है कि वो धीरे धीरे भी हो रहा है?
एक्चुअली इसमें एक अहम मुद्दा ये है कि अगर आप देखोगे इंडिया इज एट द यंगेस्ट, लाइक इवन भारत जो यंग कंट्री है बहुत सारी, तो पूरा यूथ ही है। आप किसी भी सेक्टर में जाओगे, यहाँ पे पैनल पे पूरे यूथ ही दिख रहे हैं मुझे, यू नो। सो
थैंक्स फॉर कॉलिंग अस यूथ, बट यस प्लीज।
हाँ, तो वो बहुत है। मतलब अगर हम एग्रीकल्चर की बात करें या बाकी कोई भी सेक्टर की बात करें ना, पूरा यूथ ही है यहाँ पे। और यूथ अभी ना टीवी देख रहा है या ना कहीं मतलब 20 किलोमीटर जाके कहीं एक्सपो देख रहा है या कोई मतलब रोड पे खड़ा होकर कर रहा है, नहीं, वो पूरा मोबाइल पे ही है। तो वो शिफ्ट है। और वो अभी अगर हम मतलब धीरे धीरे तो है, मतलब पिछले 10 साल से स्मार्टफोन बढ़े, और अभी रिसेंटली जो जियो का है, मतलब जियो बहुत बड़ा है, वो तो अब सबको पता ही है, तो वो है, तो धीरे धीरे हुआ है। तो वो ब्रांड्स थोड़े अगर हम भारत की बात करेंगे, ट्रेडिशनल थोड़े ब्रांड्स हैं, तो उनको भी थोड़ा टाइम लगता है जो
शिफ्ट होने के लिए,
या बट कोविड से वो बूस्ट मिला है। कोविड प्लेड एज अ कैटलिस्ट, यू नो, सो दैट्स व्हाई इट गॉट बूम अ लिटिल बिट।
एंड आपको क्या प्रॉब्लम्स या फेस हुए हैं जब, नॉट टेकिंग एनी ब्रांड्स नेम, बट जब आप ब्रांड काम कर रहे हैं, कि क्या हर्डल्स आए हैं? क्या इट्स वेरी स्मूथ कि ब्रांड को पता है क्या चाहिए, आपको पता है क्या चाहिए, और आपने एकदम स्ट्रीमलाइन कंटेंट डिलीवर कर दिया है? कि हाउ इज इट दैट जर्नी? बिकॉज योर इज अ वेरी, इट्स अ टेक्निकल फील्ड, okay, it's also very informative, and then you have to keep the entertainment layer, आपको entertainment layer भी रखना है ताकि आपका core audience साथ में रहे। तो कहाँ ये जब जुगलबंदी होती है, एंड इसको आपको ऑथेंटिक भी रखना है, ठीक है, तो कैसे आपने, मतलब क्या एक कोई एग्जांपल आप दे सकते हैं कि यार ये था और हमने ऐसे किया और ऐसे हुआ?
डेफिनेटली, एक्चुअली ब्रांड्स तो आते हैं और वो इस मेंटेलिटी से आ रहे हैं कि हमने चेंज किया, हम डिजिटल में आ रहे हैं, लेकिन they are coming with the old mentality again, like they want TV ads to be played in our videos, so that's not possible, you know। हाँ, तो वो बहुत बड़ा हर्डल है। लाइक वो आ तो रहे डिजिटल में, लेकिन उनके थॉट प्रोसेस वही है,
चेंज नहीं हुआ है, माइंडसेट अभी तक वही है, टीवी एंड ये
एग्जैक्टली। एंड यू नो, ये पूरा अलग लैंग्वेज है पूरा। हम हिंदी में बात करेंगे, मराठी में करेंगे, इंग्लिश में करेंगे, या एक आध स्लैंग जो है होती है छोटे बहुत, जो गांव के जो देहात के जो शब्द होते हैं वो हम यूज करेंगे, तो ब्रांड्स को थोड़ा वो अनकंफर्टेबल लगता है। लाइक ऐसा कैसे बोल दिया आपने, ये तो थोड़ा गांव का वर्ड, ये नहीं चलेगा। तो
एग्जांपल कौन सा वर्ड होगा वो?
एक बार संतोष ने ऐसा बोला था, थोड़ा कायदे से इसको जो है आपको घुलाना चाहिए।
संतोष क्या बोला था आपने?
कायदे से डिगिंग की जगह खुदाई बोला था मैंने, कायदे से खुदाई की जैसे कुछ।
Oh, that became a little अच्छा, okay, but that is a, वो एक लैंग्वेज है जो हर कोई बात करता है।
हाँ, ये तो आई थिंक थोड़ा भोजपुरी स्टाइल, यूपी स्टाइल, बनारस में ऐसा ही बात करेंगे लोग, अरे थोड़ा या कायदे से चलो, मतलब साइड से चलो, कायदे से चलो, ऐसा होता है। तो इसमें ऐसा कोई अनकंफर्टेबल तो है नहीं, लेकिन ब्रांड्स गेट अनकंफर्टेबल। इवन अभी हमारा जो है जुगाड़ शब्द हम काफी यूज करते हैं,
करेक्ट।
फार्मिंग में तो बहुत सारे जुगाड़ यूज होते हैं ना, तो जुगाड़ उनको लगता है ये काफी लो वैल्यू है और ये हमारे ब्रांड्स के साथ नहीं जा रहा। ऐसा हमें कुछ मतलब कहा लोगों ने कि ये दिस इज नॉट गोइंग विद आवर ब्रांड एंड एवरीथिंग। तो ऐसे छोटे छोटे हर्डल्स है कि भारत की लैंग्वेज थोड़ी अलग है। रुनाल जी ने बहुत अच्छा कहा था, डेमोग्राफिक्स में है नहीं है, लेकिन वो एक दिमाग में है।
Exactly.
अलग है वो, आई गेस फिलिंग्स, जाणीव मराठीमध्ये म्हणतो आपण, आय डोंट नो काय म्हणतात,
नॉलेज, द नॉलेज, जाणीव ना,
इमोशनल इक्यू, आई गेस, मतलब इमोशनल टच जो है वो अलग होता है, कि जो गांव के लोगों को अलग शब्द कनेक्ट करेगा। वो जुगाड़ है तो वो कनेक्ट करेगा, वहां पे मैं अगर टेक्निकल बोलूंगा, लाइक टेक्निक्स और टेक्नोलॉजी या समथिंग समथिंग समथिंग, वो कनेक्ट नहीं करेगा। तो इम्पैक्ट बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट, क्योंकि ऐसा भी है नहीं हम 30 मिनट्स का प्रोग्राम चला रहे, हमारा वीडियो रहेगा 5 मिनट का, 10 मिनट का, एक एक वर्ड हम थोड़ा सोच समझ के जो कनेक्ट करेगा वो बोलेंगे। अभी इन्होंने बताया था कि उनके प्रोग्राम का नाम, एंकर का नाम राजा बेटा है, बस हो गई, वहीं पे तो लाइक्स आ गए उसके वीडियो को, यू नो। तो ये सब मैटर करता है, ब्रांड्स को थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा समझने में।
फेयर इनफ। सो मधुरा जी, आपको तो मतलब इतने सारे ब्रांड्स आते हैं, एंड आई एम श्योर आप बहुत सारे ब्रांडेड वीडियोस करते हैं, तो एंड कुकिंग एक ऐसा जॉनर है जहाँ पे यू नो क्या हर्डल्स आते हैं? आई एम श्योर दे आर आल्सो हर्डल्स व्हिच यू हैंडल्ड, एंड यू सीन द इकोसिस्टम ग्रो। तो आपने क्या फेस किया है, और कहीं कहीं आपके पास कोई एग्जांपल है कि यार ये someone, either the audience or the brands have to like little mature to come and एक entertaining content देने के लिए. कोई आप एक example या कुछ share कर सकते हैं recently हमारे साथ?
Definitely. So I will divide this in two parts. कि hurdles as a like content creator, कि ये start हुआ था YouTube से, जो core video streaming platform है full length. फिर social media platform आ गए. Now they are converting into video streaming platform. फिर उसमें भी reels है या फिर shorts है. तो कुकिंग वीडियो जो है या फिर फूड रेसिपी वीडियो जो हम 10 मिनट्स में बनाते हैं, वो सेम कंटेंट चाहे खुद के लिए हो या फिर टारगेट टीजी के लिए हो, ऑडियंस के लिए या फिर ब्रांड के लिए, वो 10 मिनट का कंटेंट हमें कभी कभी 10 सेकंड में भी मिनिमाइज करना पड़ता है. सो दैट इज द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज कि कीप योर जो कुछ नई चीजें आ रहे हैं उसके साथ इनलाइन रहो या फिर अडॉप्ट करो. And again, brands का भी है, तो we have seen a drastic change like over the period of time. कि जब initial start हुआ था, I would say around 2016 या फिर 15, तो around that time brands थोड़ा pushy थे. तो एक brand का मैं example देना चाहूँगी, मसाला का brand ही था, काफी नॉन ब्रांड है. तो दे वर बहुत खुशी कि नहीं, हमें हमारा थ्रू आउट लोगो चाहिए, फिर ये कम से कम 3 मिनट ब्रांड का इंटीग्रेशन चाहिए. वी ट्राई टू कन्विंस देम कि ऐसा नहीं होता है, इट वोंट वर्क. तो वो कैंपेन बहुत बुरा चला. इट वाज लाइक टोटल डिजास्टर. फिर नेक्स्ट ईयर सेम ब्रांड दे केम विद द सेम कैंपेन, लाइक बट दिस टाइम दे गेव अस लिबर्टी कि आप अपने हिसाब से करो, आपको जो चाहिए वो करना है, अपने हिसाब से ब्रांड इंटीग्रेट करो, आपको जैसे करना है वैसे करो. एंड द नेक्स्ट कैंपेन, उसका 5 वीडियोस मैंने किया था. एंड यू वोंट इमेजिन, करेला का सब्जी, भिंडी का सब्जी, all those 5 recipes were trending for straight a week.
Wow.
So yeah.
कहीं ना कहीं ये लर्निंग है, सॉरी मधुर जी, कहीं ना कहीं ये लर्निंग है जो आकाश कह रहे थे, खुदाई और ये सब चीजें, और उन्होंने जी भी कह रहे थे कि आइडिया रीच आउट होने का आइडिया ब्रांड्स का है कि आप ऑडियंस को और ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग कनेक्ट करें. तो जैसे आई एम श्योर कि मुझे भी याद है कि ये 3 और अभी भी कंटेंट मीडियम को मिनट्स में या सेकंड्स में काउंट करते हैं, कितनी बार मेरा ब्रांड लोगो आया, कितनी बार ब्रांड का नाम लिया गया, कितनी बार वो फ्रेम में दिखाई दिया. और वो कहीं ना कहीं मिस आउट कर देते हैं कि अगर एक इन्फ्लुएंसर या एक क्रिएटर, कंटेंट क्रिएटर को उसका ऑडियंस बहुत अच्छे से पता है, और वो अगर वो 3 सेकंड के लिए भी वो नाम बोलेगा, वो रजिस्टर होगा रादर देन सेइंग इट फॉर कंटिन्यूस टाइम और लोगो दिखाना. क्योंकि ये टीवी मीडियम नहीं है, ये क्लटर्ड नहीं है. मैंने ऑलरेडी ऑप्ट इन किया है, मैं ऑप्ट इन कर रहा हूँ नुक्कड़ द स्टेज, या मैं ऑप्ट इन कर रहा हूँ इंडियन फार्मर चैनल को, मैं ऑप्ट इन कर रहा हूँ मधुरा ऐसी मराठी को. मतलब मैं इतना स्पेसिफिक ऑप्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ. मैंने बेल आइकन बजाया तो नहीं, बट मैंने बेल आइकन को क्लिक करके रखा है, तो आई एम ऑलरेडी ऑप्ट इन. तो मुझे अगर आप उसमें सॉफ्टली इंटीग्रेटेड दोगे तो आई एम मोर देन हैप्पी रादर देन फेसिंग इट. एंड आई एम सो ग्लैड मधुरा जी, आपने वो बताया कि नेक्स्ट ईयर वो ब्रांड आया एंड उनको रियलाइज हुआ और आपने वो टेलर मेड कंटेंट बनाया, एंड आई एम श्योर वो सक्सेसफुल भी था. सो मे बी आकाश एंड संतोष, प्लीज आप वो खुदाई और वो यूज करते रहिए जुगाड़, कहीं ना कहीं ब्रांड आएंगे एंड दैट विल बिकम अ टैगलाइन सूनर और लेटर. So super stuff. Runa, now I'm gonna now just extending this topic and I'm gonna ask you कि क्या क्योंकि आपने मुझे पता है कि आपने एक ट्रेडिशनल मीडियम, मतलब जो पैन इंडिया ब्रांड्स और FMCGs और उसमें भी आपने काम किया, और आप यहाँ पे आई हैं, आप इसके भी है. तो क्या इन टर्म्स ऑफ जो ब्रांड मनी है, जो इनपुट आ रहा है, क्या वो डिफरेंट है फॉर अ रेगुलर क्रिएटर वर्सेस अ भारत क्रिएटर, या अब वो ट्रेंड चेंज हो चुका है, क्या है? Maybe you can give me some numbers. This is my way to get out some information from you, but more than happy whatever you feel like. आपको क्या लग रहा है, क्या चेंज हुआ है?
See, the thing is that as far as I can only talk from a platform perspective, okay, that how things have changed. So मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि pandemic has definitely changed the rules of the game, and brands are open. अगर आप आइडिया ढंग का दोगे, अगर आपका आइडिया रेजोनेट करेगा, उनको अगर लगता है कि उनका फाइनल जो आउटपुट है, आउटकम है कैंपेन से, वो ROI ऑब्जेक्टिव हो या KPI हो या ब्रांड ऑब्जेक्टिव हो, अगर वो मीटअप हो जाता है, आई डोंट थिंक मनी इज ए प्रॉब्लम. एब्सोल्युटली नॉट. सो इट इज बेसिकली कि आप उनको दे क्या रहे हो, व्हाट इज द वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन, वो वैल्यू प्रोपोजिशन उनका मीटअप हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है. Like for example, we are a content platform and we can't probably, give many things which, ideally a performance agency can give. Okay.
Exactly.
So आप अगर अपना expectation शुरू में ही बता दो कि भाई this is what is possible and this is what we cannot play any role in that. So I think आपका, problem काफी हद तक solve हो जाता है. We have done deals which is, as low as maybe, a 3 lakh rupees also, and we have done deals which are as high as, a crore of rupees also. So it varies from what exactly the brand is wanting to achieve and how best, you can bridge the gap. So if you are asking me to compare between, what I have done in the past and what I am doing in the present, I think the status, it is the for the brand, it is always the outcome oriented approach. If you can give them the solution, which has changed drastically. Now it has become narrative because the brand do not want to see over the top branding or something like that, on your face kind of communication. They're wanting to tell a story and have a sustained relationship, a long term loyal relationship. So वो build करने के लिए it has to be a long term, softer approach, a narrative, empathetic approach rather than direct on your face kind of conversation.
एक्चुअली आपने सही पॉइंट बोला है कि कि टिकट साइज कुछ चेंज नहीं है, दो हम गाइड करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं नहीं, बट स्टिल फॉर द टू बी ट्रू टू द टॉपिक जो कॉन्वर्सेशन हम कर रहे हैं कि टिकट साइज चेंज नहीं हुआ है. इट्स जस्ट दैट कम्युनिकेशन शायद और डीपर गया है, दैट इज व्हाट इट इज. और आपने सही कहा है कि इट्स गुड टू हियर कि भारत ब्रांड 1 करोड़ का भी करता है या 10 करोड़ का भी करता है या 3 लाख का भी करता है, 5 लाख का करता है, डिपेंड ऑन क्या रिक्वायरमेंट है. कहीं ना कहीं मैं कल एक्चुअली वन ऑफ माय कलीग से मैं डिस्कस कर रहा था एंड वो कह रहे थे कि इन्फ्लुएंसर मार्केट इन इंडिया, इफ आई गॉट माय नंबर्स करेक्ट, आई हैव नॉट गूगल सर्च्ड इट, बट कि 900 करोड़ का पूरा मार्केट है इंडिया में, इन्फ्लुएंसर मार्केट, क्रिएटर मार्केट, कहीं ना कहीं. तो इसमें सारे मतलब हम एडवर्टाइजमेंट एज अ बड़ा पूल है, उसमें ज्यादा फेसबुक और यूट्यूब एड्स और परफॉर्मेंस मार्केटिंग एड्स जैसे रुना जी ने कहा वो चलते हैं. एंड फिर एक स्पेस बड़ा है जो ये स्पेस है जहाँ पे ब्रांड्स को भी पता है कि कहीं ना कहीं मुझे कोई ना कोई एक क्रिएटर को मुझे जुड़ के मेरा या प्लेटफॉर्म को जुड़ के मुझे मेरा कम्युनिकेशन आगे, हमारा कम्युनिकेशन आगे बढ़ाना है. सो ये जो नोशन है कि अगर आप एक भारत क्रिएटर हो तो आप एक छोटे इसमें खेलोगे, ये कहीं ना कहीं रॉन्ग है. एंड आई एम श्योर ये लास्ट 3 इयर्स में तो पूरा परसेप्शन चेंज हुआ. मैंने हर एक कोई ब्रांड मैनेजर से बात करता हूँ या कोई मेरे फ्रेंड्स है जो बड़े FMCG या अदर सेक्टर्स में काम करते हैं, वो काफी ट्यून्ड है. जब आप ये भारत वर्ड मीटिंग में उठो तो पहले आपको पूछते हैं क्या है. सो आई एम प्रीटी श्योर ये काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग ये है. सो नाउ क्योंकि हमें अभी पता चला है कि ब्रांड that's what the brand is, that is what the market size is. Kya and I'm just going to take like, because we have less time now, and then I have one more sponsored question which I have to ask. मैं quickly चाहता हूँ संतोष और आकाश आपके पास आने के लिए कि क्या आप ये आप जब कंटेंट बनाते हैं, ठीक है, आप क्या चीजें माइंड में लेके चलते हैं? क्योंकि ब्रांड का कॉन्वर्सेशन हो गया, मैं अभी ज्यादा ब्रांड में टच नहीं करूंगा, बट जब आप कंटेंट बनाते हैं एक टाइम आने के बाद क्या है जो आप सोचते हैं नेक्स्ट क्या करना है? ये क्वेश्चन आप एक दूसरे का डिस्कस करते हो, क्या आता है आपके माइंड में और क्या सोचते हैं आप? हाउ डू यू व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दैट? संतोष और आकाश. संतोष आपको लेना है, मे बी आकाश कैन जॉइन इन.
या संतोष, ओके ठीक है. कंटेंट तो वही है कि हम स्टेप बाय स्टेप ग्रो कर रहे हैं, कम्युनिटी मतलब फीडबैक लूप पे हम काफी ज्यादा काम कर रहे हैं. मतलब एक साथ के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, तो एक साथ जो है हम हमारे जो ऑडियंस है उनके फीडबैक लूप पे भी काम कर रहे हैं. लाइक उनका क्या कहना है, वो क्या चाहते हैं, वो किस लेवल का कंटेंट चाहते हैं. देखिए पूरा अभी जो है सब लोग अभी ग्लोबल है, सो अगर हम वही सब दिखाएंगे उनको तो उनको अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. दे वांट टू एक्सप्लोर आल्सो, लाइक वो चाहते हैं कि हम बहुत सारा कुछ दिखाएं. लाइक इंडिया में जो है वो भी दिखाएं. अभी दुनिया भर में अलग तरह की खेती हो रही है, उसमें क्या नई टेक्नोलॉजी आई है, क्या नहीं आया है, क्या चीज हो रहा है, वो सब दिखाएं. मतलब फाइनेंस में भी बिटकॉइन आया है, क्रिप्टो आया है, तो खेती में क्या नया है, तो खेती में भी कुछ नया है, वो भी हमें दिखाइए. दुनिया में क्या चल रहा है वो भी हमें दिखाइए. तो वो सब जो है हम उस तरह से एक्सप्लोर कर रहे हैं कि ऑडियंस को नया क्या दिखाए और जो क्या दुनिया में अभी हो रहा है, तो कटिंग एज पे क्या हो रहा है वो सब दिखाए. जो नए इन्वेस्टर्स आ रहे हैं एग्रीकल्चर फील्ड में, या नए ब्रांड्स आ रहे हैं, या नया कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी आ रहा है, जैसे अभी मोबाइल पे डिजिटल ऐप काफी सारे आए हैं जो एग्रीकल्चर में काम करते हैं स्पेसिफिकली, या वेदर फोरकास्टिंग मशीन्स आए हैं काफी सारे। तो ऐसे एक तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी आई है, वो हमारे जो है ऑडियंस बहुत ज्यादा देखना चाहती है। और एग्रीकल्चर में ऐसा एक या भारत भी ऐसा एक लिमिटेड सेक्टर नहीं है, उनको भी मतलब फाइनेंस है, उनको भी एफएमसीजी चाहिए, उनको भी जो है लाइफस्टाइल चाहिए, वो भी सब चीजें हैं, तो वो भी कहीं ना कहीं इंटीग्रेट होनी चाहिए। ऐसा केवल आप नीश पे काम करें इसलिए वही काम करेंगे ऐसा नहीं है, वो भी फाइनली ह्यूमन।
Sorry, Akash, I have to, just because there's only 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left. Sorry, but मैं शायद हम एक वापस एक chat करेंगे. Aruna, I'm gonna pull you in for sure. But एक share chat question है, तो मैं English में लिखा है. I'm just gonna directly say it on English so that there's no loss in translation. मैं संतोष आपको पूछूंगा, फिर मधुरा, फिर Aruna, you can add it and then we'll probably close it. कि ये क्वेश्चन है शेयर चैट रूम क्वेश्चन ऑफ द डे, ये है कि हाउ कैन ब्रांड्स और कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स लेवरेज लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम्स फॉर फैन एंगेजमेंट। मुझे पता कि आकाश संतोष आपने क्लब हाउस और ये सब यूज किया, तो लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम्स कैसे आप यूज कर सकते हैं फैन एंगेजमेंट के लिए? अगर आप थोड़ा 30 सेकेंड्स यू कैन टॉक एंड देन मे बी मधुरा जी उसको ऐड कर सकती है, देन फाइनली रूना जी कैन टॉक। संतोष आपको ये क्वेश्चन है।
लाइव चैट मतलब कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं?
ऑडियो हाँ, ऑडियो कैसे यूज कर सकते हैं टू एंगेज विद द ऑडियंस।
ओके, हमने तो अभी मतलब लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग काफी मतलब यूट्यूब पे भी ट्राई किए हैं, कई सारे और प्लेटफॉर्म पे किया है, क्लब हाउस पे भी किया था, कई सारे तरीके से मतलब हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं ऑडियो। अब एग्जैक्ट तो नहीं बता सकता मैं
वो मैं आंसर करता हूँ। हाँ, यूजफुल है बिकॉज हमारा जो नीश है जो हम काम करते हैं ना, वहाँ पे लोग मतलब 2 वे का बात करना चाहते हैं, 1 वे उनको कंटेंट कंज्यूम करना पसंद नहीं है, यू नो। और वो जो ऑडियो लाइव ऑडियो रूम जो है वो अपॉर्चुनिटी देती है कि आप ऑडियंस को बात कर सकते हो और ऑडियंस भी आपके साथ बात कर सकती है, तो वो सक्सेसफुल एक छोटे लेवल पे है, मतलब अभी है, मतलब वो
बात हो जाती है बस।
हाँ, मतलब हमारा काफी अच्छा अनुभव रहा है उसका क्लब हाउस पे लेके।
मधुरा जी, योर थॉट्स, हाउ कैन ब्रांड्स और कंटेंट क्रिएटर लेवरेज लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम्स फॉर फैन एंगेजमेंट?
Yes, एक तो ये ना पर्सनल लेवल पर कनेक्ट हो जाता है जब हम लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग करते हैं, लाइव चैट करते हैं, तो ये 2 वे कम्युनिकेशन होता है। तो एक सोल टू सोल हम कर सकते हैं कि डायरेक्ट हम बात कर सकते हैं हमारे व्यूअर के साथ, रिलेशन बिल्टअप हो जाता है। और उसी के साथ जैसे कि हमारा ब्रांड है तो उसमें हम कुछ एक्सपेरिमेंट करते हैं, तो इट्स अ डायरेक्ट सोर्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन। मैं लाइव में पूछती हूँ कि मैं सोच रही हूँ कि मुझे कुछ ब्रांड लॉन्च करना है या फिर मसाला करना है, तो ये ऑप्शंस मेरे पास दिमाग में है, तो और क्या कर सकते हैं, या फिर मुझे बुक लिखना है, तो नेक्स्ट बुक में किस चीज में रखूं, तो टॉपिक क्या रहना चाहिए। तो ये ना, ये जो एंगेजमेंट रहते हैं, ये या फिर ये थॉट प्रोसेस रहती है, तो ये ना काफी हेल्पफुल है। आई वुड से कि ये 360 डिग्री हेल्पफुल रहता है कि ऑडियंस ढेर सारे आइडियाज देता है, प्लस वी गेट टू नो रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है और क्या चाहते हैं वो एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर और एज अ व्यूअर, वो क्या हमसे चाहते हैं। तो इट्स रियली गुड सोर्स ऑफ 2 वे कम्युनिकेशन।
रूना, आपका व्हाट डू यू थिंक कि
quick,
कैसे ब्रांड्स?
Sure. Quick words because we are no time left. I think Madhura ji ने touch upon कर दिया है. I will just say 2 things that yes, 2 way communication रखा जाए. You should solve the problem and ask for their suggestions. That is definitely one. Second is ask the expert, bring the expert. Like for example, doctors, therapists, I mean agriculture expert in case of Akash, Madhura ji खुद ही expert है. So if the expert is coming, then they can give some suggestions, and then the engagement can be really nice. Third is that work on challenges, like life challenge. Okay, fan engagement के लिए challenge, your open mic. Okay, asking them to kind of give 2 lines for a brand or some user journey that they have done some kind of user journey and they are wanting to share their experience. वो भी काफी अच्छा हो सकता है because you can discount, you can give them some discount, you can do some goodies. In fact अभी जब live commerce चल पड़ा है इतना ज़्यादा, even for live commerce also people can ShareChat can actually announce prior to their loyal fan base that you can come and Myntra or Nykaa, I'm sorry for naming people, but those brands can say that okay, we are
That's
having
how the brand people are. They will look at the opportunities and कि देखो my email ID, contact. That's please go ahead.
Yeah. So I think they can definitely share that you come and there is some major discount offer or some kind of fan engagement we are going to be creating. So it can be pretty interesting actually. Yeah.
सुपर थैंक यू सो मच। मैं संतोष, आकाश, मधुरा जी, रूना जी, मैं संतोष आप काफी यंग रख रहा हूँ इस पैनल में, आप वो भी, तो इसलिए आपको कह रहा हूँ कि थैंक यू आप सबको। आपने कहीं ना कहीं टाइम निकाल के हमें एक भारत का रियल स्टोरी बताया, कंटेंट जर्नी समझाया, ब्रांड्स क्या चाहते हैं वो समझाए, और कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग ये कॉन्फ्रेंस देख रहे हैं, ये पैनल देख रहे हैं, उनको 3 चीजें तो सरल से समझ गए कि कितना पोटेंशियल है, कैसे ऑडियंस को एंगेज करना है, और क्या चीजें हमें रखनी है हमारे इसमें कंटेंट जर्नी में। सो मैं तहे दिल से आप सबको थैंक यू कहना चाहता हूँ, एंड ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट टू ईच वन ऑफ यू। थैंक यू सो मच गाइस, थैंक यू, एंड थैंक यू IWMBuzz
Thank
for
you so much, Sushant ji, for wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, thank you. It's been a great
थैंक यू सुशांत, बहुत ही एक दिलचस्प और इंटरेक्टिव सेशन रहा आपका। थैंक यू वंस अगेन, बहुत मजा आया ये सेशन सुनकर। दोस्तों बढ़ते हैं हमारे नेक्स्ट सेशन की ओर, जो एक नॉलेज सेशन है। द टॉपिक इज कंज्यूमर्स एंड कंटेंट एंड एरा ऑफ एवोल्यूशन। वी आर इन कॉन्वर्सेशन विद राम कमल मुखर्जी, फिल्म मेकर, ऑथर एंड बायोग्राफर, joined by Jay Pandya, CEO, Legend Studios. Over to you, Ram sir.
Hello, everybody. Today at IWMBuzz India Webfest Season 3, we have a very special guest with us. A guest who has carved his niche with the content that we had seen last year in Z5, and last year probably, for last 2 years, the content that you've been seeing on Z5. This person played a very important role. Now he has donned a new hat of being a CEO of Legend Studios and coming up with really interesting slate of films in 2022. So now I would like to introduce my friend and very talented personality from our Indian film industry, Mr. Jay Pandya. Jay, welcome to India Webfest Season 3.
Thank you, Ram, for such a humbling introduction. I mean,
But that was from दिल से एकदम original introduction दिया मैंने.
No, fantastic, and I really like it. But I've always believed in the teamwork, and I very fondly and I remember Z5 days in terms of since the time we literally launched it, from the launch day to how we have grown it together, and it was completely a team effort, and I am glad I was able to contribute. And taking a leap forward and now coming to the other side of the table, and I'm going to experience how the life is that side, getting more and more closer to content. Always aspired to do that. So yeah, hopefully we'll do something good in the coming days. Something great is lined up.
Yes, I was coming. In fact, that's my question. I mean, thanks for the cue, because when you jump fence, when you go to the other side of the fence, when you're a player, but you're still, switching on responsibilities, switching on the job responsibilities. How does it affect you as a person? How does it change your mindset? How do you see your new role?
So, they are very different worlds. All right. Fortunately for us, having a backload of experience behind us, we should be able to compartmentalize the same. But I believe that there is a balancing thread which is being developed. When you are at the other side of the table, you are looking at producers, production houses, studios, mere from a partnership and a content acquisition or a commissioning point of view. When you come to this side of the table, the actual games is being developed over here, right from the ground root level, in terms of producing a particular content, setting up a particular project, financing, right, even casting, execution. This is a very, very different game. However, being said that, given the digital evolution, okay, there has to be a balance between a very warm and a humble handshake between both sides of the chairs. What we have seen in this last 2 years, if the growth, an exponential growth for the digital world which is happening, there has to be a planned trajectory between both the sides if this particular growth has to even grow multiple folds in the coming future. Because it is always the demand and supply which is going to have a balanced economy of content and the digital or the television world. Production houses, studios, content makers are the ones who are going to meet that supply, because the demand is only going to grow. If you look at digital audiences, content palette, that's also been completely changing. So, it's a very interesting game.
Yes, I'm coming to the my second part of this whole switch that you have made. I have a very I'm saying that I have a very interesting question because I think it's a very interesting topic to discuss, because when you are working on a content for a channel like Z5, there is time restriction. You have a different TG altogether. Your content selection is completely different. So that the parameters are completely different. But now that you have switched on to a studio and you're a CEO of a studio who's going to make feature films, and if I'm not wrong, then probably you're making half a dozen of feature film, like you've lined up a half a dozen of feature films in over 2022 to 23. So when you are doing feature film, obviously the complete idea, the idea of making is different from that of a web series or a short film or even a digital film. So how are you balancing that? How are you seeing the content? Is it changing your perspective of what you've been working for so many years with your previous company?
Right. So I'll divide it into two parts of this. All right. One, luckily, being having experience on the other side of the table, it helps me to pre-plan. Okay. And I always believe that pushing the timetable or pushing the time envelope is always going to be the need of the hour. That's why I previously said that it has to be hand in hand. Studios and production houses need to understand that demand ratio from the other side of the table. Let it be the channels, let it be the platforms or anybody else, because we need to understand the business model that we are going to be so strongly partnering with, or other side of a partner for whom we're going to make content with. Having said that, having the experience over it, I would prefer that we work backwards. We plan down our projects, our timelines in a way where somewhere we try and meet that particular content demand of our partners from the other side. Changing of content, the other part of it, now that's going to be an independent principle of every content maker. So we at Legend are designing a very different positioning for ourselves. Okay, like? we like to play between real and relevant. The stories that we are trying to pick up are more from a biopic or a based on or a true event or an adaptation per se, and then we try, when we are etching out the screenplay or something like that, we want to bring in the relevance thread for that particular subject, so it immediately connects with today's audiences. Whatever we've learned is that, if there is something relevant to your life, to a common viewer's life, the inquisitivity of watching it further is already developed. So, I have taken that particular cue, and that is how we are designing a slate for the studio in the coming years, and we've picked up the projects. Now, I believe that from a demand perspective, I believe and I hope that, these subjects rest well from the requirements from our platform partners, and we will be able to, design great partnerships coming forward.
Yes, I'm sure. But when you're talking about the slate, can you discuss a little bit about the projects that you would like to reveal exclusively on our channel today, on our chat today, that what's 2022 looking like?
So, it's looking very, very interesting. Many of them have not been announced. Many of them are, at a closure stages, but a few that, in a pipeline and that, I would want to at least mention it out is, so we are making a biopic on Mr. Subrata Roy. We are making a biopic on Veer Savarkar. We are making a biopic on Godse. We are making a couple of direct-to-digital films as well, but purely in a crime thriller zone. So these are topics and subjects which, from whatever experience I have seen that They are bold. They are comparatively closer to the viewing palette of overall audiences. I am not saying that this is theatrical or a digital audiences. There is some sort of an inquisitiveness in the names that I took that, you know, people really don't know much about. We are picking up subjects and positioning ourselves into a section where we want to tell stories, one, which are bold, which maybe, you know, not a lot of people have tried to lay their hands on. Being neutral, keeping a common tonality, bring out the stories to the audiences to see that, you know, okay, this is how these subjects work. We have only heard or, you know, read it about a little bit about them in some books or in some news or something like that.
Great. When you were saying about these names of and the biopics that the studio is making, which is, I guess, I'm sorry I didn't mention Sandeep's name, because I think it's Sandeep and you together are Legend Studios. So Sandeep made Modi, and that clearly shows that he is inclined towards biography. And biographies has been my favorite genre too. But unfortunately, I feel that India somewhere failed to create biographies the way Hollywood has created in the past, or even creating now. But with the digital revolution, we have seen a lot of attempt of making biopics of, you know, known personalities and lesser known personalities and completely unknown personalities.
Right.
But biopic as a genre has definitely grown in leaps and bounds over the years, thanks to the digital platform. Because earlier, I think in cinema halls, we would rarely see biopics like on big screen. It was always about commercial popcorn masala films that worked. So do you think that that could be one of the reasons of the digital revolution, that your studio is focusing a lot on biopic?
Not exactly. You know, what digital has done, what I believe is, it has dropped the barriers between a national and an international audience. You know, it has given more reach. It has given more accessibility. Looking at the digital growth in terms of number of viewing hours increased, number of digital subscription increased, number of video content consumption increased, we clearly see that it's an upward trend. But from a content making perspective, it is purely a positioning we have designed, a vision that we have designed for a particular studio that we want to walk towards it. These are certain stories we want to tell. Okay, masala commercial movies do work. Absolutely, they work. There is no harm, and there is an audience for that as well. But as I said, that, you know, anything which is real and we make it a little bit relevant to today's audiences is a space we particularly want to play in. There will be a whole chunk of another content available that we could play around with, but we have categorically positioned ourselves to be working on biopics and the true nature of stories.
True, that's absolutely true. But in India, there's another problem when you make biopics. You have to self-censor it when you are at the scripting stage, because you don't know who you're going to hurt. Because we are very emotional people, and we get very carried away by things that we see. We have our strong likes and dislikes, which is not how it functions in West or in any other continent when they're making biopic of any celebrity or any personality. But here we unfortunately have to kind of, you know, balance it, weigh it, see it, whether it's politically right, politically not right. So how does that part work in your studio? Because are you kind of thinking that चलो कुछ नहीं तो because censorship नहीं है डिजिटल में, तो हम इसको डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म में डाल देंगे और OTT में रिलीज हो जाएगी, बट अगर इस सिनेमा हॉल पे लाना है तो then there is censorship, then there is censor board. So how are you addressing that at the making stage?
See, we are not averse that in the near future or whenever there is going to be restriction and digital censorship will come into play. Okay, so we are not going to go around and take liberties which might lead to a different path. And as I said earlier, we are trying to have a neutrality tone to the stories that we want to say. We neither want to patronize something or someone, yet we want to bring that side of that person, that event, or that episode, the way it had been, the way the person is, the way the event happened. Given you mentioned about the restriction that we could or we could not have, we from a talent perspective, from a writing stage perspective, we will keep in mind, but we do not go overboard, we do not cross boundaries. However, we are not also going to be only on the good side of the particular story we want to say. Otherwise, we would have never picked up that subject. Yes. If it was patronizing, then that is not we really want to do. We would have exactly positioned ourselves into a different box. So yeah, we are aware about the reality, and keeping those norms in mind, we will etch out and we will tell stories which are which will fall into a good palette. And that's why I mentioned bold. I use the word bold and strong stories, because maybe many people have not attempted to. But yeah, that's a zone we really want to take ourselves into and excel.
True. Apart from the biopics and the thriller that you mentioned, what are the genres that you're trying to explore? Are you kind of going to explore new genres? Are you going to try and explore newer talent, or you're going to kind of follow the studio rule of only working with big actors, big directors, big makers, and falling on for names? Because all the studios, be it abroad or in India, they've been really falling for names. They've not been able to kind of create new content. They've not been able to give break to new people. That's been the complaint always, that studios have fallen for an Akshay Kumar or Salman Khan or a Shah Rukh Khan or a Sanjay Leela Bhansali, Rohit Shetty. All these names, they all want names to begin with. So is your studio also following the same path, or you're going to kind of balance it out or give chance to newcomers?
Your journalist is really coming out. See, I mean, Ram, we got to understand the business side of it, all right? And we got to understand the emotional side of it as well. As I mentioned, that I have fair experience from the business side of it, and now I'm coming to the actual production side of it. So I understand the model. I would not categorize saying that, studios go for X, Y, Z and all. I would say that who's going to do justice to a particular story? Who is going to do justice to a character that I'm designing? If a character demands that, I need to have an actor who excels in an XYZ particular type of a role, then we will not very categorically saying that, no, still I am going to go for an A+ grader. But if there is a story, about a subject or a person who is going to demand, someone like an AA+ grader, for me to take that particular subject to a different level of reach, then yes, nobody is averse to it. However, said that, we are making much content. These are only few ones that I have revealed to you. There are a few I did not wanted to announce it before we close the formalities and the legalities. But there is enough content in pipeline where we will 100% be working with a lot of new faces. There will be many different stories. You will be surprised by the stories that we will announce very soon, that we are not going to box ourselves into a particular category. That's a starting stage, but our growth trajectory is very, very different.
Superb. Coming on to the last segment of our chat today is that now that you have made this big switch and now you're the CEO of a company and a CEO of a studio, it sounds really heavy. So is the responsibility also really heavy on your shoulder? Because earlier whenever you work for a company, of course it's your job. It's a responsibility of a different sort. But when you stand by your own, when you become individual, what are the differences that you see, and what are the challenges that you face? Somebody who actually, for example, this question would be really interesting to people who want to kind of take that leap, but they are always scared of taking that leap. We are all very cushioned. We like to live a very cushioned life, but you've been always very, drastic and experimental with your life. So is it easy to switch? Is it easy to take that responsibility, or it's tough?
No, it's all about aspirations and sticking by it, Ram. I had designed my roadmap way earlier where I wanted to go. And as I mentioned, I always wanted to get closer to the content. I can't get any closer to the content otherwise now. So, that's how I had designed my roadmap. I stuck by my aspirations, and it's about taking that one leap of faith, trusting yourself and making the switch. I would not mention that, if you work for a particular organization, you have less ownership. No, it's all about ownership. It's about whether you work for a particular company, जो बोलते हैं ना शिद्दत से काम करना चाहिए, then only you excel at that. Yeah, obviously where I am right now, in terms of roles and responsibilities, it has increased because, not only content, we have to really think from a business, revenue, partnership, growth perspective. I will not be thinking of 1 year or 2 years down the line. We have to think 3 years and 5 years beyond. So yeah, all those things come into play. And accordingly, as I said, we love to work backwards, and we can work backwards if we have our goals chalked down right now itself. So it becomes easier. So right from content to the team, to the structure, to partnerships, everything, then, you work backwards and falls in place. So it's more about taking ownership, more about taking leap of faith, trusting your aspiration, backing your own self, and you can excel in anything.
Fabulous, Jay. So I think 2022 looks really exciting and interesting for you and for your studio. And on that note, I would like to kind of wish you all the best for your new journey and hope that next year, next season, when you come back to this show, we'll have much more to talk about the content that you've already made and you have already kind of, shared it with the audience. So wishing you all the best. And it was great pleasure talking to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ram. Thank you, IWM, for having me. And yes, looking forward to the next season and catching up with you guys in person. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Ram sir and Jay Pandya ji, for that wonderful knowledge session. Guys, we'll break for tea now. जाइए चाय पीजिए, कॉफी पीजिए, लेकिन जल्दी लौट कर आना क्योंकि बहुत सारे और इंटरेस्टिंग सेशंस लाइंड अप है खास आपके लिए. So see you soon.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है। डक को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछे।
डॉकिया।
खैर छोड़ो। It's called बतख।
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award. This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे।
वायरल होने का राज क्या है? बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं।
जीजा जी बांझ हैं।
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को सीरियस कर रहा हूँ।
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड, और दिस द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक यूट्यूबर कैन बी।
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा।
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी लाया। सोपी मूव्स। इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं। वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं ओह माय गॉड व्हाट अ गुड लुकिंग गाय। उफ, साबुन आंख में चला गया।
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन। ठीक है। Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals. Squad goals. Goals. Squad goals.
Very good. तालियां हो जाए जन्नत के लिए।
Here you go. Give it up for Jannat.
दिल वाले दुल्हनिया ले जाएंगे, दुल्हनिया सेफ है।
Right, incredible lines like जन्नत तो मैं हूँ।
Most importantly, the viewers, because thank you so much for shelling out your time.
Name 3 things you wear under your clothes.
Boxers, boxers and boxers. Wow, beautiful. दोस्तों में मेरे चर्चे नहीं थे, वही दोस्तों में गाने मेरे चलते हैं अब। आजकल दिखता मैं महंगे से कपड़ों में, मांगे हुए कपड़ों में था मैं गलता।
मेरा प्यार है जहाँ है ये निके निके shots, ये निके निके shots.
एक तरफ तस्वीर, एक तरफ तकदीर और बीच में आपका नाचीज कटपीस रणवीर।
Tiger is back.
The big picture, तस्वीर से तकदीर तक।
It's here, and I'm so excited. Yeah!
मेरे साथ बिग बॉस OTT के मजे लूट।
मेरा कुछ चक्कर चल रहा है क्या? प्यार नहीं है तू मेरा।
गेम बहुत लंबा जाएगा लोग।
Oh God, I'm so confused.
अब तो बताना ही पड़ेगा।
Wear your love this Valentine.
That's what mutual funds are.
साहिल is dead. सुना तुमने? साहिल is dead.
यहाँ पर ओरिजिनलिटी भी है और करोड़ों दिलों का एंटरटेनमेंट भी है।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है, उनको मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
नमस्कार, मैं हूं वीरेंद्र सहवाग और मैं 26 नवंबर को शाम 7 बजे आ रहा हूं शेयर चैट लाइव ऑडियो चैट रूम में।
Welcome back after tea break. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors. Wood presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share chat rooms. Platinum partner QQ Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, an initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now to the next power-packed chat session, which is a knowledge session. And the topic is decoding the science of creatonomics. And we are in conversation with Siddhartha Layak, founder and editor-in-chief, IWMBuzz.com, joined by Sagar Gokhale, co-founder, QK, Abhimanyu Radhakrishnan, MD, QK Digital Media. Over to you, Siddhartha.
Thank you so much, Sonat, for inviting us at India Web Fest Season 3. You have done a superb job throughout. India Fest Season 3. This is a day 2 on 16th of December. And we have very, very honored guests from QQ Digital today. First of all, Sagar sir, Abhi sir, thank you so much for all the support that you keep extending to IWMBuzz.com Media Network. I welcome Sagar Gokhale, co-founder QQ, and Abhimanyu Radhakrishnan sir, MD QQ Digital Media, to talk on a very interesting topic called creatonomics. So don't get baffled by the term. This is a new age content creation ecosystem we are talking about. And Sagar sir, Abhi sir, welcome to India Web Fest.
Hey, thanks a lot, Siddharth, for calling us here and our long-term association. I think we've been big fans of your work and you've been doing some amazing work, and thanks for doing this for the entire community. Abhi?
Yeah, likewise. Thank you, Siddharth. IWMBuzz continues to be a great source of news for the entire industry. And, we are obviously logging on a daily basis to check out what's happening. And I'm glad we could be a part of WebFest, and good to see it growing every year.
Thank you so much. The honor is absolutely ours, sir. So since we are having the conversation, I will ask the first question to you, then I can go to Sagar, sir. So QQ has been around so many years in the business. They have impacted some great work. They've done some great work over the years. So how do you see this ecosystem shaping up, Abhi, sir?
Well, I think, the way the creator economy has come up, and even the fact that we saw this before the term existed in the form it does, validates the belief that Samir Bangara and the rest of the team had over almost a decade prior, that this is the direction in which the internet and the web economy is going to grow. It's going to be decentralized. It's going to be bottom up, and these things take time, right? With the big technological shifts, there's a saying that you always tend to overestimate it in the short term and underestimate it in the long term. So in the short term, everybody, when YouTube came back in 2010, 2011, people thought, oh, television is dead, everything is going to go on YouTube. And then you realized with those kind of data connections and fewer internet users, you weren't really going to wipe it out. And then everybody thought, oh, okay, that was just a fad and it's not actually going to change anything. But in the long run, I think we've all seen what smartphones, fast data, and great platforms are able to do for the content economy. So it was a long view on how the tech-based media ecosystem would evolve. It took a few years for it to gather steam. It took a while for all the infrastructure to be in place to let that boom happen. But as expected, once the momentum started, it was impossible to stop that from happening. And that's where we find ourselves now. So yeah, it's been a fantastic journey, and I'm glad that we called it early. Sagar, you'd agree, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Sagar sir has a smile on his face. So
yeah, I think I can't agree more with Abhimanyu, and I think this is how we're going to play this role. Abhi is going to talk about the macro trend, where I kind of walk you through the micro stuff. And I think, the interesting part is we've been around for the last more than close to 8 odd years, 8 to 9 years. And we've really seen the journey move in a very interesting direction. It kind of started when we just started. It was, digital was a dumping ground for television. right? You would kind of do catch-up content on digital. From there, we saw the rise of creators, which is the part of the journey that we sort of came into, right? Creators like long format creators, musicians, bloggers, sort of really started taking off. That was really the I think between 2016 to about 2018 was really the time for you to be a creator on YouTube or any of these platforms. And I think now we are seeing from 18 to about 21, I think we're really seeing the birth of short format content, right? You could see, I mean, obviously TikTok was major sort of a mover in that space, right? And after TikTok, we've seen the emergence of a lot of Indian players, right? Whether it's Josh, Moj, MX Patak, which are really providing a platform for Indian creators. And then you obviously have Instagram Reels, and you've got YouTube Shorts, which are also really doing well for creators. So I think now today a creator has a lot of options to do things, and short form is in a way the way to go. And I think the future trend of NFTs and this entire decentralized internet, what Abhimanyu just spoke about, is really the future. So I think we've really seen this sort of change in the ecosystem. I think we're really, really excited about what this brings us to.
Wonderful. So now that you have mentioned about NFT and you have pointed that out in the discussion, sir, how important is NFT for the creator ecosystem, you believe? Sagar sir, if you can continue on that, please.
I think, I mean, I would leave the macro view to Abhi, but at a very sort of simple level, I think NFTs are going to change everything for creators, right? So this is not my business view, this is my personal view, right? As a creator today, I have the power to create something and go to my audience directly and maybe do a smart contract with them where they can buy that art, they can buy that song, they can buy any of that and take part in my success. I think this is the way most of the creators in the future, and like Abhi obviously pointed out, that you always overestimate what technology is going to bring to you today, and you kind of underestimate what will it do in the future. So this could be a bit of a long-term view, but I see all creators sort of going the NFT way, where they will be sort of putting their music out and fans will be coming and sort of paying for it and consuming this content and keeping some content which is really collectibles. And I think this is really going to supercharge the entire ecosystem. If you have got something to say, if you've got a great idea, this is the fastest way to kind of monetize that idea and make people a part of your success.
Wonderful. So I think the NFT thing is addressed, but I'll come to Abhi sir now and look at the macro side, like Sagar sir said. So how do you see the creator economics and idea behind it, sir? How do you see it's evolving? And if you can also touch upon the continuation of the NFT bit that Sagar sir said. So overall holistic view, sir.
At a macro level, I think the first thing that NFT has done, before we get deeper into why it's important for creators, is that it's, till now cryptocurrency, and I would say Bitcoin and some of the newer ones like Ethereum in particular, were, solutions looking for a problem. Of course, there's the whole, I would say the philosophical, political aspect of Bitcoin, which is, decentralized finance, take away the power from the Fed, all those things which, often are big on the rhetoric, but don't actually translate into, okay, what can I do with that money? Until now, unfortunately, the answer was only drugs and guns, as many of the critics of cryptocurrency said. But for the first time, what has happened is that with NFTs, you have something inherently digital that you can buy with cryptocurrency without having to convert it back into the real world and deal with all sorts of tax and compliance and legal issues. It not only gives you brag value if you're one of the early guys, suppose you were early in Bitcoin. Yeah, you've got, let's say, $50-60 million worth of Bitcoin, but it's tricky where you would want to convert it into real money. So, how do you show, or how do you signal that you're a big whale in the crypto space? One way was, okay, let's buy all the most fancy art. So it's the old fashioned, what people did when they had too much money is that they would invest in art, they would invest in antiquities. But there was always a, question around legality of ownership. There were some stories last week also about how, a big collector was fined in the US and had to return a bunch of stuff, which was found to have been stolen from Indian and other Asian museums and temples and whatnot. So there's, that antiquities and collectible market at the upper end was always a little borderline suspect because there was no easy authentication of everything out there, right? So the first problem that this whole crypto space solves is that, as the name suggests, it gives you that immutable way of verifying ownership. Now, where is that important? Traditionally, we've really struggled over the last 30-40 years, ever since music has become a real global worldwide industry, to enforce royalties, especially in countries which don't have very good legal and contract enforcement systems like India. You don't see an artist making one hit song and his next 3 generations able to live off it like you do in developed countries, right? Because collecting that royalty, enforcing it, these are all real world issues of how do you monetize your intellectual property in the long term. So I think the NFT play is very, very interesting, and musicians and artists got it immediately because they've been struggling with so many years to, maintain copyright in a way that doesn't withhold the work and deny it. Artists are always in this quandary that, hey, we want as many people as possible to listen to our music, but we want a way for them to be able to pay for it and not use it without permission. So the internet tried to give you some answers with the Napsters and all of the world in the early days, but the math just doesn't work out for artists. You are either depending on donations like Patreon, or just depending on the goodwill of your fans. So I think the beauty with NFT, which most people see, is that it solves a real problem, which is how do I perpetually get income or royalty from these assets I've created? How do I build a community around it? It's not, artists are not like traders, right? Crypto right now is associated with finance and speculators who want to turn a quick buck. Artists have a creative ego. They have a sense of belonging. They would actually leave money on the table if it feels that the work has been corrupted. So in that way, NFT is really interesting because it gives you a way of having some control over that ownership, even in the long term. Inserting some things in the smart contracts that only allow the work to be used in a certain way. But yet, it's out there. Everybody can take that. As they said, I can right click that JPEG and save it. Haha, you paid so much money for it. So yes, so the idea is that actually that's not a bug. That's a feature that you can expose it to the entire world, but the ownership only remains with one person, which can be verified on a blockchain. It's a bit of a subtle concept, but it'll take a while for everybody to understand it. The ideal situation for NFT is that nobody should know that they're buying an NFT when they actually buy one. So it should be, it'll eventually reach that point. Right now, it's at the geek and techie and early adopter stage. Today, if you ask some kid who's on YouTube, what is TCP/IP, and they'll, be clueless. They just know that they're firing up YouTube. So someday I see that even NFTs will move in that direction, that you just know that you bought a collectible, some technology is working seamlessly in the background, that's ensuring the artist gets paid in perpetuity. Good for him.
Wonderful. So very insightful, sir. But QK has always done work and have tapped into opportunities which has been always, looking into the future. So I want to ask Sagar sir that though it's early stage, a lot of conversations are happening, but I know that you work with creator, you work with merchandising models, different revenue models. So do you think that the revenue stream that was in the past, the traditional linear model, etc., and this NFTs coming in? So as a veteran, industry veteran, what do you think are the different revenue streams that are going to emerge for the creators?
Well, I think we've come a long way from the days of, only monetizing a creator of, programmatic ads on YouTube, right? I think the first phase really was just programmatic ads running on YouTube and you get dollars paid from YouTube. That was model number one. I think the next model that kind of came about was, brands started working with creators and started doing, interesting
sort of branded content model you talk about.
Yeah, the branded content, which was also, but couldn't scale really fast, right? Brands wanted a certain kind of quality. They engaged with the creators and sort of created a certain kind of content. That was really model number two, right? The model number three that we've seen, which is really scaled up right now in the short format days, is where, it's not really branded content, but it is really distribution of messages from brands, right? Especially in the pandemic, we saw a lot of brands engage directly with creators and, ask them to create content, which is not placed inside their content, but it's really them coming out and saying, hey, I've used this product and it's really nice, to buy it, go to this link and sort of see the product. And if you like it, please buy it, right? We've really seen a massive increase in this, especially due to short format content, right? We've seen a lot of this happening. Obviously, there's some really good creatives happening in the space for that also. I think the other side where we are seeing other forms of monetization clearly are creators are looking at launching their own products, which we've done in 2 successful launches. One is 2407 by Team 07, which is a deodorant range, which we have done really well with. I think it's been around for close to a year. And, we are logging very good sales. And it becomes very interesting for the creator because the creator is in charge of his own inventory, right? When he's going out on YouTube or he's going out on Instagram, pretty much he knows what he wants to, kind of sell, and he puts up a post, and every post generates a certain number of sales. And I think that is great. We've also done the same with Madhura's recipe. She has her own brand of masalas. And I think this is really the way for, top creators to kind of monetize their content, where they look at launching their own products. I think this is a trend that we are seeing in a big way in India. I think it's going to catch up. The other way that people are right now monetizing, and this is the sort of final sort of stop, which I think is NFTs. It has not caught on in a big way yet. But I think creators will soon start, once we've got great regulation, everything is in place. I think creators will start sort of using NFTs as a medium to start monetizing their content.
So, Abhi sir, do you think, taking the conversation ahead from how Sagar sir has beautifully kind of charted out the journey, you think NFT is the future of creator commerce?
For a certain kind of creator whose audience is largely entirely digital. Just to take an example from what Sagar is saying, a Madhura's recipe, sure, she might launch the odd NFT purely as a collectible item, but her core product is always going to be something in the physical world, right? Yes. However good we get, it's going to be impossible to cook and eat virtual stuff to fill our bellies. So creators like her are going to go very strong, I think, in the commerce and direct-to-consumer brands, which are either co-branded or branded on their own. In the case of the masala, the creator herself has decided what the combination and the recipe and the taste should be. So there she's actually a domain expert. She's not just a brand ambassador endorsing a random product. It's very close to her heart. The message is that your food can taste good if you use this special kind of hand ground, homemade, no preservatives masala that I've put out. So creators like her, who, the audience and the use cases in the real world probably will, use NFTs more as as I said, a collector's item or a nice to have or part of the larger fan base offering. But people who live entirely in the digital world, like say gaming streamers, creators who give reviews of games, they're going to be creating their own worlds. In fact, they're already doing it, right? In games like Minecraft or Roblox, which a lot of the audience plays, there are already developers who create their own worlds within these games and then charge special entry to the premium members of stuff within the games. Globally, there's this company called Axie Infinity, which has received a lot of funding, which is at the forefront of the play to earn movement, where the act of playing itself gives you a chance to earn that in-game currency issued by the game. But it's different from previous in-game currency because this time it's on a blockchain, and that blockchain is not necessarily controlled by the makers of that game. It's independent. It could be on the Ethereum blockchain, for example, or on the Solana blockchain. And there's just a token which you earn in the game, which is convertible into this real world currency. And I've heard of some crazy stories of 12 and 13-year-olds making $5,000-$6,000 a month just trading and selling avatars or doing tasks in those games. So yes, this entire Web 3.0, as we are calling it, is going to be a huge source of income for digital first creators whose entire existence is in the digital world. And it will continue to be interesting for what we call the real world creators who deal with the issues that are in our physical world, and will continue to monetize, as Sagar said, through things like branded content and through commerce and products.
So this thoughts on Web 3.0, it's a very interesting term that you coined. So I'll come to Sagar sir, if you can continue.
Actually, take this one. Web 3 is a term that you should go to Abhi with, right? Let him first explain it and then let it come.
So it's very interesting because I'm sure so many people are watching you, and we are live streaming it on YouTube, and they want to know that what is this Web 3.0 and how would you be part of this wonderful journey? It's something like the metaverse that everyone is talking about. So how do you see the landscape evolving vis-a-vis the Indian market? I know we understand a lot of things are happening globally, but Indian market is still very at the nascent stage. So how do you see that we're going to play the catch-up game, or you're going to be the leaders in the space? Abhi sir.
Well, I would imagine that will depend a lot on the upcoming regulations that we're all itching to see. We are hearing lots of news leaks and random stories of, one day this will be banned, the other day they say, no, it will be partially banned, who the regulator will be, all those things will happen. My sense is that there will be some sort of a legal and compliant way to go about it. So, I'll reserve my comments as far as India is concerned. It's a great opportunity to leapfrog a few generations of tech, especially now that people like China have banned it, because it's inherently very hard to control, right? China's entire internet boom has been a completely closed, as they say, a walled garden internet boom, closely controlled by the government. By definition, you cannot do this in the Web 3.0 construct. The term is being bandied about, of course, not just in Silicon Valley, but among tech circles all over the world, is an extension of saying that, okay, if what happened with what we today call the FANG pack, right? Facebook, not Apple to so much of an extent, but I would say Facebook, Google, this entire bunch of web-based, or I would say web-first services that emerged just after the dot-com bust in 2001, 2002. This was a term initially only used by the developer community, right? People who were using, sorry to get a little technical here, but some people who were nerds in the early 2000s remember the LAMP stack, right? Linux, Apache, MySQL,
or
PHP.
the geeks, so-called the geeks, the tech geeks.
Yeah. So, people remember that there was this new kind of way of writing code called AJAX, asynchronous JavaScript, that, while your server was talking real time, your page would upload. And that's why Gmail suddenly looked so different and so nice compared to Yahoo. So there was that whole, generation of websites and services and later mobile apps that were built on this tech stack, and that was called Web 2.0. The thinking now in tech circles is that the logical end we've seen in Web 2.0, where some of these companies really became massive. We're talking about $1 trillion market caps now, because it was a winner takes all kind of ecosystem. If enough people came onto your platform, you won. Nobody cares who's the number 2 social network or the number 2 messaging app, right? It's big winners because you need to get everybody onto your platform. And the downside, of course, as we saw with many of these issues on political, say, election mismanagement or misinformation and a number of these other things that arise, is that these closed systems lead to these kinds of problems. So the future that people are envisaging with Web 3.0 is that you take the best of Web 2.0, but allow it to be, I would say, not just stuck on one platform, but in a metaverse of different independent platforms. See, this metaverse term is a bit overused now. Everybody's using it, so nobody knows exactly how it will pan out. But in
it's all over.
Yeah, in an ideal world, we are thinking that, I'll give you a very simple real world example. When TikTok got banned, for example, not only did everybody who was big on TikTok in India have to restart from, in many cases, from scratch on newer platforms, or, switch to Instagram. They also, it was very hard, and I know this because it was a real problem for Qki, a tech problem we had to solve, which is that technically you as the creator own all the videos you've uploaded onto TikTok for the last 2-3 years. But now that the app is blocked, you have to go through a VPN, access your account. Then, there's no easy way to download all the videos in one shot. You have to, video by video, download them, remove the watermark if you need to, because technically that content is yours. It was a pain, right? Migrating from one platform to the other. The hope is that in theory, the metaverse will allow you to seamlessly migrate your followers, your likes, your avatars, all your content belongs to you, and you seamlessly migrate across 5 platforms. So in theory, you could take your entire Insta following onto a new platform from day one, and it will all be verified that, this is the same guy who's big on Insta. Now he's come onto TikTok, or he's moved on to Josh, and, entire followership stays intact. So it's a very early baby step in ensuring that all these platforms eventually become interoperable. And it's very interesting for the creator economy, because in theory, then the creator is at the center and not the platform. I don't know, Sagar, that sounds right?
No, I think it's perfect. And I want to take a layman's take to it, right? The way I look the way I look at it is that, when Facebook kind of came about, right, it was good enough for Facebook to say that, hey, you know what? Put your content on my site and I will make it reach to millions of people. It was okay to say this in 2005, 2007, right? And people sort of gave their content on these platforms and multiple platforms, and they became popular. They became
almost for free.
Yeah, for free, right?
Free,
but the great thing was this platform brought so much distribution for you, right?
Yeah.
And that was really, from my point of view, the web 2.0-ness of it, right? From a layman's perspective or from a creator's perspective. Today, the way I look at it is that the platforms which were really big around web 2.0 days have really become big, and they all are major players in the segment that they sort of run, right? So if you look at Instagram, it is a clear leader in what it does. Facebook is a clear leader in what it does. Twitter is a clear leader in what it does, right? But today, just giving space to a user is not good enough, right? You need to give a framework where, as you can realize, that all of these platforms don't allow you to own the customer, right? The customer is not mine, right? If you're on YouTube today, you can't get in touch with the customer, right? And as the creator ecosystem has evolved, it's very important for this creator to have access to the customer, right? And I think in web 3.0 days is going to be very, very important for platforms, which are the platforms, to connect the customers and the creators together and for them to start evolving their relationship. I think NFT is a great way where you're going directly to your customer and sort of doing a smart contract with him. That's step one. I think there are going to be many, many steps in this, and people are going to evolve in a big way in this. And I think that's why the future looks really interesting. I think today, the way we look at a creator, I mean, just from an entertainer to an entrepreneur, I think that is the shift that is happening. And we've always looked at this creator as an entrepreneur, right? Who can pretty much, it's not just he's entertaining you, but he's also making you aware of so many things, right? And he comes into your stream literally every day. So that influence is really important. And I think people will start looking at influencers in their little categories and start transacting because of them. And I think that is going to be a very interesting future.
Very interesting, and I'm sure QQ will tap in like always when the revolution starts. But sir, Sagar sir, I've seen you work with the QQ as a company, work with so many creators. Creators who are not essentially very, very understanding of the global changing landscape, etc. But they, by the sheer might of their content, are very popular, right? So. But in India also there's a notion that कि आप picture में कब दिखोगे, आपका hoarding कब लगेगा. Though it's a digital economy, there's a strong notion when it comes to how popular you are until you are seen in maybe a Bombay Times front page. Just to put things into perspective, because the generation is still in a cusp. People who have seen the power of traditional and now going.
Hang on. I'm glad you asked this question because.
So I've finished the question. So do you think, sir, the creators who are creating content for the digital mobile economy are trained enough or are capable enough, or do they understand enough to make it big, say in the big OTT TV or film spectre?
It's already happening, man. It's already happening. First,
please continue, sir. Sorry. Yeah.
It's already happening. Quite frankly, dude, every platform that emerges will always produce a superstar. Okay. When we had Doordarshan, we all know it created a superstar, and we all know who that superstar is. When cable TV happened, it created a superstar, right? Digital will create a superstar, right? I can be very, very, I mean, obviously in the West, they're making statements like the next president is going to be from TikTok. I'm not going that far. What I am trying to say is that, the next big star is coming from short format content, right? Wow. Because that is what people are consuming. And I think it's for companies like us, which kind of help creators grow, to create, like what you said, to train, to make sure that they're good enough to step up to the next level. I think it's very important for companies like us to take those steps and make it happen. And I'm it's already happening, right? Yeah. Already people are doing, like if you, Bhavin has done a OTT show on Balaji, Faizu has done a show, right? All of them are moving towards a digital, like from digital moving towards OTT. I'm sure some of them are going to move into films also very soon.
Yeah.
And we will back our creators all the way, because I think it is very important at this point in time for that success to also come.
Yeah. So you think, the fact that they're already commanding such a huge fan following base, if someone signs them, hypothetically, they already bring so much of, say, ticket sales probability because they reach out to a millions of audience, right?
Well, I don't understand the film business too well, but one would assume that if you have 30
You
million
have to click on that book my show button so that you buy the ticket. So, this
Yeah, right.
swipe
So
up would help.
I'm saying if one assumes that if somebody has 25 to 30 million fans,
Yeah.
right, and they put out saying that, hey, here's my trailer, come buy a ticket, one assumes that the conversion would be pretty decent, and one assumes that if the conversion is decent, that filmmakers want to cast them in their films if they are trained enough and push them around. So I think I see that space very clearly, and I think it's going to happen.
Absolutely. So, we have spoken on the new age content creation space. We have spoken on Web 3.0, but I like to ask both Abhi sir and Sagar sir something which has impacted all our lives, business, personally, the pandemic times. That's a full reset. No one thought that would hit, and it's still around. Because we are planning events, we thought we would do this ground, and suddenly Omicron or something comes and you go virtual again. So what has been the pandemic lessons for Qki? If you can talk about the challenges, learnings, managing creators, etc., and how it has changed the overall business outlook at Qki, and what's going to be the next growth phase of Qki. If Abhi sir, you can take first, then I will come to Sagar sir. Yeah.
जन्मदिन की ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं।
I think initially, just like the rest of the
बस
world,
आपके लिए तो मैं एक ही चीज कहूंगा, गाते रहना।
it was very obvious that some
हाय
very big
पहल,
revenue
जन्मदिन की
streams like
ढेर सारी
events would
शुभकामनाएं।
be out of question for the foreseeable future. We were thinking
All I will
maybe
wish
6
for
months
you
to a year
today-
back then, but when the second wave happened, we realized that it may be even longer till 2-3 cycles of the slightly more dangerous variants get out of the way, and people are saying eventually this might become endemic and mild. That's what we are hoping. Fingers crossed on the whole Omicron thing. So yes, the events aspect and the live show and the physical aspect of it definitely took a hit, continues to take a hit, which is sad. A lot of traditional media industry has borne the brunt of it. I would say second to maybe travel, tourism, and hospitality. It's after those guys, and obviously aviation and related industries which were hit the worst. Traditional media did take a brunt of it. Luckily, within media, the one sector which was able to function quite smoothly and in fact saw massive spike in activity was the digital side, fundamentally because a lot of the work can be done remotely. It was challenging initially for us to do even basic things like coordinate shoots completely online, coordinate with so many different people, whether it's even giving creative briefs. You tend to underestimate how much can happen in person from a creative point of view, which is not very easy to do on Zoom. This is not code at the end of the day. It may be digital, but it's still got a very big creative layer on it. So early days were hard, but then, as after the first 6 months started tapering off, we saw that the amount of inbound interest from brands and advertisers into the space, and Sagar can elaborate more on that, suddenly went through almost a tsunami, right? It was not, of course, as great as EdTech, which got so much interest because poor kids were forced to stay at home, and it was a forced change 4 or 5 years earlier than it would happen. But it was still, I think, at least a 2 to 3 year jump in terms of adoption, because everybody suddenly realized that, hey, you can actually execute fairly decent, creative briefs remotely. And when you don't have a choice and you try something and you find out that it's not as bad as you thought when you give up a little bit of creative control, I think that's been the great, plus point for us in terms of the acceptance of, giving up creative control from, say, the branded content side and working with creators, working with bottom-up content has been quite interesting. I think that for me would be the big change that's happened in the pandemic.
Agartha, if you can elaborate, sir.
Yeah, I think I kind of agree completely with Abhimanyu. Personally, as a company, we went through a very hard phase during the pandemic. Obviously, the pandemic itself was quite disruptive. To add to that, us losing our founder, that is Sameer sir, right? It was a very tough period for us, and it took us literally till, that incident happened on 14th of June, right? And it has taken us, it took us 3 to 4 months to find our feet, right? And during that time, I think the space was really sort of catching up. And what we really saw, and I would just like to expand on, how obviously there were lots of revenue lines which were shut, including one of the largest revenue lines at that point in time for us, which was which was our own IPs, our own shows, our original content, which could not get produced because we were not on the floor. We were not shooting. Crowds couldn't come in. Other revenue line was obviously events, and that was a fairly large revenue line for us. But I think I think October of that year, we started seeing an uptick in revenue when it comes to people engaging directly with influencers. And the good news is that we were sort of managing the largest pool of influencers in the country. And at that point in time, sort of it really started shifting in a sense. And I think, we've been fairly lucky that we've done, just on the influencer side, we've executed full scale campaigns for large brands, right? Where you're pretty much doing it the old school way, right? Where you're doing a creative, you are sort of lining up the entire strategy. But the fun part is it's not happening on TV, it's completely happening on digital and on an influencer's page rather than a brand's page, right? That is the shift that we've seen. And now once it has sort of moved up and people have seen a lot of brands engage this way, today you are seeing a very, very healthy number of brands approaching influencers directly to sort of do lots of tactical as well as strategic sort of ads with them. I think it's the space is really growing, and we would have seen easily. It would be safe to say about 80 to 90% bump up in revenues in that revenue stream itself.
You see QQ focusing more on what worked during the pandemic time, or it's going to be a hybrid model, or you think branded content or IPs will kind of come? So what do you see, say, for the next 3 years will be QQ's focus when it comes to, the business philosophy, keeping in mind that pandemic is still there?
I think the way we are looking at it is that, now that people have started moving about a little bit, right? We don't see, I think brands have really, seen this style of advertising a real successful model, right? And I see them doing more of the same. It's just that how well we can solution them, how quickly we can, engage with them. And at the end of the day, it's about engagement. It's about quality of sort of viewership. It always starts with reach and it always ends with engagement and other metrics. Like today we are, when we started this, we were not looking at anything but reach. But today we are also talking about conversions, right? And I think any field will mature like that, right? So we are seeing that as clearly a strong part of our revenue. I think we look at other revenue lines like IPs, which we were always known for and are very strong. And I think in this digital age, if you can say like something like a Jammin, which is about 4 years old and we've done 3 seasons of it, and here's the 4th season, right? These kind of trusts and brands that you are able to build, I think will always last a long way. So I think we'll always stick, and whatever is in the future, right? That's what QQ's strategy always has been. We always sort of are where the creator needs to be, right? So if we have a creator, see, our role is to be an evangelist. It's not really a model, right? Today, if short format is working, we will be pushing our creators to do more short format, which is what we do. Today, if you say that NFT is working, we will push our creators to do more NFTs, right? Our job is to evangelize to creators that how can they
maximize on the trends, the trends,
maximize their earning potential, and we will continue to do so.
Wonderful. So, when we're talking about digital entertainment, so live audio chat rooms is something is also catching up. There are so many platforms where live conversations are happening. So, Avisa, if I can come to you, do you think brands and content creators leverage live audio chat rooms for fan engagement? How can they do that?
I must say that it's a very interesting experience because it's different. It's not as boring as, say, logging onto a conference call, but yet it's not as chaotic as a live stream can get. So I think it's this very interesting mix between, say, listening to a podcast, but sort of with that little bit of element of real-time feedback. So if every time there's a new medium, there's some people who exploit it much better than others. So if creators and artists and even communities can learn how to use it well, where you do something which is almost like a quasi podcast. Like imagine if we were doing this entire chat on audio on one of these live chat rooms. We have our round of Q&A for maybe 45, 50 minutes, and then you throw it open to the floor, or even 10 minutes in or 15, 20 minutes in, you go to the room for questions and you queue up people and you let them ask stuff in real time. So it's, I think, a very interesting format, works really well for certain kinds of communities and certain kinds of topics. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of this as more and more platforms integrate this into their features and into their offerings.
Wonderful. So I think we have had a wonderful conversation. So on a parting thought, Sagar, sir, you have any final points for everyone who's watching us?
This is something which I say all the time. There's never a better time to be a creator, right? It's the best time you could ever be born, with a camera, slight knowledge of editing, and I mean, this is the best time to be a creator. You don't need to work. You don't need a job. Put your content
come to Qki. Start creating. Come to Qki. They'll help you grow.
Come to Qki, but this is where it's going, right? People have figured out a way to monetize whatever content that they have on different streams, and I think if you have that little spark in you, this is the time to be a creator.
Absolutely. So, Avi sir, any final thoughts before we wrap up?
Yeah, the fact that we are not doing this chat on the, Creator Economy Summit sponsored by a large newspaper or a large TV channel, and you are the media mogul now. Was it possible 20 years ago for, you to start your own media organization and your own brand in a very focused niche area? A newspaper or a TV, or a traditional sort of format would have said, no, it's too niche an area. Maybe you can do a trade magazine at best. And here we are doing a full-fledged event. I've seen you guys do, high quality video. There's of course the main site as well. So, I mean, that itself is a great example that there's never been a time where anybody with just an internet connection and, even half decent hardware or even run-of-the-mill hardware is able to literally set up their own media company. So exciting times ahead.
It's a growing phase, and thank you, Sagar sir. Thank you, Avi sir, for your time. Thanks you for coming to India Web Fest, and hopeful that next year we'll see you on the ground to have a lot more interesting conversations, and see you again next year, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much. Enjoyed this conversation, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siddhartha, for that very informative and, of course, very interactive session. Friends, up next is a fireside chat. The topic is Lights, Camera, Action, the OTT Edge. And we are in conversation with Ram Kamal Mukherjee, filmmaker, author, and biographer, joined by actor Vivek Oberoi. Over to you, Ram sir.
Hello. Hey, how's it going, Ram? So good to see you, man.
So good to see you too, yeah, after ages.
I
know.
know.
I keep seeing you off and on screen. We don't get to meet. Yes. So to begin with, I mean, anything that is successful, my way of seeing it is always a matter of pride, but at the same time, I feel that it could also be a matter of pressure. And you have been a part of a very big franchise like Krish earlier, which is like a huge film, and then you entered and you had your own pressure to kind of live up to the franchise. Here the story is a little different because you've been a part of it since season 1 to season 2 and now season 3. So whenever there is a new season, as an actor, do you have apprehension that kyun kar rahe hain, acha to tha last season, rehne do, matlab kyun risk le rahe ho? Do you get into that zone?
Well, not really, Ram. I mean, is there pressure? Yes, there is pressure because Inside Edge just became a phenomenon. I mean, started with the underdog story, right? Started with this show that Excel is trying to make, and they come to me and I say, yeah, I'm interested. And then advisors start saying, what's wrong with you? Why would you do this OTT? OTT kya hai? What is Prime Video? What is this nonsense? Why would you do it? And I think I was the first mainstream actor to say yes to an OTT show. Because I just love the show, and I realized that I will never get to play this character on the big screen. So I wanted to play this in somewhere. And when it became such a phenomenal success, Ram, where suddenly more than 100+ countries, people are watching this. I mean, people in Eastern Europe and Russia are writing fan mail to me, and then suddenly we get an Emmy nomination. I personally swept a bunch of awards at the OTT awards shows. Post that, it became this big thing. Like, arey wah, Maverick ahead of the curve. Kya socha hai Vivek ne, kind of a thing, right? But then, like you said, it became pressure. Because season 2, I was like, oh gosh, what do we do? Because there's a couple of things about the character. I mean, you've seen it, so I can and tell you about it. One is that Vikrant Dhawan as a character is a very difficult character for an actor to play. Because in a world that's very, very real, which is Inside Edge, the ambience is very, very real. The environment is very real. The performances are very honest. In that space, to have a character that plays up, and that's his nature. He plays up because he's manipulative. He plays up. He's trying to intimidate. He's trying to talk very differently. He's pausing differently. He's not speaking like a normal person. No. He's not behaving like a normal person.
He's very stylized.
Yeah, and he's stylized by design, right? There's an impact he's trying to create on you. So when you look at that character trying to create that impact from the beginning, it's very close to being overacting. It's a very thin line. So always my worry used to be, and I used to tell Karan, I said, over to nahi. I said, nahi, ab daire mein chal rahe ho. Let's keep that line's very thin. We go through it flying colors, okay? Now season 2, there has to be an evolution, yet you have to be within that line, and yet people want to see what Vikrant was after such a massive fall. So after a fall, a person dramatically changes. He had a near-death experience. The guy almost died.
Correct.
A person has to change. How do you show that evolution, keep the spirit of what was in the first season, in the second, and then the third, and build a graph on that, and at the same time walk within that very thin line? That was very, very difficult. It's a very calibrated role.
I totally understand and I totally agree with what you're saying, because even when I see your performance in season 1 and season 2 and now in season 3, I mean, the graph that you created is something which is very intriguing for a viewer. Like every time we want to kind of know about you, and I don't see it as a gray, I see it as a black character. So that's more fascinating because you have no qualms being bad. Like you're not justifying that, oh no, there's a reason, this is the reason why I'm being nasty, this is the reason why I'm being doing this. You are bad, and that's how you are. So how does that, because it is completely, maybe that could be the one reason of you taking up this role, because I know as a person how spiritual you are, how nice you are, how philanthropic you are. So it's completely opposite of what Vivek Oberoi is. So how do you kind of get into the character? How do you see yourself, doing that?
Firstly, thank you for all the compliments, man. I really appreciate it. As far as so if I had to answer this in a very Vikrant Dhawan style, I would say, I love my chocolates and characters deliciously dark. So, the funny thing, and you hit upon this, right? And this is why you're such a seasoned journalist, Ram. I mean, you can see beyond the obvious. When Karan Anshuman came to me with this show, I said no. And Farhan, Karan, everybody thought he's saying no because he's conscious of his image. He's worried about playing negative. I was like, no, man. When it was unheard of, I played Shootout at Lokhandwala.
Yeah.
For a hero to play the full-on villain in Shootout at Lokhandwala, he's an absolute anti-hero. I played Mahadolus. I played Krish 3, all out, right? I went into playing a super villain all out.
Yeah.
So I didn't have an issue with that. I said, it's not dark enough.
Oh,
we can't be half-assed. We have to be like either here or there. And that's what they got. Then we had a really cool, 12, 15 day jamming session with the writers, with Karan at my place. We sat, we spoke, literally went back to my days of theater where I would read the scenes off the page. I would enact them for the whole group out there. And then they would say yeah, this is working. This is not working. Let's do this. Let's do that. It was an amazing creative process. And I had so much fun doing that. Creating Vikrant was an absolute joy. And then seeing where we could push the envelope, right? Where we could push those boundaries too. Was an absolute joy. But you're right. I had decided that I wanted to commit to the Prince of Darkness, right? I wanted Vikrant to be that. I didn't want to be apologetic about anything. In season 3, you do get to see what makes him who he is. It humanizes him. But at the same time, he's still unapologetic. His hunger for power, where it emanates from, what the roots are.
Mercy.
Yeah, no. So for him, the reason that he's so hungry for power is that at some point in his life, he's been disenfranchised. He's been disempowered. He's been bullied. His dreams have been taken away. So he took a path of absolute strengthening himself and saying, boss, this is never happening to me again. And in the process of taking back his power, he became so hungry for power that he decided to take other people's power and control the chips on the table completely. And that's the journey of Vikrant. Now, you know me for a while, so you know that every character I do, I write an autobiography for. So I did the same thing for
Vikrant. The backstory and all.
Yeah, I wrote the entire backstory from the time Vikrant was born, what he went through, his father's relationship with, his mother. He was the bastard child. So I wrote all of that bits and pieces of information into my autobiography as my process until the show begins, till the moment that season 1 begins. And that keeps me in good stead. Even when we're evolving the character for season 2, season 3, the ideas that come to me, the writers do a phenomenal job. The creator is amazing. But whatever little I have to add as an actor, it helps me in my process.
Absolutely. And coming on to, the platform, as you started off with, like you're the first mainstream Bollywood actor to say yes to a new platform. So when you actually switch on platform, and because we are friends, we can probably talk very freely and frankly about this, that a lot of people have this thing in their mind. Even recently, I think at the 1000th episode of KBC, Mr. Bachchan said that, everybody discouraged him from in coming onto television, saying that aap to Amitabh Bachchan ho, aap chote parde pe kaise aaoge. So there is always a block in a Bollywood actor's head. Every Bollywood actor thinks that main bade parde ke liye hi bana hu. So from there to here, what is the psyche of an actor when you take on to a new medium? Do you also change your method of acting? Because in 70mm it is completely different, and when you're viewing it on TV, mostly all OTT, everything that we watch is mobile binge. So does your acting process change as an actor? Do you kind of think that should I be different because the medium is different, or should I be same?
So that's a really interesting question, Ram. But my answer to it would be very, very simple. Good acting is good acting on a big screen or a small screen. The size of the screen doesn't matter. It's the talent in the actor. So if you're a bad actor, no matter the size of the screen, nothing's going to save you. You're going to be exposed.
It's going to be a bigger mess.
So I think what is different about the platform per se, or rather than the medium of series, is, and in binge watch, see, a film, it's finite. You've got 2 hours, 2.5 hours. You take the audience through a journey, and as an actor, your responsibility is to carry that role for 2.5 hours and hold them for that window. For TV, for a television serial, as we refer to, it's very long, maybe 1,000 episodes, but it's 30 minutes or 40 minutes at a time. And then you've got another week or another day till it comes back again. Now, OTT has the binge watch space, right? So it's like 7-8 hours non-stop, where people watch it one after the other, and all the episodes are there to see. It's not ki ab kal ka episode aayega, isko calibrate kar lenge, isko thoda sa change kar denge. You don't have that. It's there like a film. So it's a blend between the two. Carrying a character for 7-8 hours and constantly keeping him interesting and not making him repetitive, aside from what the writing is, but even in terms of bringing it on screen as a performer, that is a challenge. And that's what excited me about the medium the most. The fact that this medium has so much potential for an actor to portray and layer and totally kanda it out, right? Make an onion out of it and go layer after layer after layer, and just keep unpeeling it. And that's the journey that I've tried even with Vikrant Dhawan as a character, because that's the only one I've done in OTT for. I'm just doing my first in 4 years. This is my 5th year of OTT, and this is the first time I'm doing another show which is called Dharavi Bank, because I just love the script so much.
Oh, lovely! Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that's great. I mean, yeah, but what you said is absolutely right, that it probably can, because you're stretching the character so much. So it's a win-win. It could be, it could be a catch-22 also, because in a movie, there are chances of that, you can wrap it up in 2 hours. But here you have to also kind of give your audience, and every season of 7 hours, I mean 7 into 3, you've already kind of given Rohit 21 hours of live, so which is not a
Yeah.
joke. So as an
Yeah.
actor, that's definitely challenging. Now coming on to the part of the whole phase that the industry went through, and we all went through, which is the lockdown and the corona and everything. So I guess the shoot happened somewhere between when things opened up, and there was still fear of whether we
Of
are
course.
absolutely safe, fine, vaccinated, non-vaccinated, होगा नहीं होगा, बुखार आया तो घर चले जाओ. So पहले एक क्या था कि नहीं, आप फ्री हो, आप कुछ भी आप कर सकते हो as an actor, in your mind, in your head. Your atmosphere is free, and you cannot have those shackles around. But post lockdown, things changed, and we are into the field of creative thinking, mingling with people, not having those restrictions. So what, when you had those impositions, when you had those restrictions, what are the difficulties you faced technically during the shoot?
Well, so I think, like you just correctly mentioned, Ram, it was a very big challenge shooting during the midst of lockdown, because life was not as we know it, right? It was so different. Everything was different. Just getting onto a set and seeing people in these kind of, hazard suits, these hazmats, made you feel like, oh my God, what's going on? Yeah, it felt like that. And in the middle of lockdown, when things weren't so okay, people weren't vaccinated, it was still all happening. Kab hoga vaccination? Kab kisko milega? In that process, every cough, every sneeze would make everybody freeze on set. Oh my God, somebody coughed. Oh my God, somebody sneezed. I remember, since I live in a bungalow, and we bought a new bungalow just before lockdown, close to my parents' home. And thank God for that, because I would have been very, very nervous about living in my, with my parents during the lockdown. We were apart but near, so that was a good thing. But even then, I remember not going up to the floor where my kids and my wife sleep. I said, "Nahi yaar, as long as I'm shooting, I'm not going to sleep on the same floor. I'm going to keep my interactions minimum, because I don't know what I'm bringing home. I don't know who I'm interacting with, what I'm bringing home, what it's going to be like. And you have to take off your mask in front of the camera. So you are exposed. If somebody's sneezing, coughing somewhere in the back, you are exposed, and you could be carrying it back home to your loved ones. So I think that was the scariest thought for me. And it was very difficult to shake that off and just start shooting. It still is. Like, I'm shooting right now in Kerala, and everybody kind of works towards doing their best. Everybody's wearing their masks, everybody's vaccinated, everybody's vaccination certificates, double vaccination certificates are all there. But having said that, still, that fear is inside me, even right now. If somebody starts to cough, if somebody's feeling unwell, I say, boss, please go here. Chutti karo. Aap chutti karo, set pe mat raho, nahi to sab bimar ho jayenge. So that fear is still there.
So how do you evaluate the change? I mean, you think that industry is going to overcome this fear of the virus, and we are going to get back to normalcy? We are going to kind of be what we were. We missed the premieres, we missed all the award shows, we are missing all the ground.
Ram, it's not so much about the industry. I think it's the world, right? Suddenly, everything seems like it's getting back to normal, and then everybody talks about Omicron.
Yes.
There's a new buzz all around it. So everybody's like worried about this now. And you had all these flights now from the 15th of December all getting cancelled, right? Everybody who's planned to go out for a chutti or finally break the shackles and get out, they're all getting into trouble now. So all these kind of things are constantly happening. I think it's not about the industry. We're just a small part of the whole world, and the whole world is going through this right now.
Yes. I just got a disturbance in the network. So
no worries.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I think it's about the whole world. Yeah, it's a whole, and we are a small part of that.
Yes, which is absolutely true. But what I'm saying, that the socializing, the celebration of Bollywood, that has somewhere come to a halt. That was probably my question to you, that the celebration has somewhere come to a halt. We are all now, I mean, ideally, this would have been really brilliant if I would have been at your Juhu bungalow and
Correct.
And doing this over a cup of chai. But we are not doing that. We are all, becoming too, maybe we are also getting into our comfort zone that abhi jaane ki zarurat nahi, Zoom pe ho jayega. But earlier we had this whole thing कि नहीं आज मिलना है विवेक ओबेरॉय से और बातें करनी है और and you would also kind of come out as
Ram, you've got on to mute. Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, buddy. I get what you're saying. I feel that you're absolutely right. I mean, that one-to-one human interaction, that personal jamming. Like for me, just taking a narration of a script. It used to be such a nice experience to sit, listen, jam, have that energy flow between two creative people. And now it's on Zoom, and we're thankful for it. Iske bina to kaam hi nahi chalta.
Yes.
But it feels a little disconnected. Maybe we're going to get used to it. Maybe this is the future. Maybe it's very practical. Like Farhan was talking to me the other day, and he was saying that, I actually love this. And I was like, why? So he was like, earlier I would have to go for an hour, drive somewhere, meet somebody for 30 minutes, and then drive back for an hour. So it's like 2.5 hours gone for a half-an-hour meeting. And he says, this is so much better utilization of life. Now I have those 2 hours free to do other stuff that I want to do.
Correct.
There's the pros and cons, but I think what hurts it most is the personal relationships. For me, the most difficult thing, especially because I'm shooting, is not being able to go and just hug my mom or just chill with my dad. Even when I go to meet them, of course I go to meet them because I can't stay without meeting them. When I go to meet them, I'm still keeping that very excessive distance. I'm saying at least 3 meters away. I am wearing double masks, and I don't want to go, even though they've been double vaccinated and they're probably going to get their booster soon. Just not taking a chance, they're with age as a factor. So those fears that we live with right now, I'm waiting for those to go away. I'm waiting for the world to be free again.
Yes, we are all waiting for the world to be free again. And coming back to Inside Edge 3 once again is, when you work with a platform like Amazon Prime, which is one of the leading OTT platforms in the world, as you started saying that, this medium is helping you in reaching out the true global audience. So when, as an actor, when you're performing, you have seen the other content that is there in the platform. This doesn't happen when you do a Hindi film, because you have your only Hindi audience who are buying tickets to the theater to know that this is the nuances and this is how Maya Dolis is going to behave or enact on screen, or any of your characters in your film would behave. There'll be a song, there'll be romance. But when you do a product which is put in an international platform with all other international web series, as an actor, do you feel that, no, I also have to probably, underplay it, not really do it the Bollywood way, probably go a little realistic? All that thing happens in story session while you're doing it. Do you try to also address the international audience, or you focus, no, mera to desi audience is here?
So I think, Ram, for me, the process is not about who's going to watch this at the end of it. Like, I had no clue somebody in Poland and Russia are going to watch Inside Edge and write to me and saying that we've become your fans. I mean, they don't even play cricket there. I'm like, what are you guys doing? How do you even understand the show? But it's a big hit there. So for me, I never thought कि Poland में लोग क्या करेंगे, Russia में कैसे देखेंगे इसको. I just performed my role. I think as an actor, what I can only speak for myself. What I try to do is, rather than playing to a gallery or an audience, I try to be honest with the character and the environment of the film. If the space is larger than life, say if you're doing a Simba, for example, which is dramatic, larger than life, it's unreal, but it's popcorn entertainment and it's so much fun. It's like a comic book coming alive. I think you play in that space then. Then you play it like that. Like when I played Krish, I played Carl. I played Carl in Krish 3 exactly like that. Played it larger than life, did all the madness, did all the dramatization of that character. But then when you play something like what I'm doing right now, Dharavi Bank, it's very easy to play Dharavi Bank like this hard as nails cop who we've seen in movies so many years. But for me, the approach towards that character, where Anna, Sunil Shetty is playing the antagonist, is a really well made show, is very raw. It's very real. It's with the frustrations and issues of what a cop also has while he's trying to take down an empire. So it's not this larger than life, single-minded, single-focused man who's, almost too good to be real, who's doing his duty 24/7. He's real, he's honest, he's simple. And if he has to do things his way to achieve his eventual goal, he'll do it. And what does he do to achieve that? That was exciting to me to play. Now, I'm not thinking what is an audience going to think or expect. That's the best thing. The best thing I've done for myself in my 2 decades of my career, next year will be 2 years, 20 years, is I've made sure that the audience has zero expectation of me. That, oh, he's going to do a love story now. Or he's going to do an action film now. They only expect me to be good at what I'm doing. And that's my constant effort. And I keep praying to God to keep me guided so that I can achieve that. But that's the only expectation right now. I mean, it's so sweet. I see this moniker everywhere, with people talking about me on social media, calling me versatile Vivek. And I'm really liking that, because after 2 decades and more than 50 odd projects out there, to have that coming out and people turning around and saying that about me makes me feel really appreciated. It makes me feel much, much more happier than some big stardom moniker, right? Because they appreciate me for the actor, and that's what the effort has been, to be a good actor.
Yes. And Vivek, I think from your debut, since Inside Edge 3, as you said rightly, that you've successfully finished 2 decades of your professional career as an actor. You have given a lot of variety. So if people are calling you versatile, they are calling you completely on your merit, and nobody has to take share of that, because you've been selecting the characters, you've been working on the characters for many years, and we've been loving you for what you've done as an actor.
Thank you.
There've been no complaint ever. I mean, you've been critics of the favorite boy forever, and the movies that you have always done. I mean, at times movies didn't work, but you worked. So
Thank you.
that is something which is a plus, I would say. And coming on to the last segment of this chat, I would like to ask you that what's 2022 looking like? Obviously, you are doing this Dharavi thing with Sunil Shetty, which is I'm assuming it's a time-consuming project. But apart from that, how's 2022 looking like?
Well, it's looking great, Ram, because I'm doing 2 shows, 4 films.
Oh wow!
2 of which have already started. I've started shooting 1 film and 1 show. And
can you give a glimpse of? Can you share the glimpse of?
One of the films that I can talk about, because we're shooting it right now, is a film called Kaduva. I'm shooting in Kerala right now with a really dear buddy of mine, Prithviraj, who did Lucifer with me. So we did Lucifer together. That was a big success. So it's the same team teaming up and doing something fun and interesting, which is Kaduva. And then Dharavi Bank, I mentioned to you already. That's for MX Player. It's a really ambitious show. Really, really super excited. They've recreated all of Dharavi so that we can do all our madness in there in terms of all the action and all the drama that ensues in taking down an empire that's instilled or deep-rooted.
I've heard that the set is amazing. Somebody told me the set is amazing.
Yeah, it's exceptional. I mean, they've done a phenomenal job. I'm super proud of the team, and Samit Kakkar, who's directing it. He's having a dream run. Indori Ishq, he did a small love show based on teenish romance, and it's become a massive hit. It's one of the most watched shows in India right now, called Indori Ishq. So now he's directing this, and super excited with the whole process. The other show and the other 3 films I can't speak about right now, but they'll go on floor soon, and we'll announce them soon. I'm producing content, writing content, really, really enjoying myself, Ram. I'm actually flowing with creativity and reveling in the moment.
Oh, great. When are you back in Bombay?
I'm not back in Bombay till Jan.
So New Year finishing out down south.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be shooting here. Then I'm shooting up north for something, and then I have to head back to Dubai for some work, then come back. So it's a lot of tripping.
Oh, superb. So it was really nice catching up with you after a long time. And you've always been an actor who has lived his life on the edge. So I guess no one else but you are the one who should be at Inside Edge. And And I leave it on that. And my best wishes for you and your entire family for 2022. And keep rocking and keep spreading love the way you have been doing it.
Likewise, my friend. Thank you so much.
God bless. Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much, Ram Kamal Mukherjee, and of course, Vivek Oberoi for that lovely, lovely conversation session. Friends, we have a very, very interesting session lined up with an impressive line of speakers as well, but just give us a little bit time because we are gearing up. Our speakers are joining in and we'll be back very, very shortly. So, जुड़े रहिए, बहुत जल्द लौटेंगे आपके साथ.
I will tell you a word, okay, in English, and आपको मुझे उसका हिंदी में मतलब बताना है. Duck को हिंदी में क्या बोलते हैं? पूछ है.
डॉकिया.
खैर छोड़ो. It's called बतख.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's start the show!
Welcome to you on the Hello Presents MTV IWMBuzz Digital Award.
This is IWM Digital Awards. अब आए भैया डिजिटल के लेवल पे.
वायरल होने का राज क्या है?
बिकॉज हमको भी कोई आइडिया है नहीं.
जीजा जी बांझ हैं.
अबे तो उधर है ना, मैं तेरे सगे वाला
मैं तेरे को इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा हूँ.
हमें ना यहाँ आने के पहले ना एक मेल भेजा गया था जिसमें लिखा था प्लीज बी वेल ड्रेस्ड. दिस इज द मैक्सिमम ड्रेस्ड लाइक a YouTuber can be.
Speak for yourself.
Even you know brother, even पत्ती मुंडू सुला देड़ा, even रंबा इन राजा तीड़ा.
एक डोसा ते एक फिल्टर कॉफी लाया.
सोपी मूव्स. इमेजिन कीजिए आप शावर में हैं. वाओ, आप अपने आप को आईने में देख रहे हैं. कह रहे हैं, oh my God, what a good looking guy. उफ, साबुन आँख में चला गया.
कौन पहन रहा है? जन्नत पहन रही है हेडफोन. ठीक है. Your first word is squad goals.
Okay. Squad goals. Squad goals.
Squad.
Squad goals.
Goals.
Welcome back. We have a very, very exciting session lined up for you. The topic is a creator's journey bisected, and we are in conversation with Vinay Pillai, Vice President Cloud Pocket Aces, joined by Esas Channa, actor, Ishita Mangal, fashion designer and creative designer quo, Just Neil Things, content creator and filmmaker, Mac Macha, new age content creator. Over to you, Vinay.
Hey guys, glad to be on this panel, and I'm so glad that I'm with 4 creators who I've seen their journeys from a very early age up to now, and I think that most of them are just getting started. But I thought that this would be a great way to kind of highlight their journeys and help new creators learn what they can and hopefully look to the future. So first and foremost, how about a quick round of introductions? But even with that, I think let's just stick to a topic with that. First and foremost, every creator takes a while, right? And takes a huge detour before finally reaching and finding some kind of success. So it would be great if all of you could introduce yourselves while also telling the audience what it was like prior to actually getting some kind of success as a creator. So Esas, do you want to go first? I think you're on mute, Esas.
I'm going to slide this, and this is who I am. I just talk on mute. Anyway, I'm really glad to be a part of this panel. I'm personally a huge fan of everybody here and Vinay as well. My name is Esas Channa and I'm an actor.
So Essas, very quickly, like prior to being known, and I know in your case you were known very early on, but how was it like? What were the struggles to get to a point where you were noticed, or you were a known face and who you are today?
I think it has been a very interesting journey for me because I started working very young. Like in the beginning, I had nothing to do with anything that I was doing. Like it was all my mother. She took me to auditions. She did everything on my behalf. So when I was growing, when I was also like trying to get a hold of everything that I'm doing on my own, that got a little. I still have support from my mother. She still guides me. But going on set on my own, because she's also working, so I can't always expect her to be with me on set. So just going on set alone, going to auditions alone, in the beginning was a little scary, but then I think that was how that really helped me grow up and have a lot of interesting experiences. And digital happened by chance because I never expected to like get into the whole OTT and content creation space. Like I did not realize that Instagram is going to be such a big thing, and you will be able to I will be able to form a whole new career through Instagram. So everything happened by chance, but I think I'm still figuring out Instagram. I'm still getting a hold because everything changes, and there are so many people. So I think the challenges that I might actually face is the fact that there are so many people running the same race, and just to be relevant at the same time, and just to be not letting people get bored of you. I think that is one challenge I think everybody faces at this point.
Yeah. So also, Ishita, I know that you were a designer before ever becoming a creator. So how was that transition like? Were there a lot of struggles? What were the kind of challenges you faced before you thought that legitimately now I'm a creator? I think we're facing some challenges with Ishita. So Neil, another very well documented scenario of how you kind of had a lot of things, a lot of different careers within media before becoming a creator. So what was that like? Did that help, and how was it difficult to actually become a creator?
Yeah, I did a kind of couple of jobs, you can say, or freelancing work in many of the sectors in media field. And like I worked around 1 year to 6 months in every sector, and now I feel is all that experience is helping me to create a single reel. You can say कि एक reel बनाने में वो सब experience अभी काम आ रहा है. I can ideate, I can script it, I can shoot it, I can edit it, I can post it from a social media perspective. I can strategize it. I can play with the audience. So ये सब जो भी experience है, because I didn't earn money back then. The stability came after I jumped as a full-time content creator. And I would like to say कि unless and until you don't give it your full time to a particular thing, it will not get you anything. If you want to, you can't दोनों पैर दो पत्थर पे रख के ऐसा नहीं होगा. ये realize किया मैंने. So the first life was थोड़ा financially down, but I was working everywhere and creating content back then also. But now it's थोड़ा simple because I'm working for myself and earning out of that, and that is my main career, you can say. And so now it's a very pretty confident life.
Yeah, which is like the opposite of the reason why most people don't jump into becoming a full-time creator, right? Because stability of income, etc. So it's so refreshing to hear the exact opposite. Mac, you've been killing it down south. You've been making great relatable content in Bangalore. So how was it like for you, and especially coming from an advertising background, before you kind of broke through as a creator?
It's the same kind of discipline which was there back then, which goes in now into creating content. It's no different for me. The amount of hard work, the amount of time, the amount of making sure that half a second is right, on point, that discipline still goes here. I think Neil would be able to relate to this because we come from a similar kind of mindset. So it's the same. It's still the same. It's just that, yeah, we're finding more stability here and there's more appreciation for the work which we do. Like people notice you as an individual, as a creator, and they appreciate, and you can make a difference in people's lives. And a lot of people, you know, they say the day goes better just by watching our reels. And there's nothing can match up to that. I really don't think anything can match up to that. And that, you know, that's what is amazing about being a part of this. I would definitely call it a profession. It's like a full-on profession to go into.
Awesome. Ishita, are we back with you now?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry,
Okay.
my internet was a little unstable. So I'm Ishita Mangal, and I am a fashion designer who turned into content creation. And why this happened is because I had a full-blown label running just before the lockdown, but because of the lockdown, I had to shut it out and I had to find something to do from my house, and that's when I started creating content. Of course, the intention at that time was not to become a content creator, but to just kill time. And that eventually I realized that, you know, this is what I like to do and this is my passion. And then and that was that then. So then after a certain point when it picked up, I just wanted to pursue this full time, and this is what I do now. So yeah.
And that's the story for so many, right? Like where I think there are some really big success stories of COVID and creators. So, you know, let's stick with Ishta, and I wanted to talk about each of your breakthrough moment, like that one moment where you, you know, kind of went from doing, you know, this profession from just a liking or like, you know, to be a little bit more popular to actually realizing that, hey, this is my full-time profession, or this is something that I'm going to seriously do. So Ishita, what was that moment for you?
So for me, it was definitely because I had joined the space when there were already a lot of, especially in fashion, because my primary motive was to give fashion information, and I knew that there were already existing a lot of great, good artists in this space. So for me, there was this need to like, okay, how do I stand out? Because unless and until I do, nobody's going to notice me, right? So when I mixed comedy with fashion, I think it was a sort of breakthrough in a way that I think people noticed me very quickly. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, yeah. So I think people noticed me very quickly because, you know, fashion had not been combined with comedy in that way. And I think that was something that was like a breakthrough moment for me when it came to, you know, certain kind of videos, like, you know, when I started picking up trends and started transforming it in my own way, you know, linked to my voiceover or my comedy videos. I think that really worked well for me. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've never seen, I don't think there's any other creator who's at least successfully managed to merge fashion and comedy. It doesn't really pop as the first thing that you'd merge together, but you know, you do it amazingly and so unique. So with respect to Mac, like, I mean, what's been the, you know, the point where you actually, you know, admitted to yourself that, hey, now I'm a creator? Like, what was that one breakthrough moment?
That was with my first reel. With my very first reel, the day I decided that I'm going to go on Instagram and create content is me stepping in with the decision of going at it with a complete focus. So this was during the pandemic, obviously. There was no advertisement film shoots happening. There was no set work. And I was just sitting at home and I just thought, okay, it's a good time space right now. I have the right window to make a transition into that space where I can present myself as an artist, more of completely as an artist. And yeah, I gave myself a year's time and it worked exactly as I planned by God's grace. And yeah, I'm here now.
So Essas, I think you're the youngest to this lot, but I think you've already had a couple of breakthroughs, right? Like you've in a sense had 2 careers already. But what was your breakthrough moment, you know?
I think the reason I started making these short videos on social media was because I liked it, because also I'm an actor, so I get to play different characters, even though if I'm not doing like a project. For example, like I was a huge fan of Jab We Met, and you know, I was a huge fan of the character Geet. And I had this thing, you know, I want to do this, I want to play this character, and I was able to do a couple of her scenes on Instagram and on these short form platforms. So it started off like that, and then I realized how it's also growing. People are genuinely liking it, and that was when I realized that I can do so much more. I can lip sync, I can dance, I can do more scenes. I can go back to I recreate my own scenes from films that I did when I was young. So,
I mean, I thought you were surely going to talk about being Shah Rukh Khan's son, or being Radhika Apte.
I was also coming to that. So my the fact that I got to play Shah Rukh Khan's son, I think that was it for me. That was my wake up moment. And then obviously on digital, the whole Radhika Apte video went viral and people genuinely liked it. And I didn't realize that it's going to be this big, and I'm actually quite good at mimicking Radhika Apte. So yeah.
And Neil, what about yourself? What was that moment jab ho gaye tum creator?
So for me, there was no moment. I have been trying to be a creator and pursuing this for like many years. Started from YouTube, then at a point about to quit it because paise nahi hai, kuch nahi hai, need a job. Ye level tak aake, I've been always hopping onto the main thing first, which is working for like after YouTube. By the time we were like creating content on YouTube there had many big creators. So हम तक पहुंचने में तो उनको बहुत ही टाइम लग जाता. So that I already knew and वो हो रहा था हमारे साथ. But we were consistently creating content. Then Instagram came in. Instagram पे तो बहुत सारा audience आने लगा. तो we started 1 minute or wine videos on Instagram, कभी कभी IGTV भी, ये भी हमने 2-3 साल किया. उसके बाद जब लॉकडाउन हुआ तो रील्स आया, then we hopped on to reels. So I have been creating content on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and जब reels आया तब जाके कहीं पे वो I found a knack of कि 30 सेकंड में 15 सेकंड में how I can pull it off, जो मैं YouTube sketch में 3 मिनट में करता हूँ या फिर 1 मिनट का पहले इंस्टाग्राम का वीडियो करता हूँ. तो अब 30 सेकंड में 15 सेकंड में जो पुल करना, वही सेम टाइप का कंटेंट एंड वही सेम टाइप की कॉमेडी दैट पीपल गॉट हुक्ड ऑन टू इट कि अरे ये कुछ अलग है. सो वी आल्सो फाउंड अ नैक कि अच्छा ये कर सकते हैं. डूइंग इट कंसिस्टेंटली आफ्टर अ पॉइंट व्हेन आई क्रॉस 10K फॉलोअर्स, थोड़ा सा कॉन्फिडेंस आया कि ओके नाउ मे बी आई कैन ट्राई ऑन टू दिस, एंड आई क्विट माई जॉब एंड आई ट्राइड. जैसे मैं फुल टाइम गया तो ग्रोथ, इवन आई कांट बिलीव कि 1 महीने में 1 लाख फॉलोवर, ऐसे मैंने 4 महीने में 4 लाख फॉलोवर अपने आप आते गए. बट ऐसे नहीं कि हर एक वीडियो मेरा वायरल जा रहा है, एक दूसरा ऐसा महीने में 1-2 वीडियो ही वायरल जाते थे, पर कंसिस्टेंटली पोस्टिंग लाइक 3 months आई रिमेंबर आई हैव पोस्टेड लाइक ऑलमोस्ट एवरी डे. एक दिन इधर उधर करेगा.
In the early days when your reel videos would do 20x 30x of the number of views as followers you had. So I remember reels was like, I associate your growth with reels in that sense.
Reels is the main reason, I guess.
The same, I guess.
Yeah. And then money started coming in, and then I decided कि okay, I think I'm a full-time creator now. And then since then I'm creating content on Instagram and YouTube full-time, nothing else.
Yeah. So just coming back to Mac, everyone, whenever they get into media, have some person that they want to work with or someone they look up to and hope that one day, you get to work with them. So are there any idols or are there any like content creators or any person per se that you want to work with and make a video with in the future?
Yes,
or has it happened already?
It's not happened already, it's happening. I mean, talking to creators, they are showing interest. I mean, they want to collab. And that's something like I wouldn't have even thought of a year back. It's mind-blowing. I've been fascinated by Malayalam films for the last 1.5 years with the entire Fahad Fasil and the entire group of actors. It's mind-blowing how they create such amazing films with such limited resource. It's not like they're restricting themselves. It's amazing to see what they are able to make of a little. And that's the entire ensemble that I really want to I dream to work with. I know they're way beyond what I am as an actor, but yeah, that's something I really look up to. And somewhere I want to be there in the future.
As a Malayali, I'll tell you, you know, we've been constantly saying that our film industry is like the best kept secret in India. But I guess like Disney put that out there as well.
Yes.
So Ishita, coming to you, like who did you, you know, from a content standpoint, look up to or like hope to work with or, you know, make videos with in the future?
So I honestly love, I believe that collaborations are a great way, not just for growth, but also like in terms of if you want to come up with new concepts, because I feel like when you collaborate with a different mind, it's just magical things happen. But for me, it's not about, okay, I want to collaborate with this person. For me, I think I would be more interested in getting into a different space, like probably a web series because I feel like, you know, a lot of web series are missing that, you know, a show dedicated to fashion or styling, which is done in a way which is relatable to people, you know. So I think that is a miss, and I feel like I can be a very integral part of something like that. So that is a space that I would want to get into. But yeah, when it comes to collaborating with a specific person, nothing really, to be very honest.
In fact, I think there's enough decision makers from big platforms here. So, you know, we should definitely try to make that happen. But, you know, is there any particular director you'd want to work with, or, you know, because you also are, you know, stylist beyond a creator per se?
Yeah, so I would I'm a big fan of Sanjay Leela Bhansali's work, you know, just because of his aesthetics and, you know, the symmetry and the sets and the costumes. I love it. Like, it just gives me goosebumps thinking about being there. So if I can, you know, be a part of it in some way where I can give my creative expertise to something like that, that would be great. Yeah.
Ehsaas, what about yourself? I'm sure you're going to say some actor's name, but who's the one that you really want to work with?
So many people that I want to work with. So many directors actually that I want to work with, and I'm a huge fan of. But the first person that actually comes to my mind when you asked that question was Amitabh Bachchan sir, because I think that's a dream. I think it's every actor's dream to work with him, and whoever's worked with him is, I just envy them, and I'm always like so jealous of them.
But you've been on the same project once, right?
Yeah, so we've been on the same project, but I have never gotten to share the screen with him. I've met him once, but it's more than just meeting him, it's just working with him and getting to see how he actually works. He's such a legend, and I want to see how he reads his script, how he rehearses. So all of those things I just want to like witness live.
Neil, kaun se creators hai, which are these that you've wanted to work with? Who have you worked with already from that?
Yeah. So I wanted to always work with the Unique hai, Ashish hai, Bhuvan Bam hai, but unke saath Unique has been a friend for a longer time. Ashish, I was a big fan of Ashish. Ashish ने सामने से contact किया. फिर उनके साथ ही मैंने वीडियो कर लिया. फिर बचे थे भुवन बाम, then thanks to Pocket Assist, भुवन बाम के साथ भी collaborate हो गया. तो but ये होने के बाद हम लोग ने actually my gang and I did a ad with Sachin Tendulkar, which was totally unbelievable. तो उसके बाद फिर मैंने थोड़ा होप्स बढ़ा दिया, जो कि मेरा लॉन्ग टर्म ऐसा सोच था कि कभी तो यार जॉनी लीवर साहब या फिर परेश रावल सर या फिर गोविंदा, इनके साथ कुछ तो करूं, एक एक्ट ऐसे कुछ, either it is a video or sharing a screen, just want to tune in with them how they process. Yeah, because मैंने काफी सारे movies के भी उनके कादर खान गोविंदा या फिर जॉनी लीवर गोविंदा इनके ना behind the scenes देखे, and I love the way they improvise it. I can relate to it कि हम जिस तरीके से हम videos करते हैं वो भी वैसे ही improvise करके they land upon a, you know, particular scene. So it is so मैं इतना ये क्यों कैसा मजा आएगा वो सब से उनके साथ करने में. तो एक बार तो बस करना है. तो गोविंदा, जॉनी लीवर या फिर परेश रावल सर, ये तीन है मेरे दिमाग में. इनके साथ कभी तो कभी कुछ ना कुछ करूंगा. आई थिंक इट्स पॉसिबल. अगर सचिन के साथ हो सकता है तो उनके साथ भी कैसे ना कैसे हो ही जाएगा.
I think you need to reach out. I think
yeah.
That's the gap. So coming very quickly to, you know, at some point of time, you know, creators get overburdened with doing both business and creative, right? Like, so in that sense, how have agencies or like, you know, companies that have managed people in your personal experience or otherwise, like helped creators, grow and monetize, etc. Like, Ishita, do you want to go first?
Yeah, for me, I think when it comes to agencies, they really help you, because I've been part of an agency only since the past 2 months, and I feel like there's a way in which, like, for example, if I'm coming up with some ideas, there's always somebody to sort of give more ideas to it, or to, give their own input, because obviously these agencies, they come from experience, and I think that is something that I don't have, so I think that really helps me doing better content, doing faster content, and even in terms of collaborating with new artists and fresher artists. So in those terms, I think it really helps me. Yeah.
Neil, how has your experience been from a business side, or from the other side of working with management per se?
So before the agency or manager, you can say, उसके पहले ऐसा था कि मैं सुबह रोज उठता था, अब मेरा मेल फ्लडेड होता था, वो मैं 12-1 बजे तक चेक करते बैठा था, उनको रिप्लाई करते बैठा था, उसके बाद मैं सोचा था अभी आज कंटेंट बनाने जाना है. So the moment after I got agency, सब कुछ सॉर्ट हो गया. Like I was like कि अभी कुछ क्या, अभी मुझे सिर्फ कंटेंट बनाना है, बाकी everything is taken care of. ना मुझे पैसे देखने हैं, ना कुछ देखना है. I thought I'm on my manager, I have a good relationship with him. You can see a second relationship after my girlfriend. So everything, I'm so much dependent on my manager. Like he's so like even I just send him voice notes कि ये concept है, he writes and sends me. इतना मैंने मतलब, because sometimes you have to work on multiple brands, और ये सब you're traveling also, you're in the shoots also. So ये सब बोलते हैं ना कि सिर्फ creative part अगर छोड़ दिया तो बाकी जितना भी काम है is handled by someone else. So मुझे वो कुछ है ही नहीं टेंशन. There's 100% transparency. तो किसी भी चीज का मुझे लोड ही नहीं लेना. At the end of the month, but एक बार बैठ के देखना अच्छा क्या क्या काम किया, इतने पैसे, ओके डन, चलो. इतना sorted life मेरा हो गया है. So that's why that helps me to create more and more content, and I'm very much confident about it, because even if I'm going some wrong way, I'm stop. Hey bro, ये मत कर. क्योंकि while you're in the creative process, you don't think logically, या फिर क्या कर रहे हो तुम, किस direction में जा रहे हो. So वो सब guide करने वाला भी कोई है. So I just have to think only about the ideas. Everything else is sorted from me. So वो बहुत अच्छी चीज है मेरे लिए.
Neil, I also know your manager, and I think he doesn't even have a girlfriend. I feel like
I've been listening to this life.
So Mac, like how is I mean, because you started off right from the offset of being a creator, right? Like for a lot of people, they stumbled upon it, and that initial growth happened, without any objectives per se. So how has it been for you with respect to getting managed fairly early in your creator journey per se?
See, I came in with a mindset that I don't need anybody to manage me, because since I come from the same background, I know I can do this myself. But more than an agency, I like to see the people who are representing me as a growth company. Yeah. And it's not just representing you to brands. They add value to your page. They get you the collabs. They are in talk with the social platforms you're in. Any technical issues, they get it sorted. So all these things is not something which I can do by myself. And we know how difficult it is to have an interaction with brand. It's so much time gone, and making and collecting payments, and going off and through. And here this process is just smooth. You just need to, they just come and tell you, this is the brand, can you do something? You're interested? Yes, you do. You give a good script. You just need to focus on your creative aspect. And that's like 80% of work off your head. And everything is so relaxed. I feel like I'm doing nothing. I feel like I'm doing absolutely nothing here. So I'm overhyped or something. So it's just been I'm really doubtful on how things can be so smooth. It's just been a cakewalk.
It won't always remain that way, but it's also about trying to.
I wanted to, but yeah, it's been really smooth, and it's just been amazing.
And Essas, I know you've been, in that sense, you're again the youngest in this, but like probably had the longest career of also being managed, etc. as an individual talent. So how is your journey been? That perspective.
I mean, I have been managed for like about 5 years now, and before that my mom was my manager and she looked into everything. But like I think very rightly and very appropriately said by Neil, Mac, and Ishita that it just having a management and somebody who represents you, it becomes so much easier for the talent, and all they can do is just focus on the work and the job that they. So like the whole negotiation and the pitching and all of that is off their shoulders. And I think more than just managing, I think having a management and like an agency is important because they pitch you also. So you don't have to go and sell yourself. You have somebody else doing that for you and getting you more projects. I think I have gotten more projects if being with a management than if I would have managed myself, or because there are so many people coming and there are so many new things happening in the industry and that we don't know of, and there are your managers working and pitching you and writing your content, helping you out, and there's so much and there's like always this nice guidance that comes along with it. So like I always turn around to my manager and Vinay for advice, and anytime I hit rock bottom or anything, I have somebody.
This is an interesting topic for me as well, and now Cloud, as Cloud, we manage about 70 talent, and it's been a crazy journey from that standpoint. But every time a talent comes and says, "Hey, I don't really need management. Why should I get management?" and they're usually surprised with my first sentence, which is, "Don't get management." It's you kind of need to know some of the gaps or some of the things that you're willing to delegate. It is a trust process. Everyone, in that sense, every creator, every actor is running their own independent business in some way, shape, or form, right? So it's the same as should you go and get more people in a team? The answer always is yes, but then before you do that, you need to know, can you delegate some aspects of what you do? Can you trust people? And like Max said, it's so important to enjoy who you work with. So if all of those things don't line up, like don't sign up. But if those things are important, then I think that once you find some level of success, a management can really accelerate or help accelerate it. So I mean, we've spoken so much about successes and breakthroughs. Before we end the session, we have to talk about some kind of downside, and primarily one of the core issues, or what people assume will happen to creators when they grow, is there's these super confident people, and eventually they'll get arrogant, and money will get to their head and fame will get to their head. So I know from a standpoint that all four of you have different processes, but like let's start with Essas. But how do you manage to remain grounded, or what keeps you grounded in your entire system?
I think it's very simple. My mom, she would give me 2 tight slaps and pull me back if I was trying to fly in the air. I think it's majorly the people that you surround yourself with, your friends, even your management for that matter, who just keep you grounded, who remind you that what you're doing is it needs constant hard work, it needs constant dedication, and you just can't take things for granted. So I think that really helps. And plus, I just feel like I'm a very I have low self-esteem, I have confidence issues. So I think all of that also really helps, because I don't think very highly of myself ever. And it's going to be very difficult for me to become arrogant and think that, oh my God, I'm the queen of everything. So that's going to take a lot. Yeah. So I think these are the things that
this is so shocking and surprising in so many ways, because everyone associates that, oh, an actor must be so self-confident, and so how do you deal with that? How do you deal with going and portraying, and in your case mostly like very either girl next door characters or boisterous characters, but then how do you portray that with if you're not super confident about
I think I'll be very honest, it's damn difficult. I'm just going, it's not very easy. Like, I think I am always, being an actor comes with a lot of insecurities. Let's be honest. Like there are so many people, like I earlier said, there are so many people doing this exact same thing and trying to achieve the exact same thing that you are doing. So, that constant insecurity and the fact that you have to stay relevant it comes with a lot of, but I think just surrounding yourself with the right people and believing in yourself somewhere really helps. And just, I know that I am decent in what I do. So I just believe in my craft. I think that is something that keeps me going.
I think you're being very modest. But Neil, I mean, what do you do to remain grounded? Like, in your case, I mean, you've also you've been a creator for very long, but that scale in the last 1 year has been phenomenal, right? So how do you feel from like a year to now?
So, I was grounded only last year only. The chance came to me, so I need to remain grounded. So इसके पहले तो मैं grounded ही था क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं, बस कुछ था ही नहीं grounded ना होने के लिए. So, but what I have experienced in last 1 year is like a lot of people loving me, a lot of people praising me to another level. Like एक सिंपल चीज भी थी कि लोग आपका पोर्ट्रेट आके देते हैं, आपका फोटो ड्राइंग कुछ भी करके देते हैं. तो देयर आर वेरी मोमेंट्स कि आपका ग्राउंड छोड़ के ऊपर चढ़ने के झाड़ पे चढ़ने के लिए देयर आर लाइक मिलियंस ऑफ मोमेंट्स यू हैव. बट सिंस आई हैव बीन डूइंग दिस फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम, कुछ उसूल अपने आप दिमाग में तैयार हो जाता है कि हाँ ये है, ये कभी भूलना नहीं है. सो there was a madam in my art school. She just said one day I had a I did a nice drawing in my classroom, pure classroom mein, और she praised me a lot. But after the clapping, she said me a line in my ears, coming close to me कि ये मत भूलना कभी कि ये जो भी आप कर रहे हो ना, जो भी अच्छा काम आपसे होता है ना, वो आपका क्रेडिट नहीं है. ये just a medium. There's an energy that comes and passes through you, और आपके हाथ से वो काम हो जाता है. It is not your credit, it's someone else's credit. किसी के तो एक्सपीरियंस है, जो भी है, अभी क्लियर याद नहीं. तो उन्होंने संस्कृत में एक प्रोवर्ब ऐसा बोला था, कोट बोला था कि इदम न ममम, मतलब ये क्रेडिट मेरा नहीं है, ऐसा उसका मीनिंग है. तो पता नहीं क्यों पर अभी तक वो मेरे दिमाग में है, और कभी भी कोई भी बड़ी चीज मेरे साथ हो जाती है ना, यू कैन से अचीवमेंट, तो ये अपने आप मेरे दिमाग में बचता है. Second thing is what I have experienced in these many years. I've seen people talking rudely, harshly because of the hierarchy, on sets, spot by ko ye wo. But not only the tantrums, you can't say tantrums, but there are like छोटा politics होते रहता है हर जगह पे. वो मैंने बहुत देखा है और मेरे साथ भी काफी हुआ है. I know how it feels. So अभी मेरे सामने कभी उस टाइप का सिचुएशन खड़ा हो जाता है ना कि मेरे काफी अंडर हायरार्की वाइज काम करने वाला बंदा अगर मेरे सामने, तो आई एक्ट थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा स्वीट. in that way I feel like okay, I am still grounded. I that act itself reminds me of being grounded. And the third one is कि मैं जो भी content बनाता हूँ, it is a very relatable to a mass level of India middle class, या उससे भी जो लोग को हर एक चीज relatable लगे, वैसे चीजों पे सोचना, उस पे content बनाना keeps me grounded. Even if I earn, अभी कल को जाके मैं पैसे बहुत सारे कमा भी लूं, फिर भी thinking about those relatable things will keep me at this stage also. Like there are some type of, there's a content कि जो टूथपेस्ट खत्म है तो बेलन से कर रहे हैं. ये कॉन्सेप्ट अगर मैं कल को जाके मैं बहुत पैसे वाला बन जाऊं, फिर भी मैं ये कॉन्सेप्ट अगर सोच रहा हूँ तो आई एम नॉट फॉरगॉटन द डेज कि टूथपेस्ट एंड तक यूज करना होता है, काट के यूज करना होता है. सो दिस थिंग्स my work itself is keeping me, audience and my work itself is keeping me grounded, is what I feel.
Awesome. What about you, Mac? What do you what's keeping you grounded? I know that I videos that are just shooting up and getting insane views. So what's helping you stay focused and not get distracted or get too big?
I'm nowhere on the ground. I'm on cloud 9 right now. Like this, everything feels like a dream. But the only challenge is to not to let the ego sweep into you. So that's why I consciously made a decision of separating Macwin from the brand Macmacha, which I've created on Instagram. So it doesn't get too personal to me. So I can distance myself whenever I want. When I'm on Instagram, I'm a personality. I have a different personality. When I'm at home, I'm myself. So I've made the conscious decision of separating the two. Yeah. Also, so that
DMs is like really arrogant and right up there, huh? Like in
not at all. So I'm not an entertainer when it comes to, I get very philosophical and I start thinking about existence and what's the purpose and everything. I get too deep into meditation. That's me as a person. But as a brand, I want to entertain people.
Yeah.
So me entertaining people is helping a lot of people. Like for one example, there was one lady who, sent me a DM saying she recently had a miscarriage and my videos helped her get through it.
Oh, wow.
And the amount of value it's adding to people's lives, that is what, keeps me going, to give them that value. And that is, in a sense, cuts off that ego from sweeping into.
So that's so heavy. I'm sure all of you get like crazy DMs
Yeah,
that
yeah.
keep you thinking the rest of the day.
Yeah, I also had some similar experience. Like there was a DM. That girl said, "Ki, listen, dude, my father just passed away today morning, and I was so sad, so sad, so sad. I was not able to sleep, and I landed up on your profile, and I watched all of your videos, 50, 60 videos I watched, and finally I laughed out loud, and I'm able to sleep now. I don't know how right wrong it was, but she told me that I'm able to sleep now, and I'm messaging you this morning because I'm feeling good." And that I was shocked. I was like, am I doing right, wrong? I didn't understand anything, but that feeling was a bit different. So I hope that she got good vibes and energy from at least video, and she was feeling better.
Wow.
And I think it's that exchange of love from the people. It's just to and fro that, keeps everything going.
Yeah.
People pour it in buckets, right? And
Yes.
Ishita, what about you? How do you manage to keep grounded and you get recognized? And are you awkward about it, or do you like it? Like what goes on in your head about all of this?
Me, I feel like as long as you realize that you can very easily, you can easily flow into this path where you're just suddenly on this cloud nine. I think once you realize that these are two separate things, I think you can be conscious of it. Secondly, I feel like even if I'm a big believer of energies, and I feel like even if you're on a digital/virtual platform, I think you can feel the person's energy even through this medium. So once a person and the screen tells you and you pick up on it, and your audience the audience is really intelligent, far more intelligent than we think it is, and it'll be the first, it'll pick up on it and it'll call you out on it. So I feel like you have to realize that you are valid and your content is valid only till you're grounded, because if you're not, then you're going to lose it out eventually, or maybe it's going to take some time to spring back, right?
Yeah.
And another thing is when you asked about being recognized, right? So a lot of it, for a long part, we were in lockdown, and so I wasn't really stepping out and all of that. But once I do, I have to say that I am a little awkward about. I love the online attention, but I'm also in my masks and goggles and whatever. I mean, not like a lot of people know me anyway, but like still, like even a little bit of offline attention gets me a little awkward. It's not like I don't like it, but it's just me a little like I don't know what to say, so
yeah. So I mean, Mac gave us a great example of some fan interaction, whether it be a DM or someone who bumps into you in public, of that's so impactful. So I would love for the others also if you could share one. So Ishita, you want to go first with some some example of like some DM or something that just made you feel like, wow, people have shared something crazy.
I keep getting these kind of constant DMs, and not just about, because I do fashion and I do humor, and I also talk about society's issues, especially on women. So a lot of women will message me saying, "Oh, I wore my first bikini because your content gave me the confidence to do that," or I wore a crop top with a sari today because you told me that this is okay to do. So, and it's comfortable and it's something that I've experienced, and I keep getting pictures, and so that just feels amazing. And even like a lot of this happened during COVID also, because when I was doing some content for brands, and I do support a lot of smaller brands as well, so I made a video on a small brand that had gifted me a bag, and this person messaged me, gave me a long message saying that, I was in my ICU bed during the second wave, and I saw this video of yours and it just felt so nice, and we were showing it to the nurses and the doctors in your room. And I was like, that feeling, I don't know how much it helped that person, but for them to take out time to write this to me, it must have meant something to them. And that just felt great. So I think, I mean, these little instances, I think they happen with all kinds of creators, but like it gives you so much faith in your content, and it gives you that motivation that, you know, you're not here just for the likes or the comments. It's bringing about real change. And I think that's what matters. So
Wow, that's crazy, amazing. Essas, any one incident of a fan interaction or a DM or something that was crazy memorable that you'd like to share with us? You're on mute again, Essas.
So anyway, something very similar to what Neil and Mac happened. So I was in Pune. I was shooting for a show, and my friends, like my co-actors and I, we went out to, you know, have dinner after backup, and I was just chilling, and there was this woman who comes to me, and I see that she's crying, and she comes and she's like, "Can I please talk to you for a minute?" I'm like, "Sure, what happened?" And the first thing you see, the first thing that comes to your mind when you see a crying woman is like, she's in trouble, or there's something wrong, I gotta save her. She's like, what happened? What happened? Left everything. She's like, no, nothing. I just lost my husband a week ago, and your videos and just watching you just makes me really happy and makes me feel better. I wouldn't say that you've completely changed that, but you just make me feel better. And she cried, and she's like, can I please hug you if you don't mind? And I hugged her for like about, I didn't want to let her go. I hugged her for like 10 minutes, and I'm like, is there anything I can do for you? And I think I still speak to her sometimes. I check on her whenever. I mean, we chat on Instagram. So I think that it really means a lot to me. Like the kind of influence and the kind of impact that I have on people. It's crazy. Like I just sometimes wonder, why is this even happening? I'm not that cool. What is happening? It puts me in a weird space, but it's just, I'm too grateful.
We have 1 minute, and I'm going to ask Neil to, since we spoke about Pune and about fan interactions, I'm going to ask Neil to let us know about his last interaction at that rap concert that we spoke about earlier.
Yeah. It was crazy. We were at a Divine show, and we were standing at a VIP section. And as soon as the show ended, Divine left the stage, and we were also leaving, and the crowd started cheering for me and my whole gang with the "Believe in Magic," Orange Juice Gang, yeah, and they were pushing the railings and all, and that was like, I was shocked by it. And the bodyguards came in and they said, "Sir, leave from here." And this was whole of a kind of a movie scene. I was watching me from a third perspective. ऐसा कुछ हो रहा था मेरे साथ, और ये पहली बार हुआ है. और again I thought नहीं, आगे grounded रहना है, ये होगा, अच्छी बात है.
So on that note, I think it's super positive note. I know we went up and down a bit because of goods and bads, but I hope for all the viewers, like, this was fun and it was helpful. And if you want to be a creator, go out there and give it your all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinay, for that absolutely vibrant and lively session. Thank you very much once again. Before we move on, it's time to thank our sponsors once again. Wood presents India WebFest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat chat rooms. Platinum partner QK Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. Now we approach the final session of the day, a real grand finale, because this is a fireside chat on the topic OTT in India, the biggest trends to watch out for. And we are in conversation with Pradyuman Maheshwari, founder MXM India. And joining him is the very dynamic Manish Kalra, Chief Business Officer, Z5 India. Over to you, Pradyuman sir.
Not able to hear you.
Pradyuman sir, may I request you to unmute yourself because we are not able to hear you.
Thanks a lot, everyone at IWMBuzz for this. It's a grand finale, as you say, and that has just put major expectations. Hi, Manish. We haven't really met, so this in many ways this is some kind of a blind date where we hopefully, as blind dates get, it grows into a great relationship. I have been covering.
I hope so.
I've been covering reporting on Z from the time it's launched on that October 2nd of 1992, and
Wow.
it's a great thing to see what Z5 and the various frontiers that Z has taken, as well as the frontiers that it is expected to take. But let's not get into the into the future very much. But let's look at the present and the topic of this discussion and the finale, as it is, since this is the last session of the India Web Fest, is looking at the trends of the OTT world and what you see what you see happening over here. In many ways, you are an outsider to the entertainment business, not to the digital business, but to the entertainment business, because you've been with areas which may have been entertaining to people, but not hardcore entertainment. So let me come to you. Let me ask you this as to how do you feel now that you've been here for nearly 2 years, a year and a half plus, in the big bad world of entertainment and specifically OTT? Is it over the top, or are we all grounded and we are doing things right?
No, thanks, Pradyuman. I think I've been an online online consumer expert. So wherever you are in the online world, whether you're buying travel or whether you're buying e-commerce, and now whether you're buying online entertainment, I've been around. So I would love to call myself as an online consumer expert and their understanding. And I believe every industry or every business can scale if they are customer first. So I think that's what I'm trying to build with Z5 as well. And this, like you said, this world of entertainment, it's really, really amazing. It's exciting. It's really not over the top. We are all grounded and we are all here to deliver and take care of our customers and ensure that we entertain you all in the best possible way. So yeah, that's where we are. And I think future is really bright, like you rightly said. Would love to answer specifics if you have in mind.
Yeah, of course, there are very specific things. But just for a bit, one more of flashback and your entry into the business. When you came in, when you took on the entire challenge at Z5,
right?
And before you came in, and you were with other digital platforms, and you've been there, done that in digital. What was your opinion of the OTT world, and what has it been post that in terms of the way the business is done? You have always worked with a scenario where you look at the consumer interest, you look at the consumer. Is this business all about understanding what consumers do, or is it a lot on gut feel and emotions, etc., that the entertainment world is working on?
I think fair input. So the way we see it, Pradyuman, is that in our world, the key service or the product that we provide to you is entertainment, which is content, and which is highly subjective and is a function of our understanding of the consumer. What are you looking for? What will connect with you? What will kind of break the barriers for you to take that next step to come online? So there is a lot of subjectivity, but we at Z5, what we are trying to do is use data to our advantage, because we are online. We do understand the consumer behavior, what persona or what profile consumes what kind of content, what kind of time you're spending, what is your engagement, what is your frequency. So I think basis the leveraging the online benefit of having your data as well as our own platform data, we've now kind of created hundreds of personas or taste clusters, as we call it. And basis that we define our both content strategy as well as marketing strategy. But to answer your question, yes, this world is very, very soft skill based, gut based in content side. However, on the platform, on the online side, on the online scale up side, data helps us a lot. So on the OTT front, we are kind of creating the best of both worlds,
which leverages the understanding of the consumer with data as well as the content basis their consumption patterns, and trying to evolve as much as possible to ensure the success rate on the content we create is best in class. So yeah, it's a different world, to kind of agree with you.
Over we've seen in the last few months and years that Z5 has been doing a hell of a lot. For instance, my inboxes are never, it's never a day when there's nothing from Z5 in my inbox in terms of news and updates, etc., that are there. Have you mentioned about data driving content in many ways, or data driving decision making? Has there been any since we are going to be looking at trends, has there been something that you may have done which has been driven by data? For instance, you've done the Leander Paes Mahesh Bhupati series. Now, is that what made you take the decision to even commission it? Is that has data helped you do that at all, or is it just a gut feel, or is it an opportunity that came in and you decided to pounce on it?
I think multiple ways, Pradyuman, to answer your question. Let's see what is the consumer looking for. So as an online entertainment portal, when we speak to our users, a very typical research-based example I got, in FGD, a customer says, I think of online entertainment as a buffet, and one day I would like to consume a thriller, and one day a romantic, and one day a family drama, and one day maybe a docu-series. So you have to give me choices. And there are various segments which are kind of adhering, and they have a preference for a certain kind of content. So yes, we do try to ensure that we cater to various customer segments with different types of content pieces and different genres. To specifically answer on that sports docu-series, I think we realize that there's a lot of merit in bringing some of these Indian real sports personalities in tennis, which is a niche sports in India, and bring their story out with some of the great filmmakers like Nitesh Tiwari and all of them together. So I think it was getting together of minds and bringing that to life and bringing it to a user, which is used to seeing many of these docu-series from international players, from international sports personalities, but not much in India. It was more of a learning experience and experiment for us, and we were happily surprised by the way it drove engagement on our platform and the consumption it drove. So yeah, I think all of us are learning and evolving. A lot of decisions on database, a lot of decisions are also gut-based and opportunity-based. This was more of an opportunity and gut-based when we went after.
And obviously, an organization like yours, while you are you are looking at gut and you're looking at opportunity, etc., but you also have shareholders and you have people to satisfy. How much of that that people realize? Because at the end of the day, you are looking at pleasing consumers, and pleasing consumers is perhaps the toughest thing. It may be slightly easier in e-commerce, etc., but in entertainment, it's a very weird thing where you could be doing things right in some way, but suddenly one thing, something new comes up by another platform, and all the attention goes there. So how does it work in terms of actually planning the content, and what would perhaps be a great big next idea?
I think again, while it is subjective, and what we do is use data. So let's say what we're realizing is real, relevant, and more relatable stories are working well for the consumers. Movies help us drive a lot of traffic and acquisition. A lot of the unique niche shows are helping us, ensuring there's a frequency of data as well as the frequency of launches, which keeps coming our way. Every weekend, the consumer is looking for something. So you might have seen, let's say we have done some big, bold experiments. In May this year, we went ahead with the first digital release of Radhe. which is as big as it gets in Indian film industry in Bollywood. And the intent there was to obviously take care of the customer needs. It was pandemic at its peak, and theaters could not open, and whichever could open, there were very limited screens. So we took that bet. We kind of brought that movie to Indian customers. Then that we realized that, hey, the appetite for entertainment is very high. So not only on subscription model, we saw almost 20% of the movie consumers watching it on pay-per-view model, which was the first in India. Even we have not seen many successful international players succeeding with pay-per-view. So TVOD helped, overall subscription model helped. Then we kind of brought in a very different content piece, Friends reunion, which was very highly anticipated for Indians because many of us have grown watching Friends. So that kind of brought a different kind of audience. So how do you decide your bouquets? Looking at what are the core audience segments or customer clusters? What are they looking for? Do you have a lineup of content which you can create in a consistent manner for, let's say, next 6 months, next 12 months, so that you can sustain them, engage them, as well as acquire more and more of those users? The first part of your question was, how do you please the shareholders? I think we all have a business plan to cater to, and some of these, all the activities we do, whether it's from producing a certain content or acquiring a certain movie or investing in some kind of marketing, has a highly measurable ROI-based mechanism attached to it, which helps us drive results and scale the businesses. But yeah, so far so good. With everyone's grace, we are doing all right.
Yeah, I guess it also helps in the fact that anybody who is involved in entertainment does have a fairly good risk-taking appetite, because there is a fair amount of risk, and innovation does lead to risks. So something would work and something would not. Tell me, in terms of what is the future going to be? It's at one level, for instance, I think I read about your inking an arrangement with somebody like an Applause. So you have players like these who are established and who have done some great work in the past. At the same time, the next big idea could be coming from somewhere, someone absolutely new and raw. So how do you ensure, and since this is being viewed by people who may well want to come and pitch an idea to you, how do you ensure that you harvest fresh, innovative ideas?
I think a good content is all about a good story and ability to tell a good story. So if we come across ideas which are real, relatable, and relevant to the current scenarios, we obviously look at them. We look at success rates of the creators and producers in the past. So just a quick example, let's say someone yesterday was pitching a story which actually is real but not very known and has a lot of layers attached to it, which we believe in the current consumer scenario will connect with the audience. So we've asked him to kind of explore more and thrash it out and make it more granular. So I think it's all about customers, all about understanding what they are seeking, how you can bring stories across genres to life for them, which will be interesting, exciting, and innovative enough for them. The customers are actually spoiled for choice and just kind of taking a leap into how the industry has evolved. There are almost 40 OTT players in the country right now. And there's a lot of both Indian and international content which is coming. And that has also led to evolution of customer tastes very, very rapidly over the last 2 years. So yes, they are expecting higher values of production. Yes, they are expecting much higher complicated layered stories which will evolve, which will keep their interest alive over next 10 episodes. Yes, they want some high points in every episode after every 10 minutes. So it's becoming a science, which we are all learning in the process. But to answer your question, I think as long as the stories are real, relevant, and relatable, and we have good kind of minds behind them who can who understand the art of storytelling for an OTT, and I'm putting that angle very, very specifically here, because telling a story on OTT versus a regular TV channel versus a movie is a different art, we are realizing, and the customer expectations are different. So, but yeah, I think we're all in it to grow the ecosystem and help young creators come and tell good stories. So we're all open. Applause, and you mentioned applause deal. I think that's more because you want to ensure there are some consistent big bets that you take, and you are leaning in with some successful background. I think all of us look at consistency. So that's where we have in some of those deals. But yes, younger and new creators are always welcome.
Great. Now, if I'm going to place a crystal ball in front of you and look at highlighting a few trends that people can look for, and perhaps we can perhaps see as a discussion in the next edition of India Web Fest. What do you think happening over the next? You mentioned about the fact that there are 40 odd players who are there, and there may well be some more entities who may come in. There may well be some consolidation, etc., etc. But in terms of what do you see is the future going to be like?
I think again, I'll take a customer backward stance here. So customers are evolving, and just to give you some input on how the overall entertainment industry has evolved, with the advent of OTT, we did a pretty detailed study recently, which came out like 2 weeks back for us. The TV consumption has not gone down, which is very healthy and very positive trend for us, because we come from a media house which is sustained by TV. Now, what we are also realizing is that OTT is enhancing your overall entertainment time. It might be taking away from some of the free entertainment that you were doing, but it is enhancing the overall entertainment time. It is giving you more and more choices to make across genres, across types of content. So the consumer is going to spend more time getting entertained. Yes, number one. Number two, all entertainment mediums will grow, whether it's TV or cinema or OTT. We saw recently that a lot of movies went directly to OTTs, which was required at that time in pandemic. But now with cinemas opening, we are seeing success with movies which have gone to cinema and then are coming to OTT. So there is an audience which definitely wants to have the full experience of entertainment in cinema. And there's an audience which is consuming it on OTT. On OTTs, what we are realizing, to kind of give you number 3 as a trend, a huge consumption going on connected TVs. So people are building more and more home theater experiences, bigger screens. Also, advent of cheaper broadband and fibers going into most of the cities is helping us drive that. And also the connected TVs or smart TVs coming in at very affordable prices are driving that consumption. So people do want to have the full experience of entertainment with the right kind of sound and bigger screens available to them. So almost 70% of our subscribers are watching their content on bigger screens at home with family. So that's a big change that we're evolving into. I think what we will also see is, like you said, consolidation is going to happen, but more and more regionalization, specifically for us, because we want to build our strength in regional languages. We realize that India is not only Hindi, India is not only English. The real India consumes content in their own language, and we're seeing good success and initial trends. And again, consumers asking for that. So more and more content creation and investment is going to go in regional languages in India. So with that, I think we're also learning that on an average worldwide, in a world market, let's like the US, individual has almost 3 subscriptions per head. So let's say if you are subscribing to X, you will also have Y and Z, because each of them is catering to different needs and types of content. So same is evolving for India. So we are seeing that people who are in the metros, who are already evolved, they are having more than 1 subscriptions. People in tier 2, 3 cities are kind of coming online with OTTs much faster. So definitely the advent is going to go more aggressively into regional markets, into tier 2, 3 markets, into connected TVs, and into multiple forms of entertainment, if I were to summarize.
And thanks for the trend spotting, so to if I would call it. But you've always looked at business with and P&Ls with definite monies coming in, etc. Now, do you think the business models that we have in this field are really grounded? Because, or is it all about valuation and expectations of what could perhaps work, etc.? Because clearly, there is the AWOD and the SWOD businesses which are there, but in the AWOD space there is a fair amount of clutter. In SWOD, against there is subscription, and there are various schemes and deals that are there with bundled with various telcos, etc. So, is there money at the end of the day? Is there money that you see which people will be making?
Yes, I think fair question. So it's like any new industry or any new service that you create involves changing customer behavior, right? So, and for doing that, you need to make investments. Now, again, I've been in various industries. So let's say if I go back 5-6 years back, e-commerce, when they launched in India, it was all about discounts. So it was all about kind of having a very, very high decibel marketing and ensuring that consumers are transitioning. And there was a huge investment made. So OTT is at a very, very early stage of its growth cycle. It's an investment phase for all of us. It is a phase wherein people are creating library of content and catering to the consumers. Cost of acquisition is high, but do we see a light at the end of the tunnel? Yes, we do. I think, like I said, we're investing in changing consumer behavior right now by providing them great content at very affordable prices. As more and more consumers come up, as a critical mass of the overall consumption moves to OTT, which we expect. So just to give you some numbers, there are multiple forecasts that within the next 3 years, it will be a $5 billion industry. People will be more willing to pay for the subscriptions, and obviously good quality content and great consumer experience will come into play. The second part of your question on AWOD and SWOD, I think AWOD, like you said, there are multiple players, and so are in SWOD. However, we do see both forms of content growing in parallel. What we see is AWOD is helping people come to sample OTT as a free or ad-based platform. And then when they see the other content on the same platform, they transition into it. And some of our algorithms, our data-based tools will help us drive that. But yes, I think over the next 3 to 4 years, we will see a lot of investment going in, but there is, all of us have business models which are breaking even, and kind of projections are aligned to what we have seen in other industries, in other countries, and the kind of investments we are making. So definitely it's a business worthwhile, but someone with patience and investment appetite needs to kind of grow and scale here.
It's perhaps not the right question to ask, a digital animal such as yourself, and perhaps like me, that but the way technology is driving our business, right? Which you're talking about the way it started when Z was launched some 30 years back to where it is now, and increasingly there are new forms of content platforms that are coming in. For instance, there's stuff like Clubhouse, and there's audio, audio rooms, etc., that are there. Where
right.
You see how much does it really impact a player like yourself and a professional like yourself? Because the only constant is change in our business, right? And especially in your business.
I think it's very relevant to the times we are in, Pradyumna. The way the change is coming in the digital businesses and the digital consumers, it's very fast. All of us are evolving by the minute, by the hour, and kind of ensuring we are keeping up with the trends. So to answer your question in a very simplistic way, people are spending more time online, which is a good thing. Now they're picking their formats. They are either going to a short form video format, or they're going to a clubhouse or a podcast. They want to be entertained. I think the basic need all of these services are taking care of is giving you good entertainment in a format that you like, in a leisure time that you have at your hand, with good quality internet which is being provided to you. Now, how do you get that space of mind? Is basis what kind of entertainment or content you're able to create and attract this user to your platform. Now, would we get into some of those newer platforms? We are experimenting with a short form video platform called Happy. But I think all of these platforms and content consumption pieces will stay put. There's a relevant need, and they're taking care of different needs of different individuals at various points in time. So I think to answer your question, we are all learning, evolving. We are going with the flow. The consumer is moving fast, and so is technology. And we'll all stay relevant as long as we move with the consumers.
I was just, as I was speaking with you and you were saying, I was just looking at my screen time on my phone, and I just saw that the daily average is 6 hours, 39 minutes. And this is when I don't use WhatsApp on my phone. It's from my laptop, and I spend a good amount of time on the laptop. Now, is this good news for you? The fact that you have people like myself who are spending most of our time in life, maybe messing up our eyes, but it is.
I think it's like it's overall consumers evolving, right? Digital penetration, internet penetration, content penetration, all of that is helping all us to kind of grow and scale. Obviously, the more you are online, more we have a chance of getting discovered, whether it is through a word of mouth, or whether it's through social media, or whether it's through an online ad that we're running targeting people like yourself. So that's it's a good news for all of us, and we are all excited that Indian consumers are spending more and more time getting entertained online, as well as kind of consuming various forms and formats of content. And there is a high willingness to pay for the right content, which is another positive news that we are seeing. So I think with all of this combined together and consumer evolution, fingers crossed, future is looking good.
Absolutely. If I'm doing an interview with anyone, I couldn't not ask a slightly uncomfortable question. So I'm going to ask you that. What is it that keeps Manish Kalra awake in the night? What is it that is perhaps causing you some sleepless nights, giving you the heebie-jeebies, or whatever you may call it?
Yeah, two, three things. One, you started by saying we are in a business which is content, and not knowing whether the content will cut ice with the consumers tomorrow. So there's a huge investment which goes in making every piece of content. So let's say tomorrow we have a release. Now that needs to do well and ensure that consumers like it, and we get new subscriber bases. That obviously keeps us on our toes and ensures that we are having sleepless nights. But I think that's important. We're trying to build some frameworks around it. Second thing, which not only for us, I think, which is relevant to the entire industry and everyone in this ecosystem, is piracy. It's just too prevalent. I think while we try and build security and we try and build as much as safety nets around our content, which is again a multi-million-dollar content that we create, we realize that there are obviously a lot of people who pull it off, and then B, there are a lot of people who consume. I think that's something which, as industry, as an ecosystem, as viewers and customers, I think it's all about ethics. So that's something we all should see how we can cut down and negate, because there are livelihoods, there are investments which are going into entertaining all of us together. And it is something which is like piracy is equal to kind of robbing a bank, and something that should be avoided and punished. But yeah, that's the second thing which keeps me awake all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I must say my two bit on about piracy. It is finally intellectual theft, and I think all of us must, ensure. And even though I'm sure some of the people who are watching this over here will say, "What the hell?" But whether it comes to reading a book, on pirated PDF or buying a newspaper from the various, or not buying a newspaper and reading it from the various WhatsApp groups that are there. I think it's critical that we respect original content and content creators and people like yourself who are investing top dollars on content. On that note, it was a great conversation that we've had, and thanks for, in this short period, identifying the trend spots that are there, and identifying the possible pitfalls, and identifying what perhaps is causing the entire industry some nervous moments. Thank you very much, Manish, and thank you everyone at India Web Fest and IWMBuzz for facilitating this.
Thanks, Pradyuman. Thanks, IWM team and the viewers. All the best to all of us.
Thank you very much, Pradyuman sir, and thank you very much, Manish sir. Friends, that was the grand finale of a momentous, insightful, and engaging India Web Fest Season 3. Thousands across the globe watched our speakers at the event, and we promise you India Web Fest Season 4 will be bigger and better. Before signing off, we must thank our sponsors. Wood presents India Web Fest Season 3, co-powered by Applause Entertainment, Pocket Aces, and Share Chat chat rooms. Platinum partner QQ Digital, virtual event partner Mint Labs, media partner Radio City, and initiative by IWMBuzz Live. See you next season. Tada.